Hey friends. Glad you're here at Cosmic Wand. We've cooked up something special. What if Harry turned Dudley into a pig at age 7 and the ministry covered it up? Liking and subscribing really helps us out. Okay, story time. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Broke the Rules. The drawing wasn't much. A sheet of paper torn from the back of a telephone directory, the white space between two columns of names that Harry had carefully ripped free when no one was looking. He'd used the nub of a green crayon he found under the sofa and a red one Dudley had snapped in half and thrown at the wall. The woman in the drawing had a triangle for a body and stick arms and a cloud of red scribbles for hair, and she was smiling, a wide, wobbly U-shape that Harry had drawn and erased and redrawn 3 times until it looked right. He didn't know who she was. Not really. He had a feeling, the way you have a feeling about a dream after you wake up and it's already slipping away. Red hair. Green eyes. A voice that sounded like warmth felt. He kept the drawing folded into a small square and tucked inside a hole in the mattress of his cot in the cupboard under the stairs. Every night, after the door was locked and the house went quiet except for Vernon's snoring and the occasional groan of pipes, Harry would ease the paper out, unfold it gently, and look at her in the thin line of light that crept under the door. He was 7 years old. The morning of July 14, 1987, started the way most mornings started at number 4, Privet Drive. Aunt Petunia's knuckles cracked against the cupboard door at 6:15 sharp, 3 hard raps, always 3, as if she couldn't bear to touch the wood a 4th time. Up. Breakfast won't cook itself. Harry was already awake. He'd been awake since 5, lying on his back in the dark, listening to a spider build something in the corner above his head. He'd named the spider Margaret, because it seemed like a patient sort of name, and the spider had been working on the same web for 3 days now with the kind of quiet dedication Harry admired. He pushed open the cupboard door, squinting against the hallway light, and padded into the kitchen on bare feet. The tile was cold. It was always cold, even in July, because the Dursleys kept the kitchen floor polished to a shine that Petunia maintained with religious fervor, and polished tile held no warmth. Bacon. Eggs. Toast. Don't burn anything. Petunia didn't look at him. She was arranging flowers in a vase on the windowsill, carnations, pink and white, positioned so they'd be visible from the street. Everything at number 4 was positioned so it would be visible from the street. Harry pulled the step stool to the counter, climbed up, and began cracking eggs into the pan. He was good at this. He'd been cooking breakfast since he was 6, when Petunia had decided he was old enough to be useful and Vernon had agreed that earning his keep was the least the boy could do. He'd burned himself 7 times in the first month, the scars on his forearms had faded to pale, shiny patches that he kept hidden under sleeves, but he'd learned. Harry was good at learning from pain. It was the primary curriculum at Privet Drive. The bacon was sizzling and the eggs were nearly done when the ceiling shook. Dudley was awake. Harry could track his cousin's progress through the house by the vibrations, the heavy thump of feet hitting the floor, the creak of the hallway as he lumbered toward the stairs, the thunderous descent that made the light fixture above Harry's head sway. Dudley Dursley at 7 years old was the size of a small refrigerator and roughly the same shape. He had his father's neck, which is to say he didn't have much of one, and his mother's pale, watery eyes, and he moved through the world with the absolute certainty that everything in it existed for his benefit. This was not his fault, not entirely. He'd been taught this lesson every day of his life by 2 adults who would have fed him the moon on a silver plate if he'd thrown a tantrum about it. He came into the kitchen, saw Harry at the stove, and immediately went to the table where his chair was wider than the others. "I want extra bacon." "There's 4 pieces," Harry said, not turning around. "I want 6. Harry didn't respond. He slid the eggs onto 2 plates, 3 eggs for Dudley, 1 for himself, and laid the bacon out. 4 pieces on Dudley's plate. 1 on his own. He carried Dudley's plate to the table first, because he'd learned what happened if he didn't. Dudley stared at the plate. "That's 4. That's all there is." "Mom. Harry won't give me enough bacon." Petunia materialized from the hallway like she'd been waiting for exactly this summons. She took one look at Dudley's plate, then turned to Harry with that particular expression she reserved for him, not quite anger, not quite disgust, something thinner and meaner than either. "Give him yours. I only have one piece." "Then give him your one piece." Harry looked at his plate. 1 egg. 1 piece of bacon. Half a slice of toast. He'd eaten half a slice of toast and a glass of water for dinner last night because Dudley had wanted seconds and thirds of the roast chicken, and by the time Dudley was finished, the bones were the only things left. He picked up his bacon and put it on Dudley's plate. Dudley didn't say thank you. He never did. He ate the bacon in 2 bites and then, because the morning wouldn't be complete without it, he said, "Your egg looks weird." "It's fine. It looks slimy." "Mum, Harry's egg looks slimy." "Don't be ungrateful," Petunia snapped at Harry, as though he'd complained. Harry ate his egg in silence. It tasted fine. Everything tasted fine when you were hungry enough. Vernon came down at 7, already dressed for work, grey suit, grey tie, grey face flushed pink by the effort of existing. He poured himself tea, glanced at Harry the way you glance at a stain on the carpet you keep meaning to have cleaned, and opened the morning paper. "Dudley, what do you want to do today?" "Go to the park." Dudley said immediately. "Tommy's going to be there." "We're going to ride bikes." Vernon beamed. He had a particular beam for Dudley, wide and wet and proud, the kind of smile that transformed his face into something almost human. "That's my boy. Get some exercise. Growing lad needs fresh air." Harry, sitting at the far end of the table with his empty plate, said nothing. He already knew how this would go. Petunia would take Dudley to the park. Harry would be left behind. If he was lucky, he'd be left in the cupboard. If he was unlucky, he'd be given a list of chores, the garden, the kitchen, the bathroom, the dusting, that would take all day and still wouldn't be done to satisfaction. But today went differently. Today, Mrs. Figg called. Harry could hear Petunia's end of the conversation from the kitchen. "Yes, what?" "Oh, no, I understand." "Yes. Feel better. Goodbye." She hung up the phone with a sharp click and stood in the hallway with her arms crossed, vibrating with irritation. Arabella's broken her leg. Tripped over one of those wretched cats. Vernon looked up from his paper. So she can't take him. The word dripped with meaning. Him. Not Harry. Never Harry, if she could help it. Vernon's face went through a complicated series of expressions, like a traffic light cycling through colors. "He can't come with us. I know that. He'll ruin everything. He always ruins everything. I know that." They both looked at Harry. He kept his eyes on the table and tried to make himself small, which was easy enough, he was already small. Small for 7. Small for 6, probably. The kind of small that comes from not enough food and too much cupboard. "He'll have to come," Petunia said, and the words sounded like they physically hurt her. "I'll keep him away from Dudley. He can sit on the bench." So Harry went to the park. It was a 20-minute walk from Privet Drive, through 2 streets of identical houses with identical gardens, past the corner shop where Vernon bought his evening paper, and down the hill to the scrubby rectangle of grass and equipment that the little whinging council called a recreational area. There were swings, a slide, a climbing frame with chipped paint, and a bench near the fence where Petunia positioned Harry with explicit instructions. "Sit. Stay. Don't move. Don't talk to anyone. Don't do anything." She said it the way you'd speak to a dog, and Harry sat, because sitting was easy and fighting was hard and he was 7 and tired and hungry and it was a warm day and at least the sun felt good on his face. Dudley and his friend Tommy, a weasel-faced boy with a mean laugh, had the park to themselves. They took the swings. Then the slide. Then the climbing frame. They chased each other in circles, shrieking and laughing, and the sound of children playing should have been nice, but it wasn't, not for Harry, because every few minutes Dudley would look over at him on the bench and grin the grin that meant something was coming. Harry watched a cloud. It looked like a dog. Then it looked like nothing. Then it looked like a dog again. Oi! Harry! He didn't look. Looking was engaging, and engaging gave Dudley fuel. Harry! Look at me, Harry! He looked. Dudley was on the climbing frame, hanging upside down by his knees, his face red and swollen with blood and triumph. Tommy was next to him, and they were both laughing. Bet you can't do this. Bet you're too scared. Harry didn't say anything. He turned back to his cloud. This was the wrong response. Dudley didn't want silence. Dudley wanted tears, or anger, or fear, any reaction that confirmed his power and Harry's powerlessness. Silence was an act of defiance, and Dudley had been taught by Vernon's example that defiance must be punished. Harry heard them coming. The crunch of gravel, the huffing breath, the whispered giggling. He kept watching his cloud and thought about the woman with the red hair. He thought about her smile, the wobbly U-shape that he'd drawn and redrawn, and tried to imagine what her voice sounded like. He thought it sounded like being warm. What have you got in your pocket? Harry's hand went to his shorts immediately, instinctively, and he knew the moment he did it that he'd made a mistake. The drawing. He'd brought it. He always brought it, tucked in his pocket, folded into its small square, because leaving it in the cupboard meant Petunia might find it and throw it away, and he couldn't lose it. He couldn't. Dudley's eyes locked onto Harry's hand like a missile finding its target. He's got something. Tommy, he's got something in his pocket. It's nothing. Show us. No. Show us. Dudley lunged. He was fast for his size, a lesson Harry had learned many times, and his thick fingers closed around Harry's wrist and squeezed. Harry pulled back, twisted, tried to yank free, but Dudley was twice his weight and Tommy was grabbing his other arm and together they pinned him against the bench. Give it. Dudley's hand jammed into Harry's pocket and pulled out the folded paper. He let go of Harry and stepped back, holding it up like a trophy. Give it back. Harry's voice came out wrong. Too high. Too desperate. He could feel something building in his chest, a pressure, a heat, like steam in a kettle. What is it? Tommy leaned over Dudley's shoulder as Dudley unfolded the paper. They both looked at it. The crayon woman. The red hair. The smile. Dudley's face split into a grin that was pure, distilled cruelty. A child's cruelty, which is the worst kind, because it hasn't yet learned to disguise itself. Is this supposed to be your mum? Give it back. Please. Your mum's dead, Dudley said, and he said it like he was reporting the weather. A fact. Obvious. Boring. She died in a car crash because she was a drunk. Dad told me. The pressure in Harry's chest tightened. She looks stupid, Tommy said, and giggled. Please give it back. Dudley looked at Harry. Looked at the drawing. Looked back at Harry. And then, with the slow, deliberate pleasure of a child who has discovered exactly how to cause the maximum amount of pain, he tore the paper in half. The sound was small. A whisper of ripping. But to Harry it was enormous. No, Dudley tore it again. And again. Pieces of the woman, her red hair, her smile, her stick arms, fluttered to the ground like confetti. No. Harry dropped to his knees and grabbed at the pieces. They were so small. The crayon lines blurred where his fingers touched them and he couldn't put her back together, she was in pieces, Dudley laughed. It was a high, delighted sound, the laugh of a boy who has found the best game in the world. Tommy laughed too, and they stood over Harry while he knelt in the gravel trying to gather fragments of his mother's face, and Dudley lifted his foot and ground one of the pieces into the dirt. Cry baby. Cry baby. Harry misses his drunk dead mummy. Harry looked up. Later, the ministry officials would spend hours trying to understand what happened next. They'd interview witnesses, there were none, mercifully, besides the two boys, examine the site, measure the magical residue. They'd write a report that would be read by 17 people and then sealed with a classification charm so restrictive that only the minister himself could authorize its opening. None of their analysis would capture what it actually felt like. It started in Harry's hands. A tingling, like static, but alive, like electricity with intent. It raced up his arms and into his chest where the pressure had been building, and it met the heat there, and the two things combined into something that had no name but felt like every bad thing that had ever happened to him compressed into a single point of white-hot refusal. No more. No more, no more, no more. The air around Harry changed. Petunia, sitting on a bench across the park reading a magazine, felt it as a sudden drop in temperature, like stepping into a walk-in freezer. She looked up, confused. Tommy felt it as a vibration in his teeth, an unpleasant buzzing that made him step backward without knowing why. Dudley, standing directly in front of Harry, felt nothing at all. Until he did. Harry didn't say a word. Didn't wave his hands. Didn't do anything that looked, from the outside, like a cause. He simply looked at Dudley with all the pain and fury of 7 years of cupboards and hunger and bruises and give him yours and don't be ungrateful and your parents died in a car crash and that's all you need to know, and Dudley Dursley became a pig. It was not gradual. There was no slow transformation, no horror movie morphing of features. One instant there was a 7-year-old boy, fat and blonde and laughing. The next instant there was a pig. A very large, very pink, very real pig, standing in the gravel of the little whinging recreational park on a Tuesday afternoon in July. The pig, Dudley, made a sound. Not a scream and not quite an oink. Something in between that carried with it a confusion so total, so absolute, that it was almost pitiable. He looked down at his trotters. He looked up at Harry. His small, wet eyes were wide and utterly lost. Tommy screamed. It was a good scream, full-throated, genuine, the kind of scream that only a child can produce when reality breaks in front of them. He stumbled backward, fell, scrambled to his feet, and ran. He ran across the park and out the gate and down the street, and he was still screaming when he disappeared around the corner. Petunia heard the scream. She stood up, magazine falling from her lap. She looked toward the climbing frame where she'd last seen Dudley and saw instead her nephew kneeling in the gravel next to a large pig, and for 3 full seconds her brain simply refused to process what her eyes were telling it. Then it caught up. The scream that came out of Petunia Dursley was nothing like Tommy's. Tommy's had been pure fear. Petunia's was something more complex, a sound that contained within it terror and recognition and the absolute confirmation of everything she had feared since the day a baby appeared on her doorstep. The freakishness. The abnormality. The thing that had stolen her sister and now it had taken her son. She ran. She crossed the park in a stumbling sprint, heels catching in the grass, and she reached the bench where Harry was still kneeling among the torn pieces of his drawing and the pig that had been her son was sniffing the gravel and making small, bewildered sounds. "What did you do?" She grabbed Harry's shoulders and shook him, hard enough to rattle his teeth. "What did you do to my son?" Harry looked at her, and his eyes were strange, wide and dark and glowing, actually glowing, a faint green luminescence that pulsed like a heartbeat. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. He didn't understand what had happened. He didn't understand what he'd done. He just knew that the pressure in his chest was gone and the heat was gone and in their place was an empty, ringing silence, like the aftermath of a thunderclap. "Change him back." Petunia was shaking him, fingernails digging into his arms. "Change him back right now." I don't," the pig oinked. It was a very Dudley oink, petulant, demanding, confused about why the world was not arranging itself to its liking. Petunia let go of Harry and lunged for the pig, wrapping her arms around its thick neck. Duddy. Duddy, darling, Mummy's here, Mummy's going to fix this. She was crying, great heaving sobs that shook her whole body, and the pig was squirming in her grip, and Harry was sitting in the gravel with torn paper in his hands and glowing eyes and absolutely no idea what to do. This was the scene that met the first responders from the Ministry of Magic's Accidental Magic Reversal Squad when they apparat into the park 4 minutes and 37 seconds later. There were 3 of them. The squad leader was a witch named Mafalda Hopkirk, small, precise, with spectacles and a clipboard and the kind of professional calm that comes from years of cleaning up magical messes. Flanking her were 2 younger wizards whose names would not appear in any report because they were, within the hour, obliviated of the entire incident. Mafalda took in the scene with a single, practiced sweep, hysterical muggle woman clutching a pig, small boy with residual magical discharge visible in his eyes, torn paper, disturbed gravel, magical signature so strong it was practically singing. Containment first, she said crisply. Perception filter on the park. Now. One of her colleagues raised his wand and began casting. The other moved toward Petunia, who saw the robed figure approaching and screamed again, this time with a different flavor, the scream of a woman who recognized what robes and wands meant, who had grown up in the shadow of a world she'd spent her entire adult life pretending didn't exist. Get away. Get away from us. Ma'am, I need you to remain calm, don't you touch my son. Mafalda knelt beside Harry. Up close, the magical residue was even more apparent, his hair was standing slightly on end, and the air around him shimmered like heat haze. She'd been doing this job for 12 years. She'd seen children levitate cats, turn wallpaper into butterflies, make it rain indoors. She had never, in her entire career, seen anything like this. Hello, she said gently. My name is Mafalda. Can you tell me your name? Harry. His voice was very small. Harry. That's a good name. Harry, can you tell me what happened? He tore her up. Harry looked down at the pieces of paper in his hands. He tore her up and I don't know. I got angry. And then he looked at the pig. The pig looked back at him. It oinked. Mafalda Hopkirk was a composed woman. She did not, as a rule, allow her professional demeanor to slip. But she felt something cold move through her as she looked at this undersized boy in overlarge clothes with bruise-colored shadows under his eyes and torn paper in his hands, and she thought, he did this. This child did this. Full human transfiguration. At 7. She stood up, took 3 steps away from Harry, and pulled a mirror from her robes. Priority alert. I need Amelia Bones. Now. The mirror's surface rippled and a voice, male, bored, clerical, said, Madam Bones is in a meeting with, I don't care if she's in a meeting with Merlin himself. Priority alert. Code Prometheus. Silence. Code Prometheus was not a real classification. Mafalda had just invented it. But she'd said it with enough authority that the clerk didn't question it, and 30 seconds later the mirror showed the face of Amelia Bones, square-jawed, monocled, with the expression of a woman who did not appreciate having her Tuesday interrupted. This had better be extraordinary, Hopkirk. Director Bones, I'm at a park in Little Whinging, Surrey. We have a full human-to-animal transfiguration performed by accidental magic. The subject is a muggle child. The caster is. Mafalda paused. She glanced back at Harry. The caster is 7 years old. The silence on the other end of the mirror lasted 4 seconds. In Mafalda's experience, it took a great deal to shut Amelia Bones up for 4 seconds. I'll be there in 2 minutes, Bones said, and the mirror went dark. Amelia Bones arrived in 90 seconds, which meant she had apparat from the ministry atrium to Little Whinging in the time it takes most people to tie their shoes. She came alone, striding across the park grass with her cloak billowing behind her and her wand already in her hand, and the first thing she did was look at the pig. She looked at it for a long time. She cast 3 diagnostic spells in rapid succession. Each one confirmed what Mafalda had already determined: the pig was a fully transfigured human child. Not a partial transfiguration. Not an illusion. The boy's entire biological structure had been rewritten at the molecular level: bones, organs, skin, brain, into a perfectly formed, perfectly healthy large white pig. "Who's the caster?" Bones said. Mafalda pointed. Bones walked over to Harry, who was still sitting in the gravel. She looked down at him. He looked up at her. Later, in her private journal, Amelia Bones would describe this moment as the instant she knew, with absolute certainty, that everything she believed about the limits of accidental magic was wrong. The boy was tiny. Malnourished, obviously. She'd spent enough time in the DMLE to recognize the signs. Old bruises visible on his arms where his too large shirt had slipped. A fresh set of finger marks on his wrist. And his eyes, green, still carrying the fading glow of spent magic, were not the eyes of a child in shock. They were the eyes of a child waiting for the next bad thing to happen, with the resigned patience of someone who knew it always did. "What's your name, son?" "Harry. Harry Potter." Amelia Bones did not gasp. She did not swear. She did not do any of the things a lesser witch might have done upon discovering that the boy who lived, the child who had survived the killing curse, the most famous orphan in the wizarding world, was sitting in a muggle park in dirty, overlarge clothes, covered in bruises, having just performed a feat of magic that most adult wizards couldn't accomplish with 10 years of training and a specialized wand. What she did was kneel down, very slowly, until her face was level with his. "Harry Potter," she said. "I'm going to need you to tell me everything." He told her. Not about the magic, he didn't understand the magic, but about everything else. About the cupboard. The cooking. The hunger. The chores. The way Vernon grabbed his arm and squeezed until it went numb. The way Petunia called him boy or you or freak but never Harry. The way Dudley hit him and kicked him and took his food and broke anything that was his, and how no one ever, not once, told Dudley to stop. He told her about the drawing. About the woman with the red hair. About how he thought, maybe, she might be his mother, but he wasn't sure because no one had ever shown him a photograph or told him anything except that his parents were drunks who died in a car crash. He told her about the pieces of paper in his hands, and how he'd been trying to put them back together when everything went wrong. Amelia Bones listened to all of this with a face carved from stone. When he was finished, she stood up, and Mafalda, who had been standing close enough to hear, saw something in the director's expression that she had never seen before, not in 12 years of working under her. Amelia Bones was shaking. Not with fear. With fury. The controlled, compressed, white-hot fury of a woman who ran the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and had just discovered that the most famous child in magical Britain was being abused, starved, and kept in a cupboard by muggles. She turned to Mafalda. "Reverse the transfiguration. Obliviate the woman. Standard protocol. And the boy. The boy is coming with me." It should have been that simple. In a just world, in a world where institutions functioned the way they were meant to, it would have been. A child in danger. A responsible adult with the power to act. A clear course of action. But the world was not just, and institutions did not function the way they were meant to, and within 20 minutes of Amelia Bones arriving at the park, the situation had escalated beyond anything she could have anticipated. The pig was the first problem. Reversing the transfiguration should have been straightforward. Human transfiguration was difficult to perform but relatively simple to undo, because the human body remembered its original form and wanted to return to it. But when Mafalda cast the counterspell, nothing happened. She tried again. Nothing. A third time, with more power. The pig remained a pig. "It's not responding," Mafalda said, and there was a note of genuine alarm in her voice that made Amelia turn sharply. "What do you mean it's not responding?" "The transfiguration is." "Director, I've never seen anything like this. The magical signature is layered. It's not a single spell, it's as if the boy cast the transfiguration 100 times simultaneously, each layer reinforcing the others. I can't unravel it. I'll need a specialist team. Amelia stared at her. You're telling me a 7-year-old performed a transfiguration that a fully trained reversal squad can't undo? Yes, Director. That is what I'm telling you. Get me a specialist team. Now. The specialist team arrived in 15 minutes, 4 wizards from the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, led by a heavyset warlock named Broderick Bode who had the tired eyes of a man who had seen too much strangeness to be surprised by anything. He examined the pig, cast a battery of diagnostic spells, consulted with his colleagues in urgent whispers, and then walked over to Amelia. We can reverse it, he said. But it's going to take all 4 of us, and it's going to take about an hour. An hour? Director, I want to be clear about something. What this child did should not be possible. I don't mean it's unusual. I mean it should be physically, magically impossible. Accidental magic operates on a fundamentally different mechanism than wand-based casting, it's raw, unfocused, and it dissipates quickly. What this boy produced is more stable than most deliberate transfigurations I've seen from any WT level students. It's more stable than some I've seen from professors. He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was lower. Whoever this child is, Director, I know who he is, Amelia said quietly. Bode's eyes widened. He opened his mouth, closed it, and simply nodded. We'll get started. While the specialist team worked on Dudley, Amelia dealt with Petunia. This was not pleasant. The obliviation team had calmed her with a mild sedation charm, but she was still semi-conscious, still weeping, still clutching at the air where her son had been before they'd moved the pig to a more workable location behind the park's equipment shed. Amelia looked at this woman, this brittle, horse-faced, tear-streaked woman, and felt a complicated mix of emotions. Petunia Dursley was Harry Potter's legal guardian. She was also, based on what Harry had described, his abuser. And she was also, at this moment, a terrified mother whose child had been transformed into an animal by magic she didn't understand. Mrs. Dursley. Petunia's eyes focused slowly. The sedation charm made everything soft and blurry. My son, where's my son? Your son is being restored. He'll be fine. I need to ask you some questions. The freak did it. The boy. He's just like his mother, just like her, we tried to stamp it out of him, you tried to stamp it out of him, Amelia repeated, and her voice was dangerously flat. How, exactly, did you try to do that? Even through the sedation, Petunia had enough self-preservation instinct to hear the danger in that question. Her mouth closed. Mrs. Dursley, where does Harry sleep? Silence. Mrs. Dursley. Where does Harry Potter sleep? The cupboard. The cupboard under the stairs. It's perfectly adequate. How often does he eat? He eats. He eats with the family. He told me he had half a slice of toast for dinner last night because your son ate everything else. He told me he cooked breakfast this morning and was given 1 egg and 1 piece of bacon, and then you made him give the bacon to Dudley. Petunia's face contorted. Even through the sedation, even through the terror and the grief, the old reflexive defensiveness came surging up. We took him in. We didn't have to. He was dumped on our doorstep like a bottle of milk, no one asked us, no one gave us a choice, and we fed him and clothed him and kept a roof over his head for 6 years, you've kept him in a cupboard. You've starved him. Your husband has left bruises on his arms. Amelia's voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. And your son, your 7-year-old son, just tore up a drawing of his dead mother in front of him and laughed about it. Petunia went white. Your son is being restored, Mrs. Dursley. When he is, your family will be obliviated. You will not remember this incident. But I want you to understand something, even though you won't remember me saying it. Amelia leaned closer. I know what you've done to that boy. And I am going to make it right. This was the moment when Amelia Bones believed she had control of the situation. She would take Harry. She would place him with a wizarding family, the Longbottoms, perhaps, or the Tonkses, someone decent and kind. She would file charges against the Dursleys through Muggle channels. She would write a report that would burn through the ministry like wildfire, and she would stand in front of the Wizengamot and tell them that the boy who lived had been rotting in a cupboard while they congratulated themselves on having defeated the Dark Lord. She believed this right up until Albus Dumbledore arrived. He came without warning, stepping out of thin air at the edge of the park as if he'd simply walked through an invisible door. He was dressed in deep purple robes and half-moon spectacles, and he moved with a calm, unhurried stride that suggested a man on an afternoon stroll rather than a man responding to a crisis. But his eyes, blue, bright, ancient, were not calm. They swept the scene with the quick, penetrating focus of someone who was already 3 steps ahead. "Amelia," he said. "I felt the disturbance from Hogwarts." She stared at him. "You felt it from Scotland?" "The monitoring instruments I placed at Privet Drive 6 years ago are quite sensitive. They alerted me the moment the blood wards fluctuated." He paused, looking past her toward the equipment shed where the specialist team was working. "Full transfiguration. Human to pig. The reversal squad couldn't undo it. Broderick Bode's team is working on it now." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "And Harry?" "Sitting on a bench with one of my people. He's unharmed. Physically." She let the qualifier hang in the air like smoke. "Amelia, he's living in a cupboard, Albus." Another silence. Longer this time. Dumbledore's face was very still. "He's been starved, struck, and verbally abused for 6 years. He's 7 years old and he has bruises on his arms from a grown man's hands. He sleeps in a cupboard under the stairs. He cooks their meals and isn't allowed to eat them." Each sentence was a bullet. Amelia fired them with precision. "And he just performed a piece of magic that 3 ministry departments are telling me shouldn't be possible, because a boy his own age ripped up a crayon drawing of a mother he's never seen a photograph of." "Amelia, I understand your anger. I'm taking him. Tonight. I'll place him with the Longbottoms or the Tonkses while we determine permanent guardianship. I'm filing a report with the Muggle authorities regarding the Dursleys' treatment. You cannot do that." The words were quiet, but they stopped Amelia mid-sentence. Not because of their volume. Because of their certainty. Dumbledore spoke them the way he spoke everything, with the unshakable conviction of a man who had spent a century making impossible decisions and who believed, with every fiber of his being, that he was making the right ones. "I beg your pardon. Harry must remain at Privet Drive. The blood wards, damn the blood wards. The blood wards are the only thing standing between Harry and the remnants of Voldemort's followers." Dumbledore did not flinch at the name. He never did. Lily Potter's sacrifice created a protection that resides in Harry's blood and, by extension, in the blood of her sister. As long as Harry can call Petunia Dursley's house home, he is protected by the most powerful magic I have ever encountered. He doesn't call it home. He calls it a cupboard. The magic does not require his happiness, Amelia. Only his presence. She stared at him. Truly stared, the way you stare at someone when you're trying to determine if they're serious or insane and are increasingly afraid it might be both. "You knew. You've known what they were doing to him." "I have received reports." "From whom?" Dumbledore didn't answer. But his eyes flickered, just for an instant, and Amelia thought of old Arabella Figg in her cat-filled house 2 streets from Privet Drive, Arabella Figg, who had conveniently broken her leg today, who could not take Harry, who had been positioned in Little Whinging for 6 years like a chess piece on a board. "You planted a watcher," Amelia said slowly. "You knew the conditions he was living in, and you left him there anyway. I have wrestled with this decision every day since I placed him on that doorstep. I will not pretend it has been easy. But the alternative is a child who isn't beaten and starved. The alternative is a child who is dead. Dumbledore's voice sharpened for the first time. Voldemort is not gone, Amelia. He is weakened, diminished, but he is not gone. And his followers, the ones who escaped Azkaban, the ones who claimed Imperius, the ones who are sitting in Wizengamot seats at this moment, they have not forgotten Harry Potter. The Blood Wards are the only guarantee of his safety. Remove him from Privet Drive, and you remove that guarantee. So he suffers. So he lives. They stood in the park, two powerful people, two rigid spines, two sets of convictions that could not bend without breaking, and the warm July air hung between them like a held breath. Amelia broke first. Not because she agreed. Not because she was convinced. But because she was a pragmatist, and she understood, in that moment, something crucial about the political reality she was operating in. Dumbledore was Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and the most respected wizard alive. If he opposed her, she would lose. Not because he was right, but because he was powerful, and power, in the end, was its own argument. The boy stays, she said, and each word tasted like ash. But this incident must be contained. Albus, think about what happens if this becomes public, Amelia. Not just the abuse, though that alone would create a scandal that would consume the ministry for months. Think about what happens when the wizarding world learns that a 7-year-old performed full human transfiguration through accidental magic. He paused. Think about who would be interested in that information. She thought about it. She thought about Lucius Malfoy, sitting on the Hogwarts Board of Governors with his Death Eater past scrubbed clean by gold. She thought about the remnants of Voldemort's inner circle, scattered but not gone, always watching, always waiting. She thought about what they would do if they learned that Harry Potter's magical power was not just notable but unprecedented. They'd come for him, she said quietly. They would come for him before the Blood Wards could protect him. They would come with resources and cunning and the kind of desperation that comes from knowing their master will return and wanting to present him with a weapon. The word made Amelia flinch. He's not a weapon. He's a child. He is both, whether we wish it or not. And the best way to protect the child is to ensure that no one knows about the weapon. The Obliviation team worked on Petunia first. They were thorough, removing not just the memory of the transformation but the entire afternoon, replacing it with a bland, invented memory of a park visit where nothing happened and they came home and had tea. The finger marks on Harry's wrist were healed. The torn drawing was left as it was, destroyed, because there was no spell that could put it back together and no one thought to try. Harry was last. Amelia insisted on being present for it, which was unusual. Obliviations of minors were typically handled by the squad alone, but she stood with her arms crossed and watched as Mafalda knelt beside Harry and explained, in gentle terms, what was about to happen. I'm going to make you forget, Harry. Just this afternoon. Just the park. Harry looked at her with those green eyes, and then he looked at Amelia, and he said something that Amelia Bones would remember for the rest of her life. Will I forget the lady with the monocle too? She crouched down beside him. Yes, Harry. You'll forget me. I don't want to forget you. You're the first grown-up who listened. Amelia's throat closed. She swallowed hard, once, twice, and when she spoke, her voice was steady, because it had to be. You won't remember me, Harry. But I'm going to remember you. And I promise, that I am going to make things better for you. It might take time. But I will not forget. Harry nodded. He was 7 years old and he understood promises the way 7-year-olds do, as sacred things, absolute and binding, the most serious contract two humans can enter. Mafalda raised her wand. Obliviate. Harry's eyes went glassy. The tension left his body. He blinked, looked around the park with vague confusion, and then looked at the torn pieces of paper still clutched in his hands. Oh, he said softly. Just that. Oh. As if he'd lost something and couldn't quite remember what. They took him home. They put him back in the cupboard, and Amelia stood in the hallway of number 4, Privet Drive, looking at the small door with its bolt on the outside and the spider web in the corner and the thin mattress with its single threadbare blanket, and she felt something inside her crack. Not break. Crack. A fracture line that would widen over the years, slowly and steadily, until the day came when it finally gave way. She put a monitoring charm on the cupboard. Dumbledore's instruments tracked the blood wards. Hers would track the boy. Back at the ministry, the cover-up proceeded with the efficient, well-oiled machinery of an institution that had been suppressing inconvenient truths for centuries. The specialist team was obliviated. Mafalda Hopkirk's memory was modified, not erased, but altered, so that she remembered a routine accidental magic incident involving levitation rather than transfiguration. The 2 junior squad members who had responded initially were obliviated completely. Broderick Bode, who had led the reversal team and who understood better than anyone what the boy had done, was summoned to a private meeting with the minister. Cornelius Fudge was a man designed by nature for middle management. He had the face for it, round, forgettable, perpetually slightly damp, and the temperament, which prioritized comfort over competence and consensus over courage. He had risen to the position of minister for magic through the tried and true method of offending no one and impressing no one and being, in every conceivable way, the safest possible choice. He listened to Bode's report with the expression of a man who has just been told his house is on fire and is trying to decide which room to save. "You're certain about the classification?" Fudge said, tugging at his collar. "Full human transfiguration." "Minister, I could show you the diagnostic results." "No. No, I don't want to see, that is, I've seen quite enough. The important thing is containment. This can't get out. Can you imagine what the prophet would do with this? The boy who living in a cupboard, turning his cousin into a," he shuddered. "The political ramifications alone, with respect, minister, the political ramifications are not my primary concern. The magical ramifications, yes, unprecedented power, very alarming, I'm sure. But the boy is contained, isn't he? Dumbledore's wards, and all that? Minister, the file will be sealed. Classification Alpha. My authorization only." Fudge straightened his bowler hat, which he wore indoors because it made him feel ministerial. "Your team will be obliviated. Standard procedure for alpha-classified incidents." Bode stared at him. "You want to obliviate the only people who understand what this child is capable of. I want to ensure that this incident never happened. Officially. Legally. In every way that matters." Fudge met his eyes, and for just a moment, beneath the bluster and the sweat and the desperate need to make this go away, there was something almost shrewd. "Broderick, think about who would use this information if it got out. I'm not talking about the prophet. I'm talking about Malfoy. Not the old families. The ones who smiled at their trials and walked free." Bode was quiet. "If they learn that Potter's magical core is this powerful, at 7, what do you think they'd do? They'd want to control him. Shape him. Turn him into a weapon for when their master returns, and don't tell me he won't, I've read the intelligence reports, I know what Dumbledore believes. They'd want the boy, and they'd move heaven and earth to get him." It was, perhaps, the most intelligent thing Cornelius Fudge had ever said. It was also entirely self-serving, because a scandal involving the boy who lived would end his career, and the prospect of political death focused Fudge's mind the way nothing else could. "Obliviate your team," Fudge said. "Seal the file. This incident never happened." Bode opened his mouth. Closed it. Nodded once, stiffly, and left. The file was created, sealed, and locked in a cabinet in the Department of Mysteries that required 3 separate keys to open, one held by the minister, one by the head of the Department of Mysteries, and one by the Director of Magical Law Enforcement. Amelia Bones kept her key on a chain around her neck. That night, alone in her office at the ministry, she sat at her desk and wrote in a journal she kept locked in a drawer warded with 7 separate protective enchantments. July 14, 1987. Privet Drive Incident. Harry James Potter, age 7. Full human transfiguration, accidental magic. Subject, Dudley Dursley, cousin. Reversal required specialist team, 4 wizards, 1 hour. Child is malnourished, bruised, sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs. Has never been told anything true about his parents. Living conditions constitute criminal neglect at minimum, abuse at probable. Dumbledore insists the blood wards require his continued placement with the Dursleys. Fudge insists the incident be classified alpha and buried. I was overruled on both counts. I have placed independent monitoring charms on the residents. I will check them weekly. The boy asked me not to make him forget me. He said I was the first grown-up who listened. She put down her quill and pressed her hands flat on the desk and breathed very carefully for a long time. Then she wrote one more line. I will not forget him. And when the time comes, I will make this right. Whatever it costs. She closed the journal. Locked the drawer. Warded it. And sat in the dark of her office with her hands folded and her monocle catching the faint light from the corridor, and thought about a 7-year-old boy in a cupboard who didn't even have a drawing of his mother anymore. At number 4, Privet Drive, the Dursleys slept. The obliviation had taken hold smoothly. Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley all remembered a perfectly normal Tuesday. Park. Ice cream. Television. Bed. But memory is a strange thing. The conscious mind can be wiped clean, but the body remembers. The subconscious remembers. And in the deep, unreachable places where magic and instinct intertwine, the truth leaves marks that no spell can fully erase. Vernon woke at 2 in the morning from a dream he couldn't remember, except that it involved pigs and he was drenched in cold sweat. He got up, went downstairs for a glass of water, and paused in the hallway outside the cupboard under the stairs. He stood there for almost a minute, staring at the small door, and felt something he couldn't name, a queasy, lurching sensation, as if the ground had shifted beneath his feet. Fear. Raw, animal, sourceless fear of whatever was behind that door. He went back to bed and didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Petunia, in her own dreams, heard a pig squealing. She heard it from very far away, as if it were coming from the bottom of a well, and in the dream she was running toward the sound, but the hallway kept getting longer and the squealing kept getting louder and she couldn't reach him. She gasped awake, clutching the blankets, and the first thing she did was go to Dudley's room and stand in his doorway, watching him sleep. He was fine. He was her boy. He was fine. But she stood there for 20 minutes anyway, and when she finally went back to bed, she locked the cupboard door with an extra bolt she'd been meaning to install for weeks. Dudley slept without dreaming. But in the morning, when Petunia served bacon for breakfast, he looked at it for a long time and then said he wasn't hungry, and neither Petunia nor Vernon could explain the chill that went through them when he said it. And Harry. Harry lay on his thin mattress in his cupboard under the stairs. The obliviation had taken his memories of the afternoon, the park, the pig, the woman with the monocle, and replaced them with a gray, fuzzy blankness, like a television tuned to a dead channel. But Harry's mind was not an ordinary mind. It was the mind of a boy who had survived the killing curse, whose magical core was so powerful it had rewritten human biology at age 7, whose scar connected him to the darkest wizard of the century. And obliviation, for all its power, was designed for ordinary minds. The memories didn't surface. Not clearly. Not as images or words or coherent thoughts. They came as feelings. A sense of grass under his knees. A woman's voice, steady and kind. The word promise. A warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with being, for one brief moment, seen. He pressed his hand to the mattress where the hole was, where the drawing used to be. It was gone. He couldn't remember exactly what had happened to it, the gray blankness swallowed the details, but he knew it was gone, and he knew he'd lost something else too, something important, something he couldn't name. He lay in the dark and listened to the house settle around him. The pipes groaned. The refrigerator hummed. Margaret the spider continued her patient work in the corner. Something had changed. Harry couldn't have explained it, didn't have the words or the framework. But the magic inside him, the wild, unnamed force that had always been there, crackling under his skin like static, felt different tonight. Larger. Deeper. As if a door had opened somewhere inside him and hadn't quite closed again. He held up his hand in the darkness. He couldn't see it, but he could feel it, a faint tingling in his fingertips, a warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. He thought, light. And there, in the cupboard under the stairs, in a house where he was hated and hungry and alone, a small, steady glow appeared in Harry Potter's palm. Not bright. No brighter than a candle. But warm, and real, and his. He stared at it for a long time. Then he closed his hand, and the light went out, and he lay in the dark and thought about a promise he couldn't remember. 3 years later, on the morning of his 11th birthday, Harry Potter would receive a letter delivered by Owl to number 4, Privet Drive. He would learn that he was a wizard, and that there was a school, and that the world was larger and stranger and more wonderful than he had ever imagined. But the world was also crueler, and more political, and more cowardly than he imagined. There was a file in a locked cabinet in the Department of Mysteries with his name on it. There was a minister who had built a career on pretending it didn't exist. There was a woman with a monocle who checked her monitoring charms every week and counted the days until she could act. There was an old man in a castle who believed that suffering was the price of safety and had never had to pay it himself. And there was a boy in a cupboard with a light in his hand that no one had taught him to make, and a crack in his memory where a promise used to be, and a power inside him that was growing, every day, every night, in the dark, in the silence, in the space between one heartbeat and the next. The pig was gone. Dudley was a boy again. The file was sealed. The incident had been erased from every mind and every record that mattered. But magic has a memory of its own. And some things, once broken, can never be fully covered up. Chapter 2, The Cupboard remembers the lock on the cupboard door clicked open at 5:47 in the morning, 13 minutes before Petunia's knuckles would rap against the wood. Harry lay still on his mattress, eyes closed, listening to the tiny mechanical sound of the bolt sliding back, a sound no one else in the house could hear, because no one else in the house had made it happen. He'd figured out locks when he was 8. It had started with frustration. A Sunday afternoon, Vernon and Petunia and Dudley gone to Aunt Marge's, Harry locked in the cupboard with a cheese sandwich and a glass of water that was supposed to last until evening. He'd needed the toilet. He'd needed it badly, and the bolt was on the outside, and no amount of pushing or pulling would move it from within. So he'd pressed his hand flat against the door and thought about it. Not in words, words came later, but in shapes. The bolt was a simple thing. A flat bar of metal in a track. It wanted to slide. Metal always wanted to slide, he could feel it in the grain of the thing, the way you could feel which direction a piece of wood wanted to split. He just had to push. The bolt had shot back so hard it left a dent in the wall. He'd been more careful after that. Gentle. Like turning a dial instead of throwing a switch. By the time he was 9, he could open the lock without touching the door at all, just lying on his mattress and reaching out with that warm, tingling something in his mind and nudging the metal sideways. By 10, he could do it in his sleep, and sometimes did, waking to find the door cracked open and the hallway dark and silent beyond. He never left the cupboard when he opened it. Not at night. The lock was practice, not escape. Escape was a bigger problem, one he hadn't solved yet, and he'd learned early that small freedoms, the freedom to open a door, to make a light, to move a cup across a table when no one was watching, were more valuable than grand gestures. Grand gestures got you noticed. Being noticed at Privet Drive was never, ever good. The lock clicked. Harry opened his eyes. In the darkness of the cupboard, he held up his right hand, and a small orb of pale light bloomed above his palm. He'd been doing this for 3 years now, his oldest trick, his most reliable one, and it still gave him a quiet thrill. Not because it was impressive. He could do much more impressive things. But because it was his. The first thing he'd ever made that no one could take away. He examined his hand in the light. Thin fingers, knobby knuckles, a scar on his index finger from a grease burn 2 years ago. He closed his fist and the light went out and he lay in the dark for the remaining 11 minutes, listening to the house. Vernon was snoring. A deep, rumbling, tectonic sound that vibrated through the floorboards above the cupboard. Petunia was awake. Harry could hear her moving in the bedroom, the soft pad of her feet, the creak of the wardrobe door. Dudley was still asleep. Dudley was always asleep at this hour. Dudley would remain asleep until Petunia physically shook him awake, which she would do at precisely 7 o'clock with the gentle cooing tone she reserved exclusively for her son, as if he were a baby bird rather than a 10-year-old who weighed more than most adults. Rap rap rap. Up. Harry pushed open the cupboard door before Petunia could say anything else. She was standing in the hallway in her dressing gown, and she flinched, a tiny, involuntary jerk of her shoulders, the way she always flinched when she saw him first thing in the morning. She'd been doing it for as long as Harry could remember. He used to think she flinched because he was ugly, or dirty, or wrong in some fundamental way that he couldn't see. Now he thought it was something else. He didn't know what, exactly, but the flinch had the quality of someone who touched a hot stove once and couldn't stop jerking their hand away even years later. "Breakfast," she said, not meeting his eyes. "Eggs. Sausages. Don't burn anything." "I know." She flinched again. Harry walked past her into the kitchen. He was 10 years old. He would be 11 at the end of July, not that anyone in the house would acknowledge it. He was still small for his age, the smallest in his class at school, a fact that Dudley and his gang exploited with enthusiasm, but he'd started to grow into his features in a way that made him look less like a malnourished child and more like a lean, watchful boy who happened to be built on a smaller scale than his peers. His hair was a permanent disaster, black and wild, sticking up in ways that no comb or water could tame. His eyes were very green behind the round glasses he'd worn since he was 5, when a school nurse had noticed him squinting at the blackboard and the Dursleys had been shamed into buying him the cheapest pair the optician carried. The glasses were held together with tape. They'd been held together with tape for 2 years, since Dudley had punched him in the face during a game of Harry hunting and the frame had snapped. Harry could have fixed them. He was fairly certain he could have fixed them. He'd repaired a cracked mug once, running his fingers along the fracture and feeling it seal shut like a zipper, but he didn't. The tape was useful. It made him look helpless, forgettable, like a boy who couldn't even keep his glasses intact. People who looked helpless were underestimated, and being underestimated was the closest thing to safety he'd found. He cracked eggs into the pan. 4 for Dudley. 2 for Vernon. 1 for Petunia. 1 for himself, if there were enough, which there usually were on weekdays because Vernon had a schedule and schedules meant predictability and predictability meant Harry could plan. Planning was new. Not the act itself, he'd always been calculating, the way prey animals are calculating, constantly measuring distances and escape routes, but the ambition of his planning had changed in the last year. He'd started thinking beyond the next meal, the next chore, the next avoiding Dudley's fist. He'd started thinking about what he could do. The list was longer than anyone would have believed. He could unlock doors. He could make light. He could move objects, small ones, at first, pens and coins and buttons, and then larger ones, books, chairs, once the entire kitchen table 3 inches to the left when Vernon had been about to slam his hand down on Harry's fingers. He could heat things and cool things. He could make himself hard to notice, not invisible, not exactly, but slippery, difficult to focus on, so that people's eyes slid over him like water over glass. He'd used this one at school, when Dudley's gang was hunting him, and they'd walked right past him standing in plain sight against a brick wall. He could talk to snakes. This one had surprised him. He'd discovered it in the garden last summer, weeding Petunia's flower beds, when a small grass snake had emerged from beneath the hydrangeas and he'd said, without thinking, without choosing to, "Hello." And the snake had stopped, and tilted its head, and said, in a voice like dry leaves rustling, "Hello yourself. You're warm. I like warm things." They'd had a conversation. A real conversation. The snake, whose name, as far as Harry could translate, was something like Slip Green, had told him about the garden from a snake's perspective, the best sunning spots, the places where the soil held warmth longest, the cat 3 houses over who was a menace. Harry had told Slip Green about the cupboard, and Slip Green had expressed sympathy in the way snakes did, which was to say he'd offered to bite anyone Harry wanted bitten, and Harry had declined politely. He hadn't told anyone about any of it. There was no one to tell. He had no friends at school. Dudley's campaign of terror had ensured that anyone who got close to Harry received Dudley's attention, and Dudley's attention was measured in bruises. He had no adults in his life who cared. Mrs. Figg, the cat-smelling woman down the street who sometimes watched him, was kind in a vague, distracted way, but she never asked him real questions and he never gave her real answers. So he practiced alone, at night, in the cupboard. And during the day, he watched, and he waited, and he planned. He didn't know what he was planning for. That was the frustrating part. He knew he had power, real, substantial power that seemed to grow a little stronger every month, but he didn't know what it was, or where it came from, or why the Dursleys were so terrified of it. Because they were terrified. He'd figured this out at 9, during one of Vernon's rages. Harry had broken a plate, and Vernon had come at him with that purple-faced, vein-throbbing fury, and Harry had stood his ground instead of cowering, and he'd looked at Vernon, just looked at him, and Vernon had stopped. Mid-stride. Like he'd walked into a wall. His face had gone from purple to white in 3 seconds, and he turned and left the room without saying a word. After that, Harry had started testing. Small experiments. Controlled. Scientific. He'd look at Vernon a certain way during dinner and note the response. He'd let his anger show, just a flicker, just a spark, and watch Petunia's hand start shaking. He'd walk past Dudley in the hallway and not move aside, and Dudley, who outweighed him by 60 pounds and had never in his life moved aside for anyone, would flatten himself against the wall. They were afraid of him. All 3 of them. And they didn't know why. Harry did the washing up after breakfast, then swept the kitchen, then mopped the hallway, then went outside to weed the garden. It was a warm morning in late June, the sky a hazy blue, the street quiet. Number 4 Privet Drive's garden was, like everything else about the house, maintained to a standard of perfection that existed primarily for the benefit of the neighbors. Petunia's roses were pruned to mathematical precision. The lawn was a uniform green. The edges were cut with the kind of exactness that suggested someone was measuring them with a ruler, which Petunia was. Harry knelt in the flower bed and pulled weeds. This was one of the chores he didn't mind. The garden was quiet, the soil was warm, and the plants responded to him in ways that the Dursleys would have found horrifying. The roses grew faster when he touched them. The weeds came out easier, as if the earth itself was loosening its grip on them at his approach. And sometimes, if he was alone and sure no one was watching, he'd press his palm flat against the soil and listen, and the garden would tell him things, not in words, but in feelings. Thirsty here. Root rot there. Aphids on the south side. He was pulling a stubborn dandelion when the feeling hit him. It came without warning, a sudden, sharp sensation in his forehead, right where the scar was. Not pain, exactly. More like a tuning. Like someone had struck a bell inside his skull and it was resonating at a frequency he could feel in his teeth. He gasped and sat back on his heels, pressing his hand to the scar, and for 3 disorienting seconds the world seemed to shift, the colors going too bright, the sounds going too sharp, as if someone had turned up the contrast on reality. Then it passed, and the morning was normal again, and Harry was kneeling in the flower bed with dirt on his knees and his heart racing. This wasn't new either. The scar had been doing this for months, little flares, little pulses, always unexpected, always brief. Sometimes they came with images, a flash of green light, a high cold laugh, a room he didn't recognize. Sometimes they came with feelings that didn't belong to him, a hunger, a rage, a desperate longing that felt too large and too dark for a 10-year-old's body. He didn't understand the scar. He didn't understand any of it. But he was patient, and he was observant, and he filed each episode away in the mental catalog he'd been building for years, the catalog of strange things that happened to Harry Potter, organized by type, frequency, and intensity, like a scientist logging data points for an experiment whose hypothesis he hadn't yet formed. He went back to pulling weeds. 300 miles north, in a castle that most people couldn't see even if they were standing right in front of it, Albus Dumbledore was staring at a small silver instrument on his desk that was doing something it had never done before. The instrument was one of many. Dumbledore's office was filled with them, whirring, clicking, puffing, spinning devices of arcane purpose that most visitors assumed were decorative. They were not. Each one was a monitoring device, calibrated to detect specific magical phenomena, and the one currently claiming his attention was tuned to the blood wards at Privet Drive. It was spinning. Not the gentle, lazy rotation that indicated the wards were stable, but a rapid, erratic whirl that made the device wobble on its spindly legs. Every few seconds it would emit a thin stream of silver smoke that formed a shape, always the same shape, before dissolving. The shape was a lightning bolt. Dumbledore watched it for a long time. Then he opened a drawer, pulled out a thick file of parchment, and added a note to the document on top, June 23, 1991. Ward fluctuation. 7th occurrence this month. Pattern consistent with sustained, deliberate magical practice by the protected subject. Estimated power output exceeds parameters by factor of 3. He put down his quill and leaned back in his chair. Fawkes, the phoenix perching on his stand by the window, made a low, musical sound, not quite a song, not quite a question. "I know," Dumbledore said quietly. "I know." He'd been watching the readings change for 2 years. Slowly at first, a spike here, an anomaly there, the kind of fluctuations that could be attributed to normal developmental surges in a magical child approaching puberty. But the pattern had accelerated in the last 6 months, and the readings had moved from unusual to concerning to something Dumbledore didn't have a word for because he had never, in 110 years of studying magic, seen anything like it. Harry Potter was practicing magic. Not accidental magic, deliberate magic. Without a wand, without training, without even knowing what he was doing. He was feeling his way through it the way a blind person learns a room, by touch and instinct and repetition, and he was getting better at it, and the blood wards were responding to his growing power like a tuning fork held next to a loudspeaker. Dumbledore had considered intervening. He'd written 3 separate letters to Harry, explanatory, reassuring, designed to introduce the concept of magic and the wizarding world in gentle, age-appropriate terms, and he'd burned all 3. The boy wasn't ready. The situation wasn't ready. Harry needed to arrive at Hogwarts as a newcomer, wide-eyed and overwhelmed and grateful, because a grateful child was a cooperative child and a cooperative child could be guided and shaped and, Dumbledore caught himself. He removed his half-moon spectacles and rubbed his eyes, and for a moment he looked every one of his 110 years. This was the part that kept him awake at night, the calculations. The quiet, constant calculus of acceptable losses and necessary sacrifices and greater goods. He was so accustomed to it that he sometimes forgot to notice when the calculation stopped being strategy and started being something colder. He was using a child. He could dress it up in any language he liked, protecting, preparing, positioning, but underneath the rhetoric, the truth was simple and ugly. He was using a boy who slept in a cupboard and had never been loved. Fawkes sang again, a long, piercing note that vibrated in Dumbledore's chest. "You're right," Dumbledore said. "You're always right. And I'm always sorry, and it never changes anything." He put his spectacles back on and returned to his paperwork. For floors below, in a dungeon office that smelled of pickled specimens and old smoke, Severus Snape was grading end-of-term potions essays with the enthusiasm of a man pulling teeth. His own teeth, preferably. The essays were uniformly terrible. The sixth years had somehow managed to get worse over the course of the year, which he wouldn't have thought possible if he hadn't been teaching for nearly a decade and learned that the capacity for human mediocrity was essentially infinite. He slashed a red line through a paragraph that confused aconite with asphodel, again, and was reaching for the next essay when a knock came at his door. Enter. The door opened and Minerva McGonagall stepped in, holding a sheaf of parchment. She looked the way she always looked, severe, upright, tartaned, but there was something in her expression that made Snape set down his quill. Minerva. Severus. The acceptance letters are going out next week. I wanted to confirm the list. She set the parchment on his desk. There are 43 incoming first years. Typical number. The usual families, for the most part. But one name you should be aware of. She didn't need to say it. Snape's eyes had already found the name on the list, because his eyes always found that name, the way a compass needle always found north. Potter, Harry James. 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He stared at it. His face, already pale, already sharp, already arranged in the expression of general contempt that was his default setting, went very still. I thought you should have time to prepare, McGonagall said carefully. Prepare. He said the word like it tasted of something foul. You mean you thought you should warn me, so I don't hex the boy on sight? The thought had crossed my mind. Your concern is touching and unnecessary. I am perfectly capable of handling a child. McGonagall gave him a look that suggested she had significant doubts about this but was too polite to enumerate them. He's Lily's son, Severus. The stillness in Snape's face deepened. Something shifted behind his eyes, something raw and old and carefully buried, and then it was gone, replaced by the familiar mask of cold indifference. He's James Potter's son. I'm sure he'll be every bit as arrogant and entitled as his father. You don't know that. I know genetics. McGonagall sighed, the sigh of a woman who had been having variations of this argument for 10 years and had long since given up hope of winning it. He's been living with Muggles, Severus. Lily's sister. The Hogwarts letter will be his first contact with the magical world. Then I'm sure he'll be delightfully ignorant as well. How refreshing. I thought you should know, she repeated, and left. Snape sat in his dungeon office and looked at the name on the list. Potter, Harry James. He could see, in his mind's eye, with terrible clarity, a girl with red hair and green eyes standing in a sunlit field, laughing at something he'd said, and the memory hurt the way it always hurt, not sharply, not anymore, but deeply, in the place where he kept everything he'd lost. Lily's son. Coming to Hogwarts. He picked up his quill, pulled the next essay toward him, and slashed through a sentence with enough force to tear the parchment. In London, in a cramped office on level 2 of the Ministry of Magic, Nymphadora Tonks was having the worst day of her professional career, which was saying something because her professional career was only 3 months old and had already included being set on fire, stunned by her own trainer, and accidentally transfiguring her own nose into a beak during a stealth exercise. Tonks, never Nymphadora, she had hexed the last person who called her that, was 21 years old, freshly graduated from Auror training, and possessed of 2 qualities that defined her existence, an extraordinary magical talent for metamorphmagery, and an equally extraordinary talent for tripping over things. Today's catastrophe involved both. She'd been filing. Filing was the lowest rung on the Auror ladder, the task given to junior Aurors as a combination of punishment, hazing, and genuine administrative necessity, because the DMLE's filing system was a disaster that predated the Statute of Secrecy and had only gotten worse since. The archive room on sublevel 3 was a labyrinth of shelves, cabinets, and boxes that seemed to rearrange themselves when you weren't looking, and Tonks had been down there for 6 hours, trying to alphabetize a backlog of case files from 1986 while her hair cycled through irritated shades of orange and red. She tripped over a box. This was inevitable. Tonks tripped over everything, but the box she tripped over was not supposed to be there. It was a small iron box, heavy, sealed with a charm that hummed against her fingers when she touched it, and it had been sitting behind a cabinet in a section of the archive that was supposed to be empty. She picked it up. Turned it over. Found no label, no markings, no identification of any kind. The sealing charm was strong, much stronger than the standard archival wards, and it tingled with a particular signature that Tonks recognized from her training. Alpha classification. Minister's authorization required. She said, to no one in particular. She should have put it back. She knew she should have put it back. Alpha classified materials were above her pay grade, above her clearance level, above the pay grade and clearance level of everyone she knew except possibly her boss's boss's boss. Touching one without authorization was a disciplinary offense. Opening one was a crime. But Tonks had a problem, which was the same problem that had gotten her into trouble at Hogwarts, gotten her into trouble during Auror training, and would continue to get her into trouble for the rest of her life. She was pathologically, irresistibly, self-destructively curious. She didn't open it. She had enough sense for that. But she turned it over in her hands and felt the charm pulse against her skin, and she memorized the way it felt, the specific magical frequency, the layered wards, the signature of the caster, and then she put it back behind the cabinet and stood there chewing her lip and thinking. Alpha classified. Hidden in an archive section that was supposed to be empty. No label. No identification. Someone had put this here deliberately, somewhere it wouldn't be found through normal channels. Or they'd put it somewhere they thought it wouldn't be found, and hadn't counted on a clumsy junior Auror tripping over it. She went back to her filing. But that night, at home in her flat in London, a tiny, cluttered space above a muggle chip shop that smelled perpetually of grease and vinegar, she sat cross-legged on her bed and thought about the box. She thought about it for 3 days. On the 4th day, she went to see Amelia Bones. The director of magical law enforcement had an office on the 2nd floor that was, like the woman herself, functional, unadorned, and slightly intimidating. Tonks had been inside it exactly once, during her orientation, when Bones had shaken her hand and said, "Don't trip on anything important," which Tonks had taken as either a joke or a prophecy. She knocked. A voice said, "Enter." She entered. She tripped on the threshold. Bones looked up from her desk with an expression of weary patience. Auror Tonks. Director. Tonks righted herself, smoothed her robes, and willed her hair to stop cycling through embarrassed shades of pink. "I found something in the sub-level 3 archives. I wasn't sure who to report it to." "What did you find?" "A sealed box. Iron. Alpha classification. No label, no markings. It was hidden behind a cabinet in section 12, which is supposed to be cleared out." Bones's expression didn't change. But something happened behind her eyes, a flicker, a tightening, a fractional narrowing that Tonks wouldn't have noticed if she hadn't been trained to read faces. "Show me," Bones said, and stood up. They went down to sub-level 3 together. Tonks led the way through the labyrinth, tripping twice more, once on a loose flagstone and once on literally nothing, until they reached section 12 and the cabinet behind which the box was hidden. Bones pulled it out. She held it in both hands and stared at it, and Tonks watched her face and saw something she didn't expect. Recognition. "Director? Do you know what this is?" Bones didn't answer immediately. She turned the box over, ran her fingers along the sealing charm, and her jaw tightened. When she spoke, her voice was carefully neutral. "This is a classified file that should be in the Department of Mysteries. It is not supposed to be here." "How did it get here?" "That is an excellent question." Bones looked at Tonks. Studied her, really, the kind of evaluating, measuring look that made Tonks want to stand up straighter and stop fidgeting. "Auror Tonks, what do you know about the accidental magic reversal protocols?" "Standard stuff. Detection, containment, reversal, obliviation. We covered it in training. And if a case of accidental magic was significant enough to warrant alpha classification, which has happened exactly 4 times in the last century, where would the file be stored? Department of Mysteries. Triple-locked cabinet. Requires 3 keys. 3 keys held by the minister, the head of the Department of Mysteries, and Tonks paused. And the director of magical law enforcement. Bones held up the box. I have my key. The minister has his. The head of the Department of Mysteries has his. This box requires all 3 to open, which means it should be impossible for anyone to have moved it here without all 3 of us knowing. Unless someone made a copy. Bones looked at her sharply. What? A copy of the file, not the keys. If someone wanted insurance, wanted to make sure the file existed somewhere outside the official system, somewhere it could be found if things went sideways, they might duplicate the contents and hide them somewhere accessible. An archive section that's supposed to be empty would be perfect. Out of the way, but findable, if you knew where to look. She paused. Or if you tripped over it. Bones was quiet for a long moment. That's very astute reasoning for a junior Auror who's been on the job for 3 months. My mum always said I think too much. Your mother is Andromeda Black. Tonks. Andromeda Tonks. I knew her at school. She was the smartest person in her year, and that year included several people who went on to do genuinely remarkable things. Bones paused. Also several people who went on to do genuinely terrible things, but that's the Black family for you. Tonks waited. She could feel that this conversation was balanced on a knife's edge, that Bones was deciding something, weighing something, measuring Tonks against a standard that she couldn't see. Or Tonks, I'm going to tell you something that is classified at the highest level. If you repeat it to anyone at all, including your mother, your friends, your fellow Aurors, you will lose your badge and quite possibly your freedom. Do you understand? Yes, Director. 3.5 years ago, a 7-year-old boy performed a full human-to-animal transfiguration through accidental magic. The subject, his cousin, was fully transformed into a pig. The reversal required a specialist team of 4 wizards and took over an hour. The incident was classified Alpha and sealed on the direct orders of Minister Fudge. Tonks stared at her. Her hair, which had finally settled to a calm brown, flickered to shocked white. That's not possible. That's what the specialist team said. And then they were obliviated. But a 7-year-old, full human transfig, that's an EWT level at minimum, and even then most adults can't. Who was the kid? Bones looked at her. Just looked. And Tonks felt the ground shift beneath her feet, because there was only one child in the wizarding world whose accidental magic would warrant alpha classification and a ministerial cover-up. Oh, Tonks said. Her voice was very small. Oh, Bones agreed. Harry Potter turned his cousin into a pig. At age 7. While being starved, beaten, and kept in a cupboard under the stairs by his Muggle relatives. Tonks's hair went red. Not the embarrassed pink of earlier, a deep, angry red, the color of fresh blood. And Fudge covered it up. Fudge covered it up. Dumbledore sanctioned it. I was overruled. Bones's voice was flat, controlled, the voice of a woman who had spent 3.5 years containing a rage that had never diminished. I've been monitoring the boy since. He's alive. He's surviving. His Hogwarts letter goes out next week. And you've been waiting. I've been waiting. And I've been gathering evidence. Not just about the Privet Drive incident, about the cover-up itself. Who authorized it, who carried it out, who was obliviated, who benefited. She held up the box. This copy shouldn't exist. Someone inside the Department of Mysteries made it and hid it here, which means someone else knows what happened and wanted a backup. I need to find out who. And you're telling me this because Because you found the box, which means you're either very lucky or very unlucky, and in either case you're involved now. And because I need someone I can trust who isn't connected to the original incident. Someone junior enough to be invisible but smart enough to be useful. She paused. And because your mother was the only black with a conscience, which gives me reason to believe the apple didn't fall far. Tonks stood in the dim, dusty archive, holding a secret that could blow the ministry apart, and felt something she'd never felt before in her 3 months as an Auror. Purpose. Real, sharp, dangerous purpose. What do you need me to do? For now, nothing. Watch. Listen. Learn the filing systems, learn the archive, learn who has access to what. When the time comes, and it will come, soon, I'll need you to pull threads. Quietly. Carefully. Without anyone noticing. I can do that. Well. The quiet and careful part might be a challenge. I'm not exactly known for subtlety. Then learn. Quickly. Bones tucked the box inside her robes. And Tonks? Don't trip over anything else classified. My nerves can't take it. The last week of June slid into the first week of July, and at number 4, Privet Drive, the atmosphere was doing what it always did as Harry's birthday approached, curdling. The Dursleys didn't celebrate Harry's birthday. They didn't acknowledge it. July 31st was, in the Dursley household calendar, a day that simply didn't exist, a blank space between July 30th and August 1st, an anomaly in the fabric of time that was best handled by pretending it wasn't there. But the approach of the date always put Vernon and Petunia on edge in ways they couldn't articulate, a low-grade anxiety that manifested as increased snapping at Harry, increased indulgence of Dudley, and an increased consumption of brandy after Dudley went to bed. Harry noticed. Harry always noticed. He was in the garden again. It was a Thursday, warm and overcast, the kind of English summer day that couldn't decide if it wanted to rain, when Dudley found him. Dudley at 10 was a marvel of excess. He'd grown outward rather than upward, expanding in all directions like a balloon being slowly inflated, and his face had taken on the quality of risen dough, soft, pale, shapeless, with 2 small eyes pressed into it like raisins. He'd recently taken up boxing, which Vernon had encouraged with the proud declaration that the boy's got a natural right hook, and he'd been practicing on Harry whenever the opportunity presented itself, which was often. But not today. Today, Dudley stopped at the edge of the garden and stood there, watching Harry weed, and there was something in his posture that Harry didn't recognize. Hesitation. What do you want? Harry said, not looking up. Nothing. Then go away. Dudley didn't go away. He stood there, shifting his weight from foot to foot, and Harry glanced up and saw the expression on his cousin's face and felt a prickle of something unexpected. Curiosity. You're doing that thing, Dudley said. What thing? The thing where the plants move. When you touch them. Harry's hands went still. He looked down. A rose bush he'd been weeding around had, without his noticing, turned its blooms toward him like small, fragrant satellite dishes. He pulled his hand away and the roses slowly drifted back to their original positions. I don't know what you're talking about. I've seen you do it before. The plants like you. They move when you're near them. Dudley's voice was strange, not the usual bully's bark, but something quieter, almost hushed. Dad says it's freakish. Mum pretends she doesn't see it. Harry stood up slowly. He and Dudley looked at each other across the flower bed, and for the first time in their lives, the silence between them wasn't filled with the threat of violence. Are you going to tell them? Harry said. Tell them what? I don't even know what it is. Dudley crossed his arms over his enormous chest. I have these dreams. About you. You're doing something, I can never remember what, and I'm scared. In the dreams. I'm really scared of you. His face twisted, as if admitting to fear physically pained him. Why would I be scared of you? You're tiny. Harry looked at his cousin, really looked, past the doughy face and the small mean eyes and the 10 years of cruelty, and saw something he'd never seen before. Confusion. Genuine confusion, the kind that comes from sensing a truth your conscious mind can't access. The obliviation. Harry didn't know about it, couldn't know about it, but some part of him, some deep, instinctive part that operated below the level of conscious thought, recognized what it was seeing. Dudley's subconscious remembered. The pig. The terror. The moment when reality broke and his cousin, the small, helpless, kickable cousin, turned out to be something else entirely. "I don't know why you'd be scared of me," Harry said, which was true in the literal sense and a lie in every other one. Dudley stared at him for a moment longer, then shook his head as if clearing water from his ears and walked away. At the gate, he turned back. "I'm not scared of you," he said, in a voice that was trying very hard to be his father's. "You're a freak and a waste of space and I'm not scared of you." "Okay," Harry said. Dudley left. Harry knelt back down in the flower bed, and the roses turned toward him again, and he thought about fear, and memory, and the dreams he had himself, dreams of green light, of a woman's voice, of strangers in robes who had come and gone and left something behind. A feeling. A promise. A crack in the gray blankness where something important used to be. He pressed his palm to the earth and felt the garden's slow, deep pulse, the movement of water through roots, the stretch of stems toward light, the patient, tireless work of growing. "What am I?" he whispered to the ground. The ground didn't answer. But a worm surfaced near his hand, and a robin landed on the fence 3 feet away, and the roses bent closer, and the magic inside him hummed like a plucked string, and in the absence of answers, these small recognitions were enough. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Not Harry's letter, that would come later. This was a different letter, carried not by owl but by interdepartmental memo, a pale purple paper airplane that sailed into Amelia Bones's office at 9:17 in the morning and unfolded itself on her desk with crisp efficiency. Director Bones, the Hogwarts acceptance letter for Harry J. Potter, Gilby, July 31, 1980, has been prepared for dispatch on July 24. Standard Muggle-born contact protocol will be followed, as the subject has no known wizarding guardian. Delivery method, Owl Post. Please advise if DMLE involvement is required. M. McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress Amelia read it twice. Then she pulled out the journal from her warded drawer and opened it to the most recent entry, her weekly monitoring report on Harry's status at Privet Drive. The monitoring charms told her specific things. Harry was alive, Harry was physically present in the house, Harry's magical signature was active and growing. They told her general things, the emotional temperature of the household, the frequency of raised voices, the approximate caloric intake of the house's inhabitants, a charm she'd designed herself, and which consistently showed 3 people eating well and 1 person eating barely enough to survive. What they didn't tell her, what no monitoring charm could tell her, was what Harry was becoming. She'd felt it, though. In the readings. The way his magical signature had changed over the past 3 years, from the wild, spiky pattern of uncontrolled accidental magic to something smoother, more deliberate, more shaped. As if the boy was teaching himself. As if he was taking the raw, chaotic force inside him and, with nothing but instinct and determination, learning to wield it. At 7, he'd turned a boy into a pig. At 10, she couldn't begin to guess what he was capable of. She picked up a quill and drafted 2 letters. The first was to McGonagall, short and professional, no DMLE involvement required for letter delivery. I will, however, be requesting a meeting with the subject shortly after his arrival at Hogwarts. Please inform the headmaster. The second letter was to Tonks. Even shorter, it's time. My office. Tonight. That evening, with the ministry quiet and the corridors empty, Amelia Bones laid out everything she had on her desk while Tonks sat across from her, hair cycling through nervous shades of purple. The original incident report, reconstructed from Amelia's personal notes. The monitoring charm data, 3 years of weekly readings. The copied file from the iron box, which Amelia had opened with her own key and found to contain a single sheet of parchment, Broderick Bode's personal assessment of Harry's magical capabilities, written before his obliviation and hidden, presumably, by Bode himself in a moment of conscience. The assessment was 4 paragraphs long. Tonks read it twice. The second time, her hands were shaking. He says the magical signature was layered, she said. 100 simultaneous castings, each reinforcing the others. He compares it to, I know what he compares it to. He compares it to Dumbledore. He says the only magical signature he's ever seen with that kind of complexity and power belongs to Albus Dumbledore. Tonks set down the parchment. And that was 3 years ago. When the kid was 7. Amelia nodded. What's he going to be like at 11? At 17? That's what I intend to find out. But first, I need to ensure he survives long enough to get there. Amelia tapped the monitoring data. The Dursleys' behavior has been escalating. Vernon's aggression is increasing. I've recorded 17 incidents of physical contact in the last month alone. The boy's caloric intake has dropped. And his magical signature is growing, which means the Dursleys are going to become more frightened, which means they're going to become more dangerous. Can't you just pull him out? Dumbledore won't allow it. The Blood Wards. With respect, Director, Dumbledore isn't the Director of Magical Law Enforcement. You are. And Dumbledore is the Chief Warlock, the Supreme Mugwump, and the only wizard alive who Voldemort ever feared. If I move against his wishes without ironclad political cover, I'll be removed from office within a week, and my replacement will bury this so deep it'll never surface. Tonks leaned back in her chair. So we need political cover. We need proof. Not just of the abuse, I have that. We need proof of the cover-up. Proof that Fudge deliberately concealed a child welfare crisis for political reasons. Proof that Dumbledore prioritized his own strategic calculations over the well-being of a child in his care. She paused. And we need it before someone else finds out what Harry Potter is capable of, because the moment that information leaks, the boy becomes a target. You think it'll leak? Someone made a copy of that file and hid it in our archives. Someone inside the Department of Mysteries cared enough, or was frightened enough, to create a backup. That means the information is not as contained as Fudge believes. And secrets, in my experience, have a half-life. They decay. They leak. They find their way to the people who are looking for them. People like Malfoy. People like Malfoy. People like Not. People like every former Death Eater sitting on the Wizengamot with a scrubbed record and a long memory. Amelia's voice was flat. If Lucius Malfoy learns that Harry Potter's magical core is potentially the most powerful scene in a generation, what do you think he does? Tonks was quiet for a moment. He tries to get close to the boy. Influence him. Shape him. Put him in his debt. Or he decides the boy is too dangerous to be allowed to grow up, and he arranges a quiet accident. Either way, Harry loses. So we protect him. We protect him. But we do it properly, not with Dumbledore's secret-keeping and Fudge's cover-ups, but with transparency and accountability and the full force of magical law. Amelia stood, pressing her palms to the desk. Harry Potter's Hogwarts letter goes out in 3 weeks. When he arrives at that school, I want to be ready. I want a dossier on every person who knew about the Privet Drive incident. I want a timeline of the cover-up. I want Bode's assessment authenticated and corroborated. And I want a legal brief establishing grounds for an inquiry into the minister's handling of classified child welfare cases. That's a lot. You have 3 weeks. I have 3 weeks and I'm one junior Auror who's been on the job for 3 months. You're one junior Auror with a metamorphmagus ability that makes you the best undercover operative in the department, a mother who was a black and taught you politics before you could walk, and, I suspect, a stubborn streak wide enough to drive a hippogriff through. Amelia looked at her. Am I wrong? Tonks grinned. It was a quick, fierce grin that transformed her face from uncertain to dangerous. "No, Director. You're not wrong. Then get to work." 2 weeks before his 11th birthday, Harry Potter was lying on his back in his cupboard at 2 in the morning, floating a marble above his face. The marble was green, a cat's eye he'd found in the gutter on the way home from school 6 months ago, scuffed and cloudy but still beautiful when you held it up to the light. It hovered 3 inches above his palm, rotating slowly, and Harry watched it and thought about gravity. Gravity was easy to beat. He'd figured that out early. It was the first big thing he'd learned to do, after locks and light. You just had to convince the object that falling wasn't the only option. Everything wanted to fall, the same way metal wanted to slide and plants wanted to grow, but wanting wasn't the same as having to, and if you pushed back against the wanting with something stronger, a feeling, an intention, will, the object would stay where you put it. He'd moved past marbles months ago. He could float books, shoes, plates. He'd floated himself once, briefly, accidentally, during a particularly intense practice session, rising 6 inches off his mattress before the shock of it broke his concentration and he crashed back down. He hadn't tried that again. Self-levitation felt different from object levitation, more complex, more dangerous, like the difference between juggling balls and juggling knives. But the marble was for something else tonight. Not floating. Changing. He'd been thinking about this for weeks. The floating, the unlocking, the light, those were all about affecting things that already existed. Moving them, opening them, illuminating them. But what if he could change them? What if he could take a green marble and make it blue? Take a round thing and make it square? Take a thing that was and make it into a thing that wasn't? He focused on the marble. Green, cloudy, scuffed. He held the image of it in his mind, every detail, and then, gently, carefully, the way he'd learned to do everything, he pushed. Not physically. Not even magically, exactly. It was more like, asking. Suggesting. What if you were blue? The marble flickered. A ripple of color passed through it, green to teal to something almost blue, and then snapped back to green. Harry exhaled. His head ached. A thin line of sweat ran down his temple. Close. Close, but not quite. The marble didn't want to be blue. It was green, in some fundamental way that went deeper than color, down to the molecular structure of the glass itself, and changing that structure required more than a suggestion. It required a conviction. An absolute, unshakable certainty that the marble was blue, had always been blue, would always be blue, a certainty strong enough to overwrite reality itself. He tried again. And again. And again. Each time, the marble flickered, shifted, almost changed, and each time, it snapped back. At 3:47 in the morning, on his 16th attempt, Harry held the marble in his mind and thought, "You are blue." Not as a wish. Not as a hope. As a fact. As certain and immutable as gravity, as the sunrise, as the knowledge that he was Harry and this was his cupboard and somewhere out there was a woman with red hair who had loved him. The marble turned blue. Not a flicker. Not a ripple. A complete, total, permanent transformation from green to deep, vivid, sapphire blue. Harry caught it as it dropped, his concentration had fractured with the shock, and held it up to the thin line of light under the door, and it was blue, he'd done it, he'd actually done it. He lay there holding his blue marble and grinning at the ceiling, and he couldn't know, that what he'd just done was called transfiguration, and that he'd just performed a version of it that most adult wizards needed a wand and an incantation and years of study to accomplish, and that the last time he'd done something like this, 3 years ago, an entire government department had mobilized to cover it up. He didn't know any of that. He just knew the marble was blue and he'd made it that way, and for a few perfect minutes, in the dark, in the cupboard, that was enough. Above him, in his bedroom, Vernon Dursley woke from a dream about pigs and sat up in bed, breathing hard. Petunia stirred beside him. "What is it?" "Nothing." Bad dream. Pigs again. Petunia was quiet for a moment. Then, I've been having them too. They lay in the dark, side by side, in a house where a boy they feared for reasons they couldn't remember was lying one floor below them, holding a marble he'd turned blue with his mind, and the distance between what they knew and what they felt had never been wider. The next morning, Harry found an owl sitting on the garden fence. It was a tawny owl, unremarkable except for the fact that it was sitting on a suburban garden fence at 7 in the morning, staring at Harry with the focused intensity of a creature on a mission. There was something tied to its leg, a roll of parchment, secured with a red wax seal. Harry looked at the owl. The owl looked at Harry. "That's for me, isn't it?" Harry said. The owl hooted. It was an affirmative kind of hoot. Harry glanced back at the house. The kitchen window was empty, Petunia was upstairs, Dudley was still asleep, Vernon had left for work. He crossed the garden, and the owl extended its leg with regal patience while Harry untied the parchment. It was heavy in his hands. Thick, creamy paper, not the cheap stuff from school, with a weight and texture that felt important. He broke the seal and unrolled it. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confide, of Wizards, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry read it. Read it again. Read it a third time, standing in the garden with the owl watching him and the roses leaning toward him and the blue marble in his pocket pressing against his thigh like a small, cool promise. He didn't gasp. He didn't cry. He didn't shout with joy or tremble with shock or do any of the things a normal child might do upon learning that magic was real and he was a wizard and there was a school where people like him went to learn. He smiled. A small, quiet, fierce smile that started at the corners of his mouth and worked its way up to his eyes, and for just a moment, a single, blazing moment, the magic inside him surged, and the garden bloomed. Every flower within 10 feet of him opened simultaneously, roses and daffodils and tulips and plants that shouldn't have been flowering in July, all of them turning their faces toward him like a congregation toward the sun. "I knew it," he whispered. "I knew it." The owl hooted again, as if to say, "Well, obviously." Harry rolled up the parchment, tucked it inside his shirt, and walked back into the house. He had a plan to make. He had a world to enter. And he had 17 days until his birthday, which, for the first time in his life, he was looking forward to. In the cupboard under the stairs, inside a hole in the mattress where a drawing of a red-haired woman used to live, a blue marble sat in the dark and caught the thin line of light from under the door, and glowed like a small, defiant star. Chapter 3, Letters and Lies. Harry didn't show them the letter. Not immediately. He had 17 days until his birthday and a lifetime of experience with the Dursleys, and both of these things told him that timing mattered more than truth. He sat in his cupboard that night with the parchment spread across his knees, reading it by the light in his palm. The supply list fascinated him, not the items themselves, though cauldrons and telescopes and dragon-hide gloves sounded properly magnificent, but what they implied. A world. A whole world, organized and structured and real, with shops where you bought wands and schools where you learned to use them. A world that had been there his entire life, just out of reach, just behind the curtain of the Dursleys' silence and fear. He read the name at the top again. Albus Dumbledore. The name meant nothing to him. None of the names meant anything. But the letter itself, the weight of the parchment, the precision of the green ink, the formality of the language, told him something important. Whoever these people were, they expected him. He had a place there. A seat with his name on it, waiting. The question was how to get to it. Vernon would destroy the letter if he found it. Harry was certain of this the way he was certain of gravity, it was simply a fact of life at Privet Drive. Anything connected to the strangeness, the freakishness, was to be eliminated with prejudice. Vernon had once thrown Harry's school artwork in the bin because the teacher had written, "Very imaginative," on it, and imagination, in Vernon's taxonomy of unforgivable qualities, ranked only slightly below magic. So Harry kept the letter hidden and spent the next 3 days doing what he did best, watching, listening, and thinking. He watched Vernon at dinner, the way his uncle's eyes kept drifting to the window as if expecting something, the way he flinched at the sound of wings when a pigeon landed on the roof. He watched Petunia, the way she checked the post 3 times a day, sorting through the letters with fingers that trembled slightly, her lips pressed into a line so thin they nearly disappeared. He watched Dudley, who was oblivious to everything except the television and the steady stream of snacks his mother ferried to him like offerings to a small, insatiable god. They were expecting something. Not the letter specifically, they couldn't know about that, but something. The approach of Harry's 11th birthday had wound them tighter than he'd ever seen, and on the 3rd night, lying in his cupboard listening to Vernon and Petunia's whispered argument in the kitchen above, he understood why. "Told us he'd come," Vernon was saying, his voice a low, furious hiss. "That old man, the one who left the letter with the boy, he said someone would come when the boy turned 11, keep your voice down, 11, Petunia. That's what the letter said. I read it before I burned it. A representative will make contact prior to the child's 11th birthday. That's now. That's this month. I know that. So what do we do? I won't have it, Petunia. I won't have freaks coming to this house, I won't have the neighbors seeing, we do what we've always done. We say no. We refuse. The boy isn't going to any school for freaks, and that's the end of it." Harry pressed his ear to the cupboard ceiling. His heart was beating very fast, but his mind was calm, the way it always went calm when he needed to think clearly. A letter left with him as a baby. A representative coming when he turned 11. The Dursleys had known. They'd known for 10 years that this was coming, and they'd never told him, and they were planning to refuse. He slipped out of the cupboard, the lock opened silently at his touch, and crept down the hallway to the kitchen door, which was ajar. Through the gap he could see Vernon pacing, his face the color of raw beef, and Petunia sitting at the table with her hands wrapped around a cup of tea she wasn't drinking. "We could go away," Vernon said. "Take a holiday. If they can't find us, they can't contact us. Don't be stupid. They found us before. They'll find us again. They always find people. Then we tell them no. Directly. To their faces. The boy is ours, legally, officially, and we say no." Petunia's face did something complicated. "He's not ours, Vernon. He's never been ours. He lives in our house. He eats our food. He lives in a cupboard and eats our scraps, and you know it." The words came out of Petunia in a rush, as if they'd been dammed up behind her teeth for years and the dam had cracked. Vernon stared at her. She stared back, and for a moment she looked like someone Harry didn't recognize, not the thin-lipped, disapproving woman who called him boy and flinched when he got too close, but someone older and sadder, someone who had made a choice a long time ago and was just now realizing what it had cost. The moment passed. Petunia's face closed like a door slamming shut. "We say no," she said. "That's all. We say no, and it's over." Harry went back to his cupboard and lay in the dark and thought about the word no and all the ways it could be broken. The 2nd letter arrived 2 days later. And the 3rd. And the 4th. They came by owl, always in the early morning, always addressed in the same green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The specificity of the address told Harry 2 things: whoever was sending these letters knew exactly where he slept, and they either didn't care about the implications or were making a deliberate point. Vernon intercepted the first duplicate. Harry was in the kitchen cooking breakfast when the letterbox rattled and Vernon went to collect the post and came back with a face like curdled milk, the Hogwarts envelope crumpled in his fist. "What is this?" He held it up, not to Harry but to Petunia, as if Harry were a piece of furniture that didn't merit direct address. "What in the bleeding hell is this?" Petunia went white. She snatched the letter and read the address, and her eyes darted to Harry and then away, quick as a flinch. "They know," she whispered. "They know where he sleeps. Of course they bloody know. They're watching us, Petunia, they've been watching us for 10 years with their owls and their Vernon." Not in front of the boy. Vernon looked at Harry. Harry looked back. He kept his expression blank, neutral, carefully innocent, but something in his gaze must have slipped, some flicker of the knowledge he'd been hoarding, because Vernon's face went from purple to white in a way that was becoming familiar. "You," Vernon said. His voice dropped, the way it always dropped before the worst moments. "You know something. You know what this is." "It's a letter," Harry said. "Addressed to me." "It's nothing." Vernon tore the envelope in half and threw the pieces on the floor. His hands were shaking. "There is no letter. There is no school. There is no magic," Harry said quietly. The word dropped into the kitchen like a stone into still water. Vernon stopped breathing. Petunia made a sound, a small, choked gasp, as if someone had stepped on her throat. Even Dudley, who had been shoveling cereal into his mouth with mechanical dedication, looked up. "I know what I am," Harry said. He said it calmly, without defiance, without anger, as a simple statement of fact. "I've known for years. I can do things. Move things. Change things. You know I can. You've always known." Vernon's mouth opened and closed. He looked like a fish pulled from water, gasping, panicked, unable to process the alien environment it suddenly found itself in. "You will not," Vernon said, and his voice was a low, trembling thing, "say that word in this house." "Magic," Harry said again. Vernon moved. He was a big man, 6 feet, 16 stone, with the thick neck and heavy arms of someone built for physical dominance, and he crossed the kitchen in 2 strides, his hand rising, his face contorted. Harry didn't flinch. He didn't step back. He looked at Vernon, and the air between them compressed, a pressure, a density, like the moment before a thunderclap, and Vernon's hand stopped 6 inches from Harry's face as if it had hit a wall. Which, in a sense, it had. Vernon pushed. His arm strained, his face went from white to purple and back to white, and his hand did not move. He was pressing against something invisible and immovable, something that existed because Harry wanted it to exist, and the realization of this, the physical, undeniable proof that the boy he'd been hitting for 10 years could stop him, broke something in Vernon Dursley's face. Fear. Raw, animal, uncontrollable fear, the kind that lives in the brainstem where rational thought can't reach. Harry let the barrier drop. Vernon stumbled forward, caught himself on the counter, and stood there breathing hard, staring at Harry with the wild eyes of a man confronted by something he fundamentally cannot understand. "I'm going to that school," Harry said. "I don't need your permission, and I don't need your help. But I am going." He picked up the torn pieces of the envelope from the floor, not because he needed them, but because he wanted Vernon to watch him do it, and walked out of the kitchen and back to his cupboard and closed the door behind him. His hands were shaking. Not with fear. With something else, something electric and alive, the aftershock of using his power openly for the first time, of standing his ground instead of bending, of saying "I know what I am" and meaning it. He pressed his palms flat against the mattress and breathed. In. Out. In. Out. The magic settled, the static faded, and in the quiet that followed, Harry allowed himself one small, private smile. Then the front door slammed hard enough to rattle the pictures on the walls, and Vernon's car roared to life in the drive, and Harry heard Petunia crying in the kitchen, thin, reedy sobs, the sound of a woman watching a script she'd rehearsed for a decade fall apart in real time. The letters kept coming. Vernon boarded up the letterbox. The letters came through the windows. He sealed the windows. They came under the door. He sealed the door and they came down the chimney, dozens of them, hundreds, fluttering into the living room like a blizzard of parchment while Dudley screamed and Petunia climbed on the furniture and Vernon stood in the middle of it all, swatting at envelopes with a golf club and howling profanities. Harry caught one out of the air, tucked it under his shirt, and retreated to his cupboard. He didn't need to open it, he already had the first one, but there was a satisfaction in holding it, in feeling the weight of a world that wanted him enough to send 100 letters to prove it. On the 5th day, Vernon cracked. "We're leaving," he announced at breakfast, wild-eyed, unshaven, wearing a suit he'd slept in. "Packing the car. Going north. They won't follow us. They can't follow us." Vernon, now, Petunia. They packed in 20 minutes. Vernon threw suitcases into the boot of his company car with the frantic energy of a man fleeing a natural disaster. Petunia packed Dudley's things with trembling hands. Dudley stood in the driveway eating a chocolate bar and looking bewildered. Nobody packed anything for Harry. He didn't expect them to. He went to his cupboard, retrieved the blue marble and the Hogwarts letter, put them in his pocket, and climbed into the back seat of the car next to Dudley, who pressed himself against the opposite door with an expression of deep unease. They drove north. Vernon drove like a man possessed, swerving through traffic, running amber lights, muttering under his breath about owls and letters and freaks. They drove for hours. Through London. Past Birmingham. Into the countryside, where the roads narrowed and the fields stretched green and empty under a grey sky. "Where are we going?" Dudley asked, for the 6th time. "Away," Vernon said. "Just away." They stopped at a grim hotel off the motorway. Stale air, stained carpet, a television bolted to the wall that received 3 channels. Vernon booked a room under a false name. Dursley was too distinctive, he said, though Harry suspected the real concern was more esoteric, and they ate a dinner of vending machine sandwiches and crisps in silence. Harry lay on the floor that night. The room had 2 beds, and naturally he was not allocated one, and stared at the ceiling and felt the hum of his magic and thought about what was coming. Because something was coming. He could feel it the way he could feel the weather, a pressure change in the atmosphere, a charge building toward discharge. The letters had been escalating, more of them, more insistent, more creative in their delivery, and the pattern suggested that whoever was behind them was running out of patience. At midnight, he felt it. A vibration in the air, not physical, not audible, but magical, a ripple in the fabric of something he had no name for. It was coming from the south. No, from everywhere. No, from one specific point, moving fast, getting closer. He sat up in the dark. Dudley was snoring on one bed. Vernon and Petunia were in the other, Vernon's arm thrown protectively over his wife in a gesture that was almost touching. Nobody stirred. Harry went to the window and looked out at the car park. Empty. The motorway hummed in the distance. Moths circled the floodlight above the entrance. And then a motorcycle descended from the sky. It was enormous, a flying motorbike, chrome and thunder, its headlight cutting through the darkness like a searchlight. It landed in the car park with a crunch of gravel and a final, sputtering roar of its engine, and the man who dismounted was proportional to the vehicle, massive, wild-haired, wearing a coat made of what appeared to be the pelts of several different animals. Harry watched this happen with a feeling he could only describe as inevitability. The man, the giant, really, because he was easily twice the height of a normal person, crossed the car park, approached the hotel entrance, and disappeared inside. 30 seconds later, the door of their room exploded inward. Not violently. Not dangerously. But the lock gave way with a crack that shot Vernon and Petunia upright in bed, and Dudley fell out of his bed entirely, and the giant stood in the doorway, filling it, his enormous form silhouetted against the hallway light. "Dursley," the giant said. His voice was like a friendly avalanche, deep, rumbling, and impossible to ignore. "Sorry Abu," the door. Bit eager. Vernon was making a sound. It was technically speech, but it had no consonants, a sustained, vowel-heavy moan of pure terror that harmonized unpleasantly with Dudley's whimpering and Petunia's sharp, hitching breaths. The giant ignored all of this. His eyes, small, black, bright as beetles, scanned the room and found Harry, standing by the window in Dudley's cast-off pajamas with his glasses slightly askew and his hair going in 11 directions. The giant's face broke into a smile so wide it seemed to crack his beard in half. "Harry. Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Yeah, look a lot like your dad, but you've got your mum's eyes." Harry's chest went tight. "You knew my parents?" "Knew them. Well, there's a long story, and we've got a lot to get through." The giant pulled a battered pink umbrella from the depths of his coat and tapped it against the ruined door, which repaired itself instantly. "Name's Rubeus Hagrid. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I've come to take you to get your school things." "He's not going." Vernon had found his consonants. He was standing on the bed in his pajamas, which made him look both more and less ridiculous than usual. "I forbid it. I absolutely forbid." Hagrid looked at him. Just looked. And Vernon sat down very quickly, as if someone had cut his strings. "Dumbledore sent me," Hagrid said, turning back to Harry. "Got worried when you didn't respond to your letters. Figured the Muggles might be causing trouble." He glanced around the room, the cheap hotel, the vending machine wrappers, Harry standing barefoot on the thin carpet, and his expression shifted. Something moved behind his eyes, something large and sad and angry. "This where they've got ya?" "This is temporary," Harry said. "Usually I live in a cupboard." Hagrid went very still. "A cupboard? Under the stairs?" "It's been my bedroom since I was 1. The silence that followed was absolute. Even Vernon and Petunia had stopped making sounds. Hagrid stood in the doorway and looked at Harry, and his enormous hands, each the size of dustbin lids, curled slowly into fists. "Dumbledore said," Hagrid stopped. Swallowed. His throat worked visibly beneath his beard. "He said yeah, we're being looked after. I am. In the sense that I'm alive." Something in Harry's voice, the flatness of it, the precision, the complete absence of self-pity, hit Hagrid harder than anger would have. His eyes went bright and wet, and he blinked rapidly, and when he spoke again his voice was rough. "Right. Well. You're comin' with me, Harry. Tonight. We'll get your things tomorrow, Diagon Alley, that's where the shops are, and then I'm talking, yeah, ter Hogwarts myself if I have to." "The boy is not," Vernon began. Hagrid pointed the pink umbrella at Vernon. Not threateningly, almost casually, the way you point a finger. But the tip of the umbrella glowed faintly, and Vernon's mouth clamped shut as if welded. "Meant ter do that," Hagrid muttered. He turned back to Harry. "Got a lot ter tell ya, Harry. 'Bout your parents, 'bout Hogwarts, 'bout everything, really. Should have been told years ago. That's my opinion, anyway, for what it's worth." Harry picked up his shoes, Dudley's old trainers, 2 sizes too big, stuffed with newspaper at the toes, and put them on. He put the blue marble and the Hogwarts letter in the pocket of his pajama trousers. He looked around the hotel room at the Dursleys, Vernon rigid on the bed with his mouth clamped shut, Petunia clutching the blankets with white-knuckled hands, Dudley pressed into the corner trying to make himself small for the first time in his life. "I had a drawing," Harry said to Petunia. "Of a woman with red hair." Dudley tore it up. "I was 7. Petunia flinched. The same flinch, shoulders, breath, eyes darting away. And for one moment, one fractional instant, Harry saw something in her face that might have been shame. "Was that her?" Harry said. "Was that my mother?" Petunia didn't answer. But her chin trembled, and her eyes filled, and that was answer enough. Harry turned and walked out of the room. Behind him, Hagrid followed, ducking to clear the doorframe, and the door closed on the Dursleys and the hotel room and the stale air and the vending machine wrappers, and Harry walked out into the night where a flying motorcycle was waiting in the car park, and for the first time in 10 years, he did not look back. They flew. The motorcycle rose from the car park like a great chrome bird, roaring against the night sky, and Harry sat in the sidecar with the wind in his hair and the stars above him and the world, the ordinary, Muggle, cupboard-sized world, shrinking to a patchwork of lights far below. Hagrid drove with the confidence of a man for whom traffic laws were an abstract concept, banking through clouds, dipping low over sleeping villages, climbing until the air went thin and cold and Harry could see the curve of the earth against the sky. It was the most extraordinary experience of Harry's life, and Harry responded to it the way he responded to most extraordinary things, with quiet, focused attention. He filed everything away. The feel of magic in the engine, because the motorcycle ran on magic, he could feel it humming through the metal, a warm vibration that was different from the magic inside him but somehow compatible. The way the wind didn't touch them inside the sidecar, as if an invisible shell surrounded it. The stars, which looked different from this high up, sharper, more numerous, as if the atmosphere had been a dirty window and they'd finally risen above it. "Hagrid," he said, raising his voice above the engine. "Yeah. Tell me about my parents." Hagrid told him. Not everything. Harry could feel the gaps, the places where Hagrid hesitated or changed direction, the topics he steered around with the subtlety of a man trying to hide an elephant behind a lamppost. But he told Harry the important things. James and Lily Potter. Gryffindors. Brave, brilliant, kind. Married young, had Harry, lived in hiding because a dark wizard was hunting them. What dark wizard? Hagrid's hands tightened on the handlebars. His name was, well, most people don't say it. Call him you-know-who, or he who must not be named. That's ridiculous. What's his actual name? Hagrid flinched. Voldemort. The name did something inside Harry's chest. Not the scar was quiet tonight, but something deeper, a resonance, like hearing a note that completed a chord he'd been holding for years. Voldemort killed my parents. Yeah. He did. Halloween night, 1981. Came to your house in Godric's Hollow. Killed your dad first. Then your mum. Hagrid's voice was thick. She died protecting, yeah, Harry. Stood between you and him and wouldn't move. Harry stared at the dark sky rushing past and felt something vast and complicated settle into the place where his mother's drawing used to be. Not grief, he'd grieved already, in the small, quiet way of a child who'd never been allowed to mourn properly. Something else. Understanding. His mother had died for him. Not in a car crash. Not because she was a drunk. She'd stood between him and the most dangerous wizard in the world and refused to move. And then he tried to kill me. Hit yeah with the killing curse. Should have finished yeah. It's killed everyone it's ever touched, Harry, no one survives it, no one. But yeah did. The curse bounced back and hit him, and he vanished. Gone. Just, poof. And all that was left was you, in your crib, with that scar on your forehead. Harry touched the scar. It was cool under his fingers. Quiet. I'm famous, he said. Not a question. Famous? Harry, you're the most famous person in the wizarding world. The boy who lived. Everyone knows your name. Harry processed this. Filed it away. Considered its implications with the same careful, systematic approach he applied to everything. And Dumbledore put me with the Dursleys. Yeah. For protection, he said. Something to do with your mum's sacrifice and blood and, well, I don't understand the details, I'm not a great magical theorist. Hagrid's voice shifted, going quieter. I carried yeah there myself, Harry. On this bike. Night of November 1st, 1981. Flew yeah from Godric's Hollow to Privet Drive and handed yeah to Dumbledore and he put yeah on the doorstep. He paused. I didn't like it. Said so at the time. But Dumbledore, well, Dumbledore's the greatest wizard in the world, isn't he? If he says it's the right thing. It wasn't the right thing, Harry said. Hagrid didn't respond. But the motorcycle dipped slightly, as if his grip on the controls had faltered, and they flew the rest of the way in silence. They landed in London just before dawn, in a side street behind a pub that looked, from the outside, like the kind of establishment where you wiped your feet on the way out. The sign above the door read The Leaky Cauldron in faded letters, and there was a quality to the building that made Harry's eyes want to slide away from it, a magical slipperiness, like the trick he used to make himself hard to notice at school. "This is the entrance," Hagrid said, parking the motorcycle in an alley. "To Diagon Alley. Wizard Shopping Street. We'll get all your school things here." They went inside. The pub was dark, smoky, and populated by the most extraordinary collection of people Harry had ever seen. Witches in pointed hats, wizards in robes, a woman with a raven on her shoulder, a man whose skin was the color and texture of tree bark. Harry took in all of it with the wide, absorbing attention that was his default mode, cataloging details, noting patterns, feeling the ambient magic of the place like a warm current against his skin. And then someone recognized him. "Bless my soul," whispered an old man at the bar. "Harry Potter." The pub went silent. Every eye turned. And then, like a dam breaking, they came, witches and wizards rushing forward, hands extended, voices overlapping in a rush of gratitude and awe. "Mr. Potter, what an honor, welcome back, I'm Daedalus Diggle, we've met before, you won't remember, Doris Crockford, Mr. Potter, I can't believe I'm meeting you at last." They pressed around him, shaking his hand, touching his shoulder, some of them with tears in their eyes, and Harry stood in the middle of it and felt the most peculiar sensation of his life, the sensation of being wanted. Not for anything he'd done, not for any quality he possessed, but for something that had happened to him as an infant, a piece of luck and tragedy that he carried in the scar on his forehead. He shook every hand. He met every eye. He was polite, calm, self-contained, and he filed every face and every name into his growing mental catalogue, because information was power and these people had information he needed. A pale, nervous man in a purple turban pushed through the crowd. "P.P. Potter," he stammered, extending a trembling hand. "What a pleasure. Q Quirinus Quirrell, I'll be your defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts." Harry shook his hand. And the instant their skin touched, his scar ignited. Not the subtle pulse of recent months, a full, searing blast of pain that shot from his forehead to the base of his skull. Harry's vision went white. For one disorienting second, he was somewhere else, a dark room, a voice like ice, "The boy, find the boy, he is the key," and then he was back in the Leaky Cauldron, still gripping Quirrell's hand, and the professor was staring at him with an expression that flickered, just for an instant, from nervousness to something else entirely. Something hungry. Harry let go. The pain receded. Quirrell smiled his twitchy smile and melted back into the crowd, and Harry stood there with his hand throbbing and his scar burning and a new entry in his mental catalogue, underlined 3 times, Quirrell. Wrong. Something wrong. Yeah, all right, Harry. Hagrid was looking at him with concern. Yeah, went a bit pale there. Fine. Just a headache. They moved on. Through the pub, out the back door, into a small courtyard with a brick wall. Hagrid tapped a specific sequence of bricks with his umbrella, and the wall opened, the bricks rearranging themselves with smooth, mechanical precision into an archway that revealed Diagon Alley. Harry had imagined a world. He'd spent years imagining it, in his cupboard, in the garden, in the quiet spaces between chores and meals, a world where the things he could do were normal, where people like him gathered and lived and worked. But his imagination, constrained by the walls of number 4, Privet Drive, had produced something small, something modest. A few shops, maybe. A street. What he saw was a city. Diagon Alley stretched before him like a canyon of impossibility. Shops stacked on shops, leaning at angles that defied architecture. Cauldrons in windows, owls on perches, broomsticks floating in display cases. A woman selling enchanted jewelry from a cart, the necklaces changing color as you watched. Children pressing their faces against the window of a shop called Quality Quidditch Supplies, pointing at a broomstick called the Nimbus 2000. A goblin, an actual goblin, small and sharp-featured and immaculately dressed, striding down the cobblestones with a briefcase and an expression of supreme impatience. The magic was everywhere. Not the quiet, personal magic Harry was used to, his cupboard tricks, his garden conversations, his small private discoveries. This was magic as infrastructure. Magic as economy. Magic as the foundation of an entire civilization operating in parallel to the mundane world. Harry could feel it humming through the cobblestones, buzzing in the air, layered and complex and alive. He stood in the archway and took a breath that went all the way down to his shoes. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Hagrid said, grinning. "It's real," Harry said. "Meaning, all of this. The world. The people. The life I should have had, the life they kept from me. It's real. Course it's real. Now, first stop, Gringotts. That's the Wizarding Bank. Your parents left some gold." The bank was run by goblins, which Harry found fascinating. The goblins were precise, sharp, and completely unimpressed by his celebrity, a quality Harry immediately appreciated. They rode a cart through underground tunnels to a vault that contained more gold than Harry had ever seen, or imagined, or knew existed. Mounds of gold coins, galleons, Hagrid called them, and piles of silver sickles and heaps of bronze nuts. Harry stared at the gold and thought about years of hand-me-down clothes and cheese sandwiches and being told he was a burden and an expense. "This was my parents," he said. "Left it all to you. Every canute." Harry filled a bag with coins and said nothing else about it, but something shifted in his chest, another brick in the wall of understanding he'd been building since the letter arrived. They'd been rich. His parents had been rich, and the Dursleys had dressed him in rags and fed him scraps and told him he was lucky they'd taken him in. They shopped. Robes from Madame Malkin's, where Harry stood on a stool being fitted while a pale, pointed boy on the next stool talked about Quidditch and bloodlines and his father's opinions about muggle-born wizards with the casual prejudice of someone who'd absorbed bigotry with his mother's milk. Harry listened, responded minimally, and filed the boy away, rich, arrogant, possibly dangerous, certainly unpleasant. Books from Flourish and Blots, Harry lingered here longest, running his fingers along spines and feeling the magic in the texts, the actual knowledge contained in them, the answers to questions he'd been asking for years. A cauldron, a telescope, scales, files. Parchment, quills, ink. And then, finally, the wand shop. Ollivander's was narrow, dusty, and packed floor to ceiling with thin boxes stacked in towers that reached the shadows above. The air inside was thick with something Harry recognized immediately, ambient magic, dense and layered, the accumulated resonance of thousands of wands waiting in their boxes like sleeping things. An old man emerged from the stacks. Silver-eyed, soft-spoken, with the focused intensity of a jeweler examining a diamond. "Ah," he said, looking at Harry. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter." He said it differently from the others. Not with awe or gratitude or the slightly fawning quality that Harry had already learned to recognize and distrust. He said it with interest, the professional interest of a craftsman meeting a unique specimen. "Your mother was particularly gifted with charms work. 10¼ inches, willow, swishy. Your father preferred a wand better suited for transfiguration. Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable." Ollivander's eyes traveled to Harry's forehead. "And the wand that gave you that scar, 13½ inches, you, phoenix feather core. Very powerful. Very dangerous." He began pulling boxes from the shelves. "Let's find your match, shall we? Try this one, beechwood and dragon heartstring, 9 inches. Harry took the wand and something happened that he hadn't expected. The magic inside him, the warm, familiar presence he'd lived with for years, reacted. It surged toward the wand like water toward a drain, eager and hungry, and the wand vibrated in his hand and then, went cold. The magic pulled back. Wrong fit. Like trying to push a square peg through a round hole, the mechanism was right but the shape was wrong. He put it down. Ollivander whisked it away and handed him another. And another. And another. Each time, the same pattern: surge, contact, rejection. The pile of discarded wands grew. 5. 10. 20. Ollivander's expression shifted from professional interest to fascination to something that might have been concern. Tricky customer, he murmured, pulling boxes from deeper in the shelves, from the back corners, from sections that looked like they hadn't been disturbed in decades. Very tricky. Your magical signature is unusual, Mr. Potter. Most signatures have a primary affinity: charms, transfiguration, herbology. Yours is. He trailed off, frowning. What? Omnidirectional. You have no primary affinity because you have every affinity. Your magic wants everything. He pulled a box from the very back of a bottom shelf, so deep he had to reach behind 3 rows of other boxes to get it. I wonder. He opened the box. Inside, on a bed of faded purple velvet, lay a wand. Holly, pale and smooth. 11 inches. There was nothing visually distinctive about it. If anything, it looked simpler than most of the wands Harry had tried, but the moment the box opened, Harry felt it. A pull. Not the hungry surge of the previous wands, something subtler. A recognition. Like seeing a face you know in a crowd. He picked it up. The magic didn't surge this time. It sang. A clear, pure, harmonic resonance that started in his fingers and spread through his entire body, and the wand responded, warmth flooding from the wood into his hand, a shower of red and gold sparks cascading from the tip, and beneath his feet the floor trembled and around them the walls hummed and every wand in every box on every shelf in the entire shop began to rattle. Not violently. Not dangerously. But unmistakably. Thousands of wands, vibrating in their boxes, responding to the magical shockwave of Harry Potter finding his match. Ollivander stepped back. His silver eyes were very wide. Oh my, he said softly. Oh, my. The rattling subsided. The sparks faded. Harry stood in the dusty shop holding his wand, the first thing that had ever felt like it truly belonged to him, and felt whole in a way he didn't have words for. The magic inside him, which had always been wild and self-taught and slightly desperate, settled into a new configuration around the wand, like water finding its level. Curious, Ollivander whispered. Very curious. What's curious? I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every one. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave one other feather, just one. And that other feather. He paused. Is in the wand that gave you your scar. The shop was very quiet. Harry looked at the wand in his hand, Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather, and thought about a dark wizard and a killing curse and a scar that pulsed when a nervous professor shook his hand. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. And this wand has chosen you for a reason. I think we must expect great things from you. Ollivander's voice dropped. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry paid 7 galleons for the wand and left the shop. Outside, the sunlight felt different, brighter, more immediate, as if the wand in his pocket had adjusted the contrast on the world. Hagrid was waiting for him, holding something large and feathery. Happy birthday, Harry. He held out a cage containing a snowy owl, magnificent, white-feathered, with amber eyes that regarded Harry with an intelligence that went beyond animal. Every wizard needs an owl. Harry took the cage. The owl hooted softly and butted her head against his fingers through the bars, and Harry felt something crack in his chest, the good kind of cracking, the kind that happens when a wall you've built around yourself develops a gap wide enough for something warm to get through. "Thank you," he said, and meant it more than he'd ever meant anything. They had lunch at the Leaky Cauldron, thick stew and bread and pumpkin juice, and Harry ate more in one sitting than he usually ate in 2 days, and Hagrid told him more about Hogwarts. The houses, the teachers, the subjects. He told Harry about Quidditch, which sounded insane and wonderful. He told Harry about the Forbidden Forest, and the giant squid in the lake, and the moving staircases, and the ghosts. And then, because Hagrid was Hagrid and secrets sat inside him like live animals trying to get out, he said something he probably shouldn't have. "Ya should know, Harry, there's somethin' at Hogwarts this year. Somethin' important bein' kept there. Dumbledore's orders. Very hush-hush. Top security." "What is it?" "Can't tell ya that. Strictly between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." He clapped a hand over his mouth. "I shouldn't ha' said that. Nicholas Flamel. Filed away. Underlined. Hagrid, can I ask you something?" "Oh, course. If everyone in the wizarding world knows who I am, if I'm this famous, why did no one come for me? In 10 years. Why did no one check on me?" Hagrid's face fell. "It was a long fall. Dumbledore said you were safe. He said the protections, I wasn't safe. I was hungry and I slept in a cupboard and my uncle hit me. If Dumbledore knew where I was, he could have checked. If anyone had checked, they would have seen." Hagrid opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Harry, I don't, it's not your fault," Harry said, because it clearly wasn't, and because the anguish on Hagrid's face was genuine and Harry had no desire to cause pain to one of the only people who'd ever shown him kindness. "But someone made a choice to leave me there. And I'd like to understand why." "Dumbledore's a great man," Hagrid said, but his voice lacked its usual conviction. "The greatest wizard in the world. Great men can make mistakes." Hagrid looked at him, really looked, the way Amelia Bones had looked at him in a park 3 years ago, and saw something that didn't match the script. This wasn't the overwhelmed, grateful orphan who was supposed to arrive at Hogwarts starry-eyed and malleable. This was a boy who asked hard questions and expected real answers, who had taught himself magic in a cupboard and survived a decade of cruelty without breaking, who held his wand like a weapon and his knowledge like a shield. "You're right," Hagrid said quietly. "Great men can make mistakes." He took a long pull of his drink. "Just, be careful at Hogwarts, Harry. There's good people there, most of 'em are good people, but the school's got politics, same as anywhere. People will want things from ya. Want ya on their side, want to use your name. Don't let 'em. I won't. And if ya need help, real help, not the kind that comes with strings, yeah, come to me. I might not be the cleverest or the most powerful, but I'm honest, and I care about ya, Harry. Always have. Since the night I carried ya on this bike." Harry looked at this enormous, gentle, uncomplicated man and felt the crack in his chest widen a little further. "I know you do, Hagrid. Thank you." That evening, Hagrid took Harry to King's Cross Station and explained about Platform 9 3/4 and the Hogwarts Express and the start of term on September 1st. He gave Harry his ticket, a scarlet ticket on heavy card stock, and stood on the platform looking down at him with an expression that was trying very hard to be cheerful and not quite managing it. "I gotta get back. Hogwarts business. But you'll be alright, Harry. You're gonna love it. Where am I supposed to go until September?" Hagrid's face fell again. "Back to the Dursleys, I suppose." "I know it's not, it's fine." It wasn't fine. But Harry had survived 10 years at Privet Drive and he could survive 5 more weeks, especially now that he had a wand and an owl and a destination. "I'll manage." Hagrid nodded, blew his nose on a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth, and rode his motorcycle into the sky. Harry watched him go, a dark shape against the evening stars, growing smaller, then gone. He stood on the platform alone. The mundane world churned around him, commuters, tourists, pigeons, the relentless clatter of a train station at rush hour, and none of them looked at him twice. He was just a small, skinny boy in oversized clothes, holding a cage with a white owl, looking up at the sky where a giant on a flying motorcycle had disappeared. He took the train back to Surrey. He walked from the station to Privet Drive. He let himself into the house. The Dursleys weren't back yet, still at whatever hotel Vernon had fled to, and went to his cupboard and sat on his mattress and took out his wand. Holly. 11 inches. Phoenix feather. He held it, and the magic inside him hummed in harmony with the wood, and he thought about everything he'd learned in the last 24 hours. A world. A history. A war. Parents who loved him and died for him. A scar that connected him to the man who killed them. A school that wanted him. A bank vault full of gold. A wand that was brother to the darkest wizard's wand. And a cover-up. He didn't know about the cover-up, not yet, but he knew, with the bone-deep certainty of a boy who'd spent a decade learning to read the things people didn't say, that there were gaps in the story. Places where Hagrid hesitated. Questions that hadn't been answered. A great wizard who had left a baby on a doorstep and walked away, and an entire magical government that had never, in 10 years, bothered to check on its most famous child. Someone had made choices about his life. Choices about his suffering, his isolation, his ignorance. And those choices had consequences, were still having consequences, and Harry intended to find out what they were. He put the wand back in his pocket. He put the owl cage on the floor beside his mattress, and the owl, whom he would name Hedwig, after a name he found in his History of Magic textbook that night, settled on her perch and closed her amber eyes and slept. Harry didn't sleep. He took out his school books and began to read. He read all night. He read a history of magic and magical theory and the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. He read with the desperate, focused hunger of a starving person at a feast, and the magic inside him stirred and responded to every new concept, every new idea, every piece of the puzzle clicking into place. So that's what I've been doing. That's what the light was, Lumos. That's what the floating was, a levitation charm, wandless, non-verbal. That's what I did to the marble, transfiguration. The books gave names to things he'd already discovered. They gave structure to instincts he'd been following in the dark. And they told him, in no uncertain terms, that the things he'd been doing, casually, routinely, without a wand, were things that most adult wizards found difficult. He was not normal. Not by Muggle standards, and not by wizard standards either. He read until dawn, and when the first grey light crept under the cupboard door, he closed his book and lay back on his mattress and stared at the ceiling with eyes that were wide and tired and bright. 5 weeks until Hogwarts. 5 weeks to prepare. 5 weeks to read and practice and plan. The Dursleys came home the next day, subdued and wary, and Harry was moved out of the cupboard, not out of kindness but out of fear, because the letter's address had specified the cupboard under the stairs and both Vernon and Petunia had realized, with dawning horror, that someone was watching. He was given Dudley's second bedroom, the one that had been used for broken toys and overflow storage, and for the first time in his life, Harry had a room with a window and a bed and a door that locked from the inside. He spent the next 5 weeks reading, and practicing, and waiting. And in the Ministry of Magic, in an office on level 2, Amelia Bones received a report from her monitoring charms that made her sit down very slowly and pour herself a drink. The magical signature readings from Privet Drive had spiked to levels she'd never seen, not even during the pig incident. But these weren't the chaotic spikes of accidental magic. These were controlled, deliberate, systematic. The boy had a wand now. And he was using it. She pulled out her journal and wrote a single line, "He's ready. The question is whether we are." She closed the journal, warded the drawer, and began drafting a letter to Minerva McGonagall requesting a private meeting at Hogwarts on September 1st. Somewhere in the Ministry's archives, in a section that was supposed to be empty, the space behind a cabinet where an iron box used to be gathered dust. The box was gone, Amelia had it. But the absence of the box was itself a kind of evidence, a gap in the shelving like a missing tooth, and someone would notice that gap eventually. Someone always noticed. 2 floors above, in an office decorated with photographs of himself shaking hands with important people, Cornelius Fudge sat at his desk and did not think about Harry Potter. He had been not thinking about Harry Potter for 3.5 years, and he had become very good at it. The file was sealed. The incident was buried. The boy was contained. Everything was under control. He straightened his bowler hat, signed a memo about cauldron bottom thickness regulations, and went home early. The machine he had built, the machine of silence and suppression and institutional cowardice, was running smoothly. It had been running smoothly for years. And like all machines that run smoothly for too long, he had stopped checking the parts, stopped listening for the sounds that meant something was about to break. The sounds were there, if you listened. A junior orer pulling threads. A director gathering evidence. A boy reading magic by wandlight in a cupboard that used to be his prison. A professor with a turban hiding something behind his stammer. A wand made of holly and phoenix feather, humming with a power that had no precedent and no limit. The machine was running smoothly. But the gears were starting to grind. Chapter 4, The Sorting Storm. Platform 9 3/4 smelled like coal smoke and possibility. Harry pushed his trolley through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 at exactly 10:42 on the morning of September 1st, and the transition from Muggle to magical hit him like stepping from a dark room into sunlight. 1 second, King's Cross Station, grey, ordinary, full of commuters who wouldn't have noticed a dragon if it landed on the ticket counter. The next second, this. The Hogwarts Express was a scarlet steam engine, enormous and gleaming, belching white smoke that curled upward and dissolved into a ceiling that shouldn't have existed in a London train station. The platform was packed with families, witches and wizards and their children, trunks and owls and cats and the occasional toad, everyone talking at once in a wall of sound that was chaotic and warm and alive in a way that Privet Drive had never been. Harry stood at the edge of it and breathed. He'd spent 5 weeks preparing for this. Reading every textbook cover to cover, practicing spells in his room with the door locked and a silencing trick he'd figured out by accident, you just convinced the air not to carry sound, which was harder than it sounded but easier than it should have been, memorizing the history of a world he should have grown up in. He knew more than any first year had a right to know, and he knew it, and he also knew that knowledge from books was a different animal than knowledge from experience, and experience was what he was about to get. He found a compartment near the back of the train, empty, quiet, away from the crowd. He stowed his trunk, settled Hedwig's cage on the seat beside him, and pulled out Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, which he'd read 3 times already but which kept revealing new layers every time he returned to it. The theory of magical intention, the idea that a spell's power came not from the incantation or the wand movement but from the caster's will, fascinated him, because it confirmed what he discovered empirically in his cupboard. The words and the gestures were training wheels. The magic came from inside. The compartment door slid open. Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full. The boy in the doorway was tall, thin, red-haired, and freckled, with a smudge of dirt on his nose and an expression that mixed hopefulness with the particular anxiety of someone who desperately wanted to be liked but had been given insufficient practice at it. He was wearing robes that were slightly too short at the wrists, and there was a fat grey rat sleeping in his breast pocket. "Go ahead," Harry said. The boy sat down, looked at Harry, looked at Hedwig, looked at the book, and said, "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter." Ron's eyes went wide. His mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. "You're, really? Are you really? Have you got the scar?" Harry pushed his hair back. The lightning bolt stood out against his forehead, pale and sharp. Ron stared at it with the reverent fascination of a boy meeting a legend, and Harry watched him and thought, this is what celebrity looks like from the inside. People see the scar before they see you. "Wicked," Ron breathed. Then, as if catching himself, he went pink. "Sorry. You probably get that all the time." I've had it for about a month, so not yet. But I suspect I will. Ron grinned. It was an easy, uncomplicated grin, the grin of someone who didn't have a hidden agenda because he didn't have the sophistication for one. Harry found himself relaxing. Not completely, he was still Harry, still watchful, still filing and cataloging, but enough to close his book and give Ron his full attention. They talked. Ron told him about his family, 6 siblings, 2 parents, a house called the Burrow that sounded chaotic and warm and nothing at all like Privet Drive. He told Harry about his brothers, Bill, who worked for Gringotts, Charlie, who studied dragons in Romania, Percy, who was a prefect and never let anyone forget it, and Fred and George, who were twins and apparently agents of pure chaos. He told Harry about his sister, Ginny, who was too young for Hogwarts and had cried at the station when the train left. He told Harry about being the youngest boy, about hand-me-down robes and hand-me-down wands, about growing up in the shadow of brothers who were all remarkable in their own ways and trying to figure out what was left for him to be. Harry listened. Really listened, with the focused attention he gave everything, and he heard the things Ron wasn't saying, the insecurity beneath the humor, the hunger for recognition, the quiet, persistent fear of being ordinary. "What about you?" Ron asked. "What's it been like?" "Growing up with Muggles, I mean. My dad's obsessed with Muggles, he'd love to talk to you about plugs and things." "It's been." Harry paused. The truthful answer, terrible, lonely, violent, small, sat on the tip of his tongue. He swallowed it. Not because he was ashamed, but because he'd learned, over 10 years, that pity was a currency he didn't want to trade in. Pity made people uncomfortable, and uncomfortable people either retreated or overcompensated, and neither response was useful. "Quiet," he said. "It's been quiet. I didn't know about any of this until a month ago." "Blimey. Must be a shock." "You could say that." The train was moving now, the platforms sliding away, London's rooftops giving way to countryside, green fields, hedgerows, the occasional village flashing past. Harry watched it all and felt the distance growing between himself and Privet Drive, felt it like a physical thing, like a rope being stretched thinner and thinner until it would snap. The compartment door opened again. This time it was a girl, bushy brown hair, slightly overlarge front teeth, already in her Hogwarts robes, with a book bag slung over her shoulder and an expression of barely contained urgency. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one." "No," Ron said. She didn't leave. Her eyes swept the compartment, Harry, Ron, the books, the owl, and landed on the wand sticking out of Ron's pocket. "Are you going to do magic?" "I've been practicing a few spells myself, just simple ones, but they've all worked. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way." "And you are?" "Ron Weasley," Ron said, looking faintly overwhelmed. "Harry Potter." Hermione's eyes went very round. "I've read about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century." "Am I?" Harry said. "I should probably read those." "You haven't read them?" "If it were me, I'd have read everything I could. I've read the textbooks." "All of them?" "Twice." He said it mildly, without boasting, and watched her process this. Her expression shifted, surprise, then reassessment, then something that looked like cautious respect. "All of them? Already? I had 5 weeks and not much else to do." "Well, that's quite impressive." She sat down without being invited, which Harry noted with amusement. Hermione Granger was not a girl who waited for permission. "What did you think of magical theory?" "I thought Waffling's treatment of intentionality was fascinating but incomplete. He doesn't address nonverbal casting at all, and that seems like the logical extension of his argument." Harry looked at her. Looked at the intelligence burning behind those eager brown eyes. "I thought the same thing," he said. "If the incantation is just a focusing mechanism, and the real power comes from intention, then a sufficiently disciplined caster shouldn't need the incantation at all. Exactly. That's exactly what she caught herself, glanced at Ron, who was watching this exchange with the glazed expression of someone who had wandered into a conversation in a foreign language. Sorry. I get carried away. Don't apologize, Harry said. I've been waiting a month to talk to someone who's actually read the books. Hermione beamed. It transformed her face, all the nervous energy and social awkwardness resolved into pure, radiant enthusiasm, and Harry thought, she's going to be brilliant. She's going to be the smartest person in our year, and she doesn't know what to do with it, and the world is going to make that hard for her. He recognized the pattern. Being exceptional in a place that valued conformity was a particular kind of loneliness, and he'd been living with it for a decade. Ron cleared his throat. Right. So. You've both read everything. Brilliant. Can we talk about Quidditch? They talked about Quidditch. Harry listened to Ron explain the rules, 7 players, 4 balls, absolute mayhem, and found himself genuinely excited for the first time since he'd held his wand in Ollivanders. A sport played on broomsticks, at speed, with balls that tried to kill you. It was the most wonderfully insane thing he'd ever heard. The trolley which came by and Harry bought everything, every chocolate frog, every pumpkin pasty, every box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and spread it all on the seat between them, and for 20 minutes the 3 of them ate and talked and laughed, and Harry thought, is this what it's like? Having friends? Is it really this easy? It wasn't, of course. Nothing was ever that easy. But for 20 minutes on a train heading north, with chocolate on his fingers and Ron telling increasingly improbable stories about his brothers and Hermione correcting him on every third detail, Harry allowed himself to believe it might be. The pale boy from Madame Malkin's showed up an hour into the journey, flanked by 2 thick-necked boys who looked like they'd been hired for muscle rather than companionship. He opened the compartment door without knocking and stood in the frame with the practiced arrogance of someone who'd been taught that every room he entered belonged to him. They're saying Harry Potter's in this compartment. That's you, is it? Draco Malfoy, Harry said, before the boy could introduce himself. We met at the robe shop. Malfoy's eyebrows rose slightly, pleased, Harry thought, at being remembered. These are Crabbe and Goyle. He didn't gesture toward them. They didn't seem to require introduction so much as acknowledgement, like pieces of furniture that had followed him onto the train. You'll find some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. His eyes flicked to Ron, whose ears had gone red. I can help you there. He extended his hand. Harry looked at it. He thought about Hagrid's warnings about politics. He thought about the boy at Madame Malkin's, talking about muggles with casual contempt. He thought about Lucius Malfoy, whom Hagrid had mentioned once with a darkening expression and then changed the subject. I think I can figure out the wrong sort for myself, thanks, Harry said. He said it without heat, without aggression, as a simple statement of fact, and the mildness of it was worse than an insult would have been. Malfoy's face went pink, then white. His extended hand hung in the air for one humiliating second before he pulled it back. I'd be careful if I were you, Potter. His voice had gone thin and sharp, a boy imitating his father's coldness and not quite pulling it off. Unless you're a bit politer, you'll go the same way as your parents. They didn't know what was good for them either. The air in the compartment changed. It was subtle, a shift in pressure, a drop in temperature, the kind of thing most people would attribute to a draft. But Ron shivered, and Hermione drew a sharp breath, and Crabbe and Goyle took an involuntary step backward. Harry hadn't moved. Hadn't raised his wand. Hadn't done anything visible at all. But his eyes had gone flat and cold and very, very green, and the magic inside him had responded to the mention of his parents the way it always responded to pain, with force. Leave, Harry said. One word. Quiet. Malfoy opened his mouth to say something clever, something cutting, something his father would have been proud of. Then he looked into Harry's eyes and the words died in his throat. He turned, not quite quickly enough to hide the fact that he was retreating, and walked away down the corridor with Crabbe and Goyle lumbering behind him. The compartment warmed. The pressure normalized. Ron let out a breath he'd been holding. Bloody hell, Harry. What was that? What was what? It went cold. The whole compartment went cold, and Malfoy looked like he was going to wet himself. I don't know what you're talking about, Harry said, which was a lie, but a necessary one. He picked up a chocolate frog and unwrapped it. Who's on the card? Ron gave him a look that said, I don't believe you for a second, but I'm going to let it go because you just scared off Draco Malfoy without touching him and I want to stay on your good side. Check it. The card showed an old man with half-moon spectacles and a long silver beard. Albus Dumbledore, it read. Currently headmaster of Hogwarts. Considered by many the greatest wizard of modern times. Harry looked at the face on the card and felt nothing. No awe. No gratitude. Just a cold, clear awareness that this was the man who had left him on a doorstep and walked away, and that in a few hours, he would be standing in this man's school, under this man's authority, inside the story this man had written for him. He pocketed the card and reached for another frog. They changed into their robes as the train slowed, the countryside darkening around them, and when it finally stopped at Hogsmeade Station, Harry stepped onto the platform and felt the magic of Hogwarts for the first time. It hit him like a wave. Not the ambient magic of Diagon Alley, that had been dense but contained, like the heat from a fire. This was vast. An ocean of magical energy, old and deep and layered, radiating from somewhere beyond the dark trees and the black lake. 1,000 years of witches and wizards casting spells within the same walls had saturated the very earth, and Harry could feel all of it, every layer, every era, every echo, pressing against his skin like a living thing. He stopped walking. Stood very still on the platform while other students streamed past him, and let the magic wash over him, and for one dizzying moment he felt the castle itself, felt it seeing him, the way he could feel the garden seeing him at Privet Drive, a vast and ancient awareness turning its attention toward a small boy on a railway platform. Harry? You all right? Ron was looking at him with concern. Fine. He shook it off. Filed it away. Just, getting my bearings. Hagrid was waiting at the end of the platform, lantern held high, bellowing, Furs years. Furs years over here. He spotted Harry and his whole face lit up. All right, Harry. All right, Hagrid. They crossed the lake in boats. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville Longbottom, a round-faced, nervous boy who had found his toad and lost it again and found it again, and who clutched it now with the desperate grip of someone who knew the universe was conspiring to separate them. The boats moved of their own accord, gliding across black water that reflected the stars, and when they rounded the bend and Hogwarts came into view, Harry didn't gasp. Around him, other first-years gasped and pointed and clutched each other's arms, and the sound was a chorus of wonder that echoed off the water. But Harry just looked. The castle rose from the cliff like something grown rather than built, all towers and turrets and lit windows, more real than anything he'd ever seen, and the magic of it, the sheer, staggering, ancient power of it, sang in his bones like a tuning fork. I'm home, he thought, and the thought surprised him, because he'd never had a home, and the word had always been empty, a concept other people had that he observed from the outside. But Hogwarts felt like home the way his wand felt like his, an immediate, bone-deep recognition, as if the castle had been waiting for him and he had been walking toward it his entire life. They docked. They climbed stairs. They were met at the great oak doors by a tall, severe witch in emerald robes, Professor McGonagall, deputy headmistress, who explained the sorting in crisp, efficient terms and told them to smarten themselves up. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. Her eyes lingered on Neville's cloak, which was fastened under his left ear, and on Ron's smudged nose, and then, briefly, on Harry. She looked at him for one beat longer than the others, and something flickered in her expression, recognition, concern, the ghost of a question she couldn't ask, before she turned and led them into the great hall. The great hall was impossible. For long tables stretching into the distance, hundreds of students, thousands of candles floating in midair, and above it all a ceiling that wasn't a ceiling, open sky, stars and clouds, the night visible through what Harry recognized, from his reading, as an enchantment designed to mirror the weather outside. He looked at the ceiling and felt the magic that sustained it, and thought, I could do that. Not now, not yet, but eventually. I could build something like that. The thought was exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. At the head of the hall, the staff table stretched across a raised platform. Harry's eyes found Dumbledore immediately, hard to miss, with the silver beard and the half-moon spectacles and the robes that were, tonight, a deep midnight blue embroidered with stars. The headmaster was watching the line of first-years with a benign, twinkling expression that Harry did not trust. Next to Dumbledore, a small, excitable wizard Harry didn't recognize. Next to him, Professor Quirrell, turban and all, looking nervous. And at the far end of the table, dressed entirely in black, with lank dark hair and a hooked nose and the expression of a man who had swallowed something unpleasant and was determined to make everyone around him share the experience, Harry didn't know his name. But when their eyes met across the length of the great hall, his scar pulsed. Not the sharp, searing blast from the leaky cauldron, a low, warning throb, like a bruise being pressed. The man in black was looking at him with an intensity that went beyond curiosity, beyond hostility, into something older and more complicated. Harry looked back. Held the gaze. Didn't flinch. The man's eyes narrowed. McGonagall placed a stool at the front of the hall and set a battered, patched hat upon it, and the hat opened a rip near its brim and sang. It sang about the 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and their qualities, and the students listened and applauded, and then McGonagall unfurled a scroll and began calling names. Abbott, Hannah. A girl with pigtails stumbled to the stool, jammed the hat on her head, and after a moment's pause, Hufflepuff. Ran to the Hufflepuff table amid cheering. The sorting continued. Harry watched each one, cataloguing names and houses and the reactions they provoked. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor, the hat barely touched her head before it shouted, and she practically skipped to the table. Neville Longbottom also went to Gryffindor, though the hat took longer with him, and he looked stunned, as if he'd been expecting Hufflepuff and couldn't quite believe his luck. Draco Malfoy went to Slytherin before the hat even touched his hair, and he strode to the Slytherin table with the satisfied air of a boy who had arrived at his birthright. Potter, Harry. The great hall went silent. Not the gradual, settling silence of a crowd losing interest, a sudden, absolute silence, as if someone had cast a muffling charm over 600 people simultaneously. Every head turned. Every eye fixed on Harry as he walked to the stool, and the weight of their attention was a physical thing, pressing against him like a strong wind. He sat down. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head, and the last thing Harry saw before the brim dropped over his eyes was the hall full of staring faces and, at the staff table, Dumbledore leaning forward in his chair. "Well, well, well," said a voice in his ear. Harry went still. The voice was inside his head, not in the way his own thoughts were, but layered on top of them, a separate presence occupying the same space. The sorting hat was in his mind. "Difficult," the hat said. "Very difficult. I've been doing this for 1,000 years, Mr. Potter, and I don't say that lightly. You are unusual. I've been told," Harry thought. "Plenty of courage, Godric would have loved you. A fine mind, too, Rowena would have claimed you in a heartbeat. Loyalty, certainly, to those who earn it. And ambition." The hat paused. "Oh, yes. Ambition. Not the petty kind, not wealth, not fame, not power for its own sake. But the ambition to understand. To master. To never again be at the mercy of forces you don't comprehend. That's Salazar's territory, Mr. Potter." "I don't care about houses," Harry thought. "I care about learning. They all say that. But you might actually mean it, which is the problem. Another pause, longer this time, and Harry felt the hat probing deeper, brushing against memories and thoughts and the quiet, disciplined architecture of a mind that had taught itself to organize information the way other children learn to ride bicycles, through repetition, through necessity, through the simple refusal to fall. And then the hat hit something and recoiled. It was like a physical jolt, a flinch, inside his head, the psychic equivalent of touching a hot stove. The hat had been sifting through his mind with casual expertise, and it had brushed against something deep, something buried, and it had pulled back as if burned. What, the hat said, and its voice was different now, not the jovial, sorting ceremony patter, but something older and more serious, was that? Harry didn't know what the hat had found. He felt a flicker of something, a grey blankness, the familiar gap in his memory where the obliviation lived, and beyond it, beneath it, like light under a door, a sensation of enormous power. Not his daily magic, not the locks and the lights and the levitation. Something bigger. Something that had happened once, a long time ago, and had been buried but not destroyed. I don't know, Harry thought honestly. I've always felt it. Something happened when I was 7. I can't remember what. The hat was quiet for a very long time. In the great hall, students were beginning to whisper, the sorting was taking too long, far longer than any other students, and at the staff table, Dumbledore's expression had shifted from benign interest to sharp attention. Mr. Potter, the hat said finally, I have sorted 10,000 students in my existence. I have placed Dark Lords and their conquerors. I have read minds that contained brilliance and madness and everything in between. And I have never, encountered a magical signature like yours. What does that mean? It means you are going to be extraordinary, and it means you are going to be dangerous, and I am not at all certain those are different things. The hat paused. I could put you in Slytherin. You'd thrive there. The cunning, the self-reliance, the strategic thinking, Salazar would have been delighted. But Slytherin would shape you in ways that serve ambition at the cost of connection. You've spent your life alone, Mr. Potter. You've survived it, and you've been shaped by it, and the part of you that learned to survive alone is the part Slytherin would feed. I don't think that's what you need. What do I need? Courage. Not the kind you already have, the kind that endures, that survives, that keeps going when anyone reasonable would stop. You have that in abundance. I mean the other kind. The kind that trusts. The kind that opens a door instead of locking it. The kind that lets someone in. Harry thought about Ron's easy grin. Hermione's fierce intelligence. Hagrid's enormous, uncomplicated kindness. The crack in his chest that kept getting wider. Gryffindor, then. Gryffindor, the hat bellowed, and the great hall erupted. The Gryffindor table exploded with cheering. Fred and George Weasley were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." And Harry walked to the table and sat down next to Ron and across from Hermione, and the weight of 600 staring eyes was replaced by the warm, chaotic, belonging sensation of a table full of people who were glad he was there. Percy Weasley, prefect badge gleaming, shook his hand. "Welcome, welcome, excellent sorting." Hermione beamed at him. Neville looked relieved, as if Harry's presence at the Gryffindor table personally validated his own placement there. And Ron clapped him on the back and said, "Knew it. You had me worried for a second, what took so long, but I knew it." The hat had a lot to say, Harry said, which was true and incomplete and would remain so. He looked up at the staff table. Dumbledore was watching him with an expression that might have been pride and might have been relief and might have been something more calculating than either. The man in black, Snape, Ron whispered, potions master, head of Slytherin, and a right nasty piece of work, was also watching, and his expression was unreadable. And Quirrell, in his turban, was looking somewhere else entirely. He was looking at the back of Dumbledore's head with an intensity that had nothing to do with nervousness and everything to do with hunger, and Harry filed this away alongside the scarflare from the leaky cauldron and thought, watch him. Watch him carefully. The feast appeared: roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, pies, potatoes in every form, vegetables in towers, sauces in boats, Yorkshire puddings the size of dinner plates. Harry, who had spent a decade eating scraps, looked at it all and felt something complicated, gratitude and anger and a sadness he couldn't quite name, because this abundance existed and he hadn't known, and the people who were supposed to protect him had kept him from it. He ate. He talked. He laughed at Fred and George's jokes and answered questions about himself, carefully, selectively, giving people enough to satisfy their curiosity without giving them anything real, and when the feast was over and Dumbledore stood to give his start-of-term speech, Harry listened with the focused attention of someone parsing every word for subtext. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. The hall laughed. Harry didn't. He watched Dumbledore sit down and beam at the students, and he thought about the strategy of appearing foolish, about how a man who made people laugh was a man people underestimated, and how a man who was underestimated could operate freely. He's performing, Harry thought. This whole thing, the twinkle, the nonsense words, the benign grandfather act, it's a performance. He's the most powerful wizard alive and he's pretending to be a harmless old man, and everyone buys it because it's easier to trust a fool than a genius. It was, Harry realized, exactly what he did with his taped-together glasses. The thought was uncomfortable. He didn't want to have anything in common with Albus Dumbledore. The first week of classes confirmed two things Harry already suspected: he was ahead of his classmates, and he needed to hide it. Charms with Professor Flitwick, a tiny, enthusiastic wizard who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk, began with basic wand movements and the theory behind the levitation charm. Harry already knew how to levitate objects without a wand, without an incantation, without even thinking about it particularly hard. But he sat at his desk and practiced the wand movement with studious concentration and deliberately took 3 attempts to lift his feather, because being the best in the class on the first day was a fast route to the kind of attention he didn't want. Hermione, beside him, managed the charm on her second attempt and looked so thrilled that Harry felt a genuine pang of warmth. Ron, on his other side, was getting increasingly frustrated. His feather was rolling across the desk but refusing to go airborne, and his ears were going progressively redder. "You're saying it wrong," Hermione told Ron. "It's Wingardium Leviosa. Make the gar nice and long. You do it, then, if you're so clever." Hermione did it. Her feather rose smoothly into the air and hovered above her head like a small, white flag of intellectual superiority. Ron slumped in his seat. Harry leaned over. "Try it again. But this time, don't think about the feather. Think about the air underneath it." Ron frowned. "What? The feather doesn't want to fly. It's a feather on a desk. But the air wants to move, air always wants to move. So instead of forcing the feather up, ask the air to push it." Ron stared at him. "That's not what the textbook says. The textbook explains the how. I'm telling you the why." Ron tried again. This time, his feather wobbled, lifted, and rose 3 inches above the desk before settling back down. Ron's face split into a grin so wide it nearly displaced his freckles. "Brilliant. How'd you know that?" "Lucky guess," Harry said, which was a lie. He knew it because he'd spent years feeling the way magic moved through the world, learning its preferences and tendencies the way a sailor learns the wind. But, lucky guess was simpler, and simplicity was camouflage. Transfiguration with McGonagall was harder to fake. The subject hit too close to the core of Harry's abilities, the deep, intuitive understanding of how to change one thing into another, the conviction that reality was more flexible than it appeared. When McGonagall set them the task of turning a match into a needle, Harry picked up the match and felt the wood grain and the potential inside it and knew, with absolute certainty, that he could transform it instantly, completely, without effort. He turned it into a needle on his 4th attempt. Slowly, imperfectly, with a visible wobble that suggested effort. It was the hardest piece of acting he'd ever done. McGonagall examined it with pursed lips. "Well done, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Gryffindor." She looked at him over her spectacles, and there was something in her gaze, not suspicion, exactly, but awareness, that made Harry think she wasn't entirely fooled. Hermione managed a partial transformation. The match went silver and pointy but retained its wooden texture. She looked at Harry's perfect needle with an expression that combined admiration and competitive determination in equal measure. Harry could practically see her mentally adding extra study hours to her schedule. Herbology was taught by a cheerful, round-witch-named Professor Sprout in a series of greenhouses that smelled of soil and growing things. Harry loved it immediately. The plants responded to him the way the roses at Privet Drive had, turning, reaching, growing faster in his presence, and he had to actively restrain himself from letting the connection show. He handled the bouncing bulbs with a gentleness that made Sprout smile and a competence that made her raise an eyebrow, and when a particularly aggressive bulb tried to escape its pot, Harry caught it with one hand and whispered to it, "Easy, easy, you're fine," and the bulb went still and docile. Neville, working beside him, stared. "How did you do that?" "It nearly broke my nose." Plants respond to calm. If you're tense, they're tense. You talk to them? Sometimes. They don't talk back. Well, most of them don't. Neville looked at Harry with the expression of someone who has just found a kindred spirit in the most unexpected place. "My gran says talking to plants is foolish." "Your gran's wrong." Neville grinned, a rare, shy, transforming grin that showed the brave boy hiding behind the nervous one. "I like herbology," he said, almost defiantly, as if admitting this was an act of rebellion. "Me too," Harry said. "We should study together." And just like that, Harry had 3 friends where a month ago he'd had none. Ron, who was loyal and funny and saw the world with a straightforward clarity that cut through complexity. Hermione, who was brilliant and driven and treated knowledge the way Ron treated Quidditch, as a passion that defined her. And Neville, who was gentle and underestimated and had a quiet courage that most people, including Neville himself, hadn't noticed yet. Harry collected them like the blue marble he still carried in his pocket, small, bright, precious things that the cupboard hadn't given him and the world owed him and he was claiming for himself. Potions was a disaster. Not the brewing itself. Harry had read the textbook thoroughly and understood the principles, and his hands were steady and his instincts were good. The disaster was Snape. The dungeon classroom was cold, dim, and thick with the smell of things Harry couldn't identify, herbs and minerals and something acrid that burned the back of the throat. Snape swept in like a large, irritated bat, robes billowing, and launched into a speech about the subtle science and exact art of potion-making that was clearly designed to intimidate. "Potter." Snape's voice cracked through the room. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry met his eyes. "Draught of living death, sir." A flicker of surprise. Snape's face didn't move, but something shifted behind his eyes, a recalculation, a reassessment. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "Stomach of a goat, sir. Though it's most effective when sourced from an adult male." "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir. Also known as aconite." The classroom was very quiet. Snape stared at Harry for a long moment, that same penetrating, complicated intensity from the Great Hall, and then said, "Correct. On all counts." He paused. "It seems fame does not preclude preparation." 1 point to Gryffindor. From Snape, Harry would later learn, this was practically a standing ovation. But the moment Harry turned back to his cauldron, he felt it, a touch against his mind. Not the hat's broad, probing presence, something sharper, more surgical. A blade sliding between his thoughts, quick and precise, looking for, Harry didn't think. He reacted. The same way he'd learned to block Vernon's hand, instinctively, reflexively, with a wall of pure will that slammed into place between his mind and the intrusion. The blade hit the wall and stopped, and Harry felt the intruder's shock like a physical vibration, a recoil of surprise so strong it was almost audible. He turned slowly and looked at Snape. Snape was standing behind his desk, and his face was white. Not angry white or sick white, stunned white, the color of a man who has reached for a doorknob and received an electric shock. His black eyes were wide, fixed on Harry with an expression that mixed disbelief with something Harry couldn't read. Harry held his gaze. He didn't know what had just happened, didn't have the vocabulary for it, didn't know the words legilimency and occlumency, but he knew what it felt like. Someone had tried to get inside his head, and he'd stopped them. "Is there a problem, Professor?" Harry said, quietly enough that only Snape could hear. Snape said nothing. His jaw worked once, twice, and then he turned sharply and stalked to the other side of the classroom, and he did not look at Harry again for the rest of the lesson. That evening, in his quarters, Snape poured himself a glass of fire whiskey and drank it in one swallow and poured another. Occlumency. The boy had used occlumency. Not the studied, practiced kind, not the careful shield building that Snape himself had mastered over decades under the Dark Lord's gaze. This was raw, instinctive, reactive, a wall thrown up by pure magical force, like a castle portcullis slamming down. Snape had been using legilimency since before the boy was born. He'd probed the minds of Death Eaters and Aurors and students beyond counting. And he had never, in his entire career, been shut out so completely by anyone who wasn't Albus Dumbledore. The boy had Lily's eyes. Lily's eyes, in James Potter's face, and a magical presence that made the hair on Snape's arm stand up. He drank his second glass and stared at the fire and thought about a 7-year-old turning his cousin into a pig, because Snape had not been obliviated, he hadn't known about the incident at all, at the time, but he had heard rumors. Whispers in the staff room. A classified incident involving the Potter boy. Accidental magic of unprecedented magnitude. He dismissed it. Children's magic was volatile, unpredictable, and usually inconsequential. The idea that a child, James Potter's child, could produce anything genuinely extraordinary had seemed, to Snape's prejudice-clouded mind, absurd. He was no longer certain it was absurd. He was no longer certain of anything, except that the boy in his classroom was not what he'd expected, and that the wall he'd hit inside Harry Potter's mind had felt like running into a mountain. He poured a third glass. He didn't drink it. He sat in his cold dungeon office and looked at the fire and thought about green eyes and red hair and the terrible, persistent suspicion that he had been wrong about something important. 3 floors above, in the Gryffindor common room, Harry sat by the fire and thought about what had happened in the dungeon. Someone had tried to read his mind. A teacher. A teacher had tried to read his mind, and Harry had stopped it without knowing how, and the teacher had been scared. He pulled out his wand and held it, feeling the Hollywood warm against his palm, and thought about all the things he didn't know. The gaps. The blind spots. The questions that kept multiplying faster than the answers. Why had Snape tried to read his mind? What was he looking for? Why did Quirrell make his scar burn? What was Dumbledore hiding on the 3rd floor? The headmaster had mentioned, during his speech, that the 3rd-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds to anyone who did not wish to die a very painful death. Harry had noted this with the same attention he gave everything Dumbledore said, and had filed it under obviously important, investigate later. And what had happened when he was 7? What was the grey blankness in his memory, the gap that felt like a missing tooth, the space where something enormous had happened and been erased? He didn't have answers. But he had time, and he had a castle full of knowledge, and he had a mind that had been solving puzzles since before he could read. "You're thinking very loudly," Hermione said, dropping into the chair beside him. She had a stack of books in her arms, Advanced Transfiguration Theory, History of Ancient Runes, and something called Magical Mind Arts, an introduction that made Harry's eyes sharpen. "Where did you get that?" He pointed at the Mind Arts book. "The library." "Why? Have you read it?" "No. Can I borrow it? I've barely started it myself, but we can share. She sat back in her chair and opened the book. It's about occlumency and legilimency. Mental magic. The ability to read minds and the ability to protect them. Apparently it's quite advanced, most students don't learn it until NEWT level, if at all. Harry looked at the book. Occlumency. That was what he'd done. Instinctively, without training, without even knowing the word. He'd done it the same way he'd done everything else, by feel, by necessity, by the simple refusal to be violated. We should read it together, he said. Tonight. Hermione looked at him sideways. Did something happen in potions? You were strange afterward. Quiet. Snape tried something. I'm not sure what. But I want to be ready if he tries again. Hermione's eyes narrowed. She was too smart to miss the implication, and too principled to let it go. A teacher tried to use mental magic on a student. That's a serious violation. We should report it. To whom? Dumbledore? Snape works for Dumbledore. Then McGonagall, Hermione. Harry turned to face her, and his expression was serious in a way that made her stop talking. I've spent my whole life in a system where the adults in charge didn't protect me. School, home, it didn't matter. The people who were supposed to help either couldn't or wouldn't. I'm not going to make the mistake of trusting that this place is different just because it's magical. The firelight played across her face. She looked at him with an expression he'd never seen directed at himself, not pity, not curiosity, not the slightly odd fascination of someone looking at the boy who lived. Something simpler and more powerful than any of those. Understanding. Then we protect ourselves, she said quietly. We protect ourselves. She opened the book. He leaned in. And in the warm, crackling common room of Gryffindor Tower, two 11-year-olds began teaching themselves the art of mental defense against an institution that was supposed to be keeping them safe. The weeks accumulated. September became October, and October darkened toward Halloween, and Harry settled into Hogwarts the way water settles into a riverbed, finding the paths of least resistance, carving channels, going deeper. He learned the castle. Not just the routes between classes, the architecture of it, the magical geometry, the way corridors connected and staircases moved and rooms appeared and disappeared according to rules that were consistent even when they seemed random. He learned that the castle was alive, not sentient, exactly, but aware, in the way old magic was always aware, and that it responded to him differently than it responded to other students. Doors opened for him that stayed locked for others. Staircases moved to catch him when he stepped off the wrong landing. Once, lost in a corridor on the 7th floor, he turned a corner and found himself exactly where he needed to be, as if the castle had rearranged itself to accommodate him. He learned the people. Which teachers were observant and which were oblivious. Which students were trustworthy and which were plants, children of old families, positioned at Hogwarts to watch and report. He learned to read the social landscape the way he'd learned to read the Dursleys, by watching for patterns, for alliances, for the subtle power dynamics that operated beneath the surface of homework and house points. He learned that Draco Malfoy was dangerous not because of his own abilities, which were mediocre, but because of his father's connections. He learned that Neville Longbottom was magically talented but psychologically hamstrung by a grandmother who compared him unfavorably to his parents. He learned that the Weasley twins were geniuses who disguised their intelligence as comedy, and that Percy Weasley was an ambitious fool who mistook rules for virtue. He learned that Quirrell was hiding something. The stammer was an act, Harry was certain of it, with the bone-deep certainty of a boy who'd spent a decade performing his own version of helplessness. The nervous, twitching professor who couldn't finish a sentence without tripping over it was a mask, and behind the mask was the thing that made Harry's scar burn. And he learned occlumency. The book Hermione had found was an introduction, surface level, theoretical, designed for advanced students considering further study. But Harry didn't need advanced technique. He needed to understand the principle, and the principle was simple: your mind was a space, and you could control who entered it. He practiced every night. Lying in his four-poster bed with the curtains drawn, he built walls. Not the instinctive, reactive wall he'd thrown up against Snape, a deliberate, structured defense, layer upon layer, like the walls of the castle itself. He organized his memories, filed them, catalogued them, the important ones behind the strongest walls, the trivial ones left accessible as decoys. He created a mental architecture that was, in its own way, a mirror of the architecture he'd been building in his mind since childhood, the system of observation and analysis that had kept him alive at Privet Drive. Hermione practiced too, though she approached it differently, methodically, textbook first, building her defenses according to the book's precise instructions. They tested each other, gently, pushing against each other's minds with the tentative pressure of beginners, and they improved. By the end of October, Harry could hold his shields for an hour without effort. The grey blankness in his memory, the obliviation, sat behind his strongest wall, inaccessible even to him, and sometimes at night he pressed against it and felt the shape of it and wondered what was on the other side. He didn't push through. Not yet. He wasn't ready for whatever was in there, and he knew it, and knowing your own limits was the first lesson the cupboard had taught him. Meanwhile, above and below and around the daily life of classes and friendships and the slow, steady accumulation of knowledge and power, the machinery of the cover-up continued to grind. Amelia Bones arrived at Hogwarts on the 1st of October. Officially, she was there to conduct a routine security review, a standard procedure that she'd requested through proper channels and that Dumbledore could not refuse without arousing suspicion. Unofficially, she was there to see Harry Potter for the first time in 3 years. She found him in the corridor outside the Charms classroom, walking with Ron and Hermione, and the sight of him stopped her dead. Not because he looked different, he was still small, still thin, still wearing glasses held together with tape. But he moved differently. The hunted, flinching quality she remembered from the park was gone, replaced by a quiet alertness, the watchfulness of a predator, not prey. He walked through the corridor like he owned it, and the castle, she noticed, seemed to agree. The torches brightened as he passed, the suits of armor turned their heads. She intercepted him outside the classroom. "Mr. Potter." "A word?" Harry looked at her. She watched his face and saw the process, assessment, calculation, a quick inventory of who she was and what she wanted. He didn't recognize her. Of course he didn't, the obliviation had taken that. But something flickered in his eyes. Something deep, below the level of recognition. A feeling, warm, familiar, impossible. "Do I know you?" he said. "We met once, a long time ago. You were very young." He studied her. The monocle. The square jaw. The steady, no-nonsense expression. And the feeling intensified, promise, warmth, someone who listened, and his brow furrowed. "I dream about a woman with a monocle sometimes," he said. "She tells me it's going to be all right." Amelia Bones had survived 2 wars, a decade of political combat, and the sustained hostility of every corrupt official in the ministry. She had not, in all that time, cried in public. She did not cry now. But it was close. "Walk with me, Mr. Potter." They walked. Ron and Hermione fell back, exchanging glances. Amelia led Harry to an empty classroom, closed the door, and cast 3 separate privacy charms with the brisk efficiency of long practice. "My name is Amelia Bones. I'm the Director of Magical Law Enforcement. I need to ask you some questions, and I need you to be completely honest with me." "About what?" "About your childhood. About the Dursleys. And about what you can do." Harry looked at her for a long time. The magic inside him was quiet, not the tense, coiled quiet of threat detection, but a different kind. A settling. A recognition. He trusted her. He didn't know why, he didn't trust easily, didn't trust at all, as a rule, but something about Amelia Bones, something below the level of conscious memory, told him that this woman was safe. So he told her. Everything. He told her about the cupboard and the chores and the hunger and the hitting. He told her about discovering his magic, about the locks and the lights and the levitation. He told her about teaching himself, night after night, year after year, in the dark. He told her about the blue marble. He told her about the snake in the garden and the roses that turned toward him and the way the castle seemed to recognize him. He told her about Snape's legitimacy and his own instinctive acclimacy. He told her about the gap in his memory, the gray blankness, the missing time, the feeling of something enormous hidden behind a wall he couldn't breach. "Something happened when I was 7, he said. "I can feel it. It's in my head, behind a barrier. Like someone put it there. Like someone erased it." Amelia closed her eyes. When she opened them, they were bright. "Someone did, Harry. The Ministry erased your memory of that incident. They erased everyone's memory. And they buried the file and pretended it never happened. What did I do? You turned your cousin into a pig." The silence in the empty classroom was immense. Harry stared at her. She stared back. "A pig," he said. "Full human-to-animal transfiguration. At age 7. It took 4 specialist wizards over an hour to reverse it." She paused. "You did it because he tore up a drawing of your mother." The gray blankness in Harry's mind shifted. Not broke, he could feel the obliviation holding, the magical barrier still intact, but shifted, like tectonic plates grinding against each other, and through the gap came a flash, grass, gravel, torn paper, a feeling of fury so vast it filled his entire body. He gasped. Pressed his hand to his forehead. The scar was quiet, but his whole head was ringing. "Easy," Amelia said. She moved toward him but didn't touch him. She could see the magic rippling around him, the air shimmering with barely contained force. "Easy, Harry. Don't try to break through the obliviation. It's layered, and forcing it could cause damage." "You were there," he said. "I can feel it. You were there, and you listened. You listened to me. I was there. I was the first one on the scene after the reversal squad. I saw the conditions you were living in, and I tried to have you removed." Her voice hardened. "I was overruled. By Dumbledore and by the Minister." "Dumbledore. He insisted the blood wards required your placement with the Dursleys. Fudge insisted the incident be classified and buried. I have spent 3 years gathering evidence against both of them." She met his eyes. "I promised you, Harry. In the park. Before they obliviated you. I promised I would make things right." Harry looked at her, this stern, monocled woman who had carried a promise for 3 years on behalf of a boy who couldn't remember receiving it, and felt the crack in his chest break open 1 more inch. "What happens now?" he said. "Now you go to class. You learn. You be a student. You be 11, because you've never had the chance to be a child and you deserve one." She paused. "And I do my job. The inquiry is coming, Harry. When it does, the truth about what happened to you, all of it, is going to come out. And the people who let it happen are going to answer for it. Including Dumbledore." "Including Dumbledore." Harry nodded. He was quiet for a moment, and then he said, "Director Bones." "Yes. Thank you. For remembering." She looked at him, this small, fierce, impossible boy who had taught himself magic in a cupboard and built walls inside his mind and survived a decade of cruelty and emerged not broken but forged, and she thought about the promise she'd made in a park 3 years ago, and she said, "Always, Harry. Always." She left. Harry stood in the empty classroom, alone with his thoughts and the ambient hum of a castle that was listening, and he pressed his hand against the grey blankness in his mind, the place where a pig and a promise and a woman with a monocle had been buried by people who feared what he was, and he thought, "I'm going to find out everything. Every lie, every secret, every choice they made about my life without asking me. And then I'm going to decide what to do about it." He picked up his bag and went to his next class, and the castle brightened around him as he walked, and the suits of armor turned their heads, and the magic inside him hummed like a plucked string, steady and strong and waiting. Chapter 5, The Troll and the Truth. Halloween morning tasted like smoke and sugar. The great hall had been transformed overnight, enormous carved pumpkins floated near the enchanted ceiling, live bats swooped between the candles, and the air carried a sweetness that Harry associated with the kind of childhood he'd only ever watched through windows. Dudley had gone trick-or-treating every year. Harry had stayed in the cupboard and listened to the door open and close and the rustle of candy wrappers and Dudley's voice cataloguing his haul like a very small, very fat accountant. This was different. This was a castle full of magic celebrating the day his parents died, and nobody seemed to realize that the two things were connected. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table with a plate of toast he wasn't eating and watched the hall fill up around him. Ron dropped into the seat beside him and immediately began loading his plate with eggs and sausages, because Ron's appetite operated on a schedule that acknowledged no external circumstances, and Hermione sat across from them with a book propped against the juice jug, reading while she ate, which was a skill she'd perfected over the past 2 months and which Ron found simultaneously impressive and annoying. "Happy Halloween," Ron said through a mouthful of egg. Harry didn't answer. He was looking at the staff table. Quirrell was in his usual seat, picking at his food with the trembling hands of a nervous man, and Snape was beside him, ignoring his own plate in favor of staring into the middle distance with the fixed intensity of someone working through a complicated problem. Dumbledore was absent, his chair empty, which was unusual. Harry had been tracking the headmaster's movements with the same systematic attention he gave everything, and Dumbledore rarely missed a meal. "Harry?" Hermione had looked up from her book. "Are you all right?" "It's the anniversary," he said quietly. 10 years ago today." Hermione's face changed. The brightness drained out of it, replaced by something soft and careful. Ron stopped chewing. "Your parents," Hermione said. "Not a question. I didn't know until 2 months ago. What the date meant. Hagrid told me they died on Halloween, and I thought," he stopped. Picked up his toast. Put it down again. "I thought I should feel something. Something big. But I just feel tired." Ron swallowed his mouthful. He looked at Harry with an expression that was, for Ron, remarkably perceptive, the look of a boy who came from a family of 9 and had learned, by osmosis if nothing else, that sometimes the thing people needed wasn't words. "We could skip the feast tonight," Ron said. "Go somewhere quiet." "I nicked a chess set off Fred." Harry looked at him. "You'd skip the feast? You? Don't make a thing of it. The Halloween feast is supposed to be the best one of the year. There's going to be treacle tart." "I said don't make a thing of it." Harry felt the crack in his chest, the one that kept getting wider, kept letting more warmth through, kept making it harder to maintain the careful walls he'd built. Open another fraction. "Thanks, Ron. But I'll be all right. Let's go to the feast." Ron looked relieved. Yeah. My parents wouldn't want me sitting in a dark room on their anniversary. They'd want me eating treacle tart. That's the spirit." Hermione reached across the table and squeezed Harry's hand, once, briefly, and then went back to her book as if nothing had happened. Harry looked at the place where her hand had been and thought about connection, about what it meant to have people who noticed when you were hurting and adjusted themselves accordingly, without drama, without fuss, as naturally as breathing. The Dursleys had never done that. Not once. Not for him. He ate his toast. The day's classes were a blur. Charms, they were working on color-changing spells, which Harry found absurdly easy after the blue marble and had to deliberately fumble twice. Herbology, repotting screaming snapdragons, which shrieked when disturbed and required thick gloves and a steady hand. History of magic, Professor Binns, the only ghost on staff, who taught with the enthusiasm of a man who had died during a lecture and simply hadn't noticed. Harry usually used Binns's class to practice occlumency. The droning monotone was perfect for it, a steady, numbing backdrop against which he could build and test his mental defenses. He'd gotten good at it over the past month. His shields were layered now, structured, with decoy memories in the outer rings and the real ones, the important ones, buried deep. The obliviation sat at the very center, a hard gray kernel he still hadn't cracked. But today he wasn't practicing shields. Today he was thinking about Quirrell. The defense against the dark arts teacher had been getting worse. Not his teaching, that had always been atrocious, all stammer and garlic and useless anecdotes about vampires that contradicted the textbook. What was getting worse was the wrongness. Harry could feel it every time he was near Quirrell, a cold, creeping sensation, like standing downwind of something dead. His scar pulsed in Quirrell's presence, every class, every meal, every accidental encounter in the corridor, and the pulses were getting stronger. And then there was the turban. Harry had been watching it for weeks. The turban smelled of garlic. Quirrell claimed it was a gift from an African prince, a ward against vampires, but beneath the garlic was something else. Something that Harry's magic recoiled from, the way your hand recoils from a flame before your conscious mind registers heat. There was something inside that turban. Something alive. Something that was aware of Harry the way Harry was aware of it, and that watched him through the back of Quirrell's head with an intelligence that had nothing to do with the stuttering professor. He hadn't told anyone. Not Ron, not Hermione, not even Amelia Bones. He was still gathering data, still building his picture, still waiting for the pattern to become clear. But the pattern was getting clearer every day, and what it was showing him was terrifying. Quirrell was connected to Voldemort. Harry didn't know how, possession, servitude, some dark magical symbiosis he didn't have a name for, but the connection was there, humming beneath the stammer like a bass note beneath a melody, and it was getting stronger. And it was interested in whatever Dumbledore was hiding on the third floor. Harry had investigated the Forbidden Corridor during his second week at Hogwarts. Not entered it, he wasn't reckless, but stood at its entrance and felt the magic guarding it. Powerful wards, layered and complex, the kind of defenses you built around something valuable. He'd asked Hagrid about it during one of their Friday tea visits, and Hagrid had turned pink and changed the subject with all the subtlety of a man trying to hide a dragon in a phone booth. "That's between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel," Hagrid had said, and then clapped his hand over his mouth, and Harry had filed the name away for the second time and gone to the library the next morning. Nicholas Flamel. 665 years old. Alchemist. Creator of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone, which could turn any metal into gold and produce the elixir of life. The Philosopher's Stone, which was hidden behind a locked door on the third floor of Hogwarts, guarded by wards and traps, while a man with Voldemort living in his turban taught defense against the dark arts one floor below. Harry had put the pieces together over the course of October, slowly, carefully, the way he put everything together, by watching and listening and thinking. Dumbledore had hidden the stone at Hogwarts. Quirrell was trying to steal it for Voldemort. And the entire school was sitting on top of this situation like a picnic on a minefield, because Dumbledore had decided that whatever game he was playing was worth the risk of 600 children's lives. Harry's opinion of Albus Dumbledore, already low, was descending into depths that would have required specialized diving equipment to chart. The afternoon of October 31st brought charms, where Professor Flitwick had them practicing the levitation charm they'd been working on for weeks. Most of the class had managed it by now. Hermione had been first, Ron had followed after Harry's advice about the air, and even Neville could get his feather to hover, though it had a tendency to drift sideways and once lodged itself in Seamus Finnegan's nostril. Harry performed the charm with his wand for the 6th time, keeping his feather at a regulation 6 inches above the desk, and thought about the fact that he could levitate the entire desk without a wand if he chose to, and that this disparity between his visible abilities and his actual ones was getting harder to maintain with every passing week. He was getting stronger. He could feel it, a daily, incremental growth in the magic inside him, as if Hogwarts itself was feeding him. The ambient magic of the castle, the 1,000-year accumulation of spells and enchantments and raw power, was seeping into him through his feet and his skin and the air he breathed, and his magical core was absorbing it the way a sponge absorbs water, greedily, efficiently, without limit. His wandless abilities, which he practiced in his bed every night with the curtains drawn, had expanded dramatically since arriving at Hogwarts. He could levitate himself now, properly, deliberately, hovering a foot above his mattress with steady concentration. He could unlock any door in the castle, including ones with magical wards, which had given him access to the restricted section of the library and several staff offices. He could cast a lumos bright enough to light a corridor and a silencing charm effective enough to muffle an explosion. And he could change things. Transfiguration, the deep, intuitive kind he discovered with the marble, was his strongest ability, the one that came most naturally, the one that scared him the most. Because changing things was easy. Too easy. He could look at a matchstick and see the needle inside it, the way a sculptor saw the statue inside the marble, and all he had to do was remove everything that was a needle. He could look at a teacup and see a tortoise. He could look at a desk and see a pig. The thought stopped him cold. He put down his wand and stared at his hands, and for one vertigo-inducing moment the grey blankness in his memory pressed against his shields and he felt the shape of what was behind it, a boy, a pig, the sickening ease of changing one thing into another, Harry. Hermione's voice. Concerned. Close. He blinked. The moment passed. I'm fine. Just lost focus. She gave him the look she always gave him when she knew he was lying and was choosing, for now, not to push. He gave her the look he always gave her back, which said I know you know and I'll tell you when I can. They'd developed an entire language of looks, the two of them. It was efficient and it was intimate and it was the closest thing to telepathy that didn't involve actual legitimacy. The feast began at 7. The great hall was magnificent, 100 carved pumpkins now, each the size of a small car, and the bats had multiplied, and the candles had been charmed to burn in shades of orange and purple. The food was extraordinary, everything from the regular feasts multiplied and intensified, mountains of candy alongside the roasts and pies, and a treacle tart so large it had its own gravitational field. Ron attacked the feast with the single-minded focus of a man fulfilling his life's purpose. Neville ate quietly, steadily, with the appreciative thoroughness of someone who never took food for granted. Harry ate and didn't taste much, because the date was pressing on him, October 31st, 10 years, his parents, the flash of green light that lived behind every other memory, and because something was wrong. He could feel it. A shift in the castle's magic, a tension in the air, like the moment before a thunderstorm when the barometric pressure drops and the birds go quiet. Something was coming. Something was already here. He looked at the staff table. Quirrell's seat was empty. Harry set down his fork. Where's Quirrell? Ron looked up, cheeks bulging. Wah. Quirrell. He's not at the feast. Hermione scanned the staff table. He's probably in his office. He has that garlic thing, doesn't he? Maybe he's. The doors of the great hall burst open. Quirrell came running. Sprinting, actually, arms pumping, turban askew, face the color of old porridge. He made it halfway up the hall before his legs seemed to give out, and he staggered to a halt in front of the staff table, gasping. Troll. In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. He collapsed. The great hall erupted. 600 students screamed simultaneously, a wall of sound that hit Harry like a physical force, and the panic that followed was instant and total. Students leaped from benches, knocked over goblets, trampled each other in the rush toward the doors. The noise was deafening. The bats, panicked by the screaming, dive-bombed the crowd, adding to the chaos. Harry didn't move. He sat at the Gryffindor table and watched Quirrell lying on the floor, apparently unconscious, and thought, he's faking. The feint was too clean, too theatrical, too perfectly timed. Quirrell had burst through those doors like a man in genuine terror, but the terror was a costume. Harry could see the seams of it, the places where the performance didn't quite fit. This was a distraction. The troll was a distraction. Quirrell wanted everyone out of the great hall, everyone panicking, everyone focused on the troll, so that he could go somewhere else. The third floor. Silence. Dumbledore's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. The hall went quiet, not naturally, but magically, a compulsion in the word that grabbed every throat and squeezed. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. Percy Weasley was on his feet instantly, badge gleaming, voice officious. Gryffindors, follow me. Stay together, don't panic, follow me. The students moved. Harry moved with them, out the doors, into the corridor, and then he stopped. Because Hermione wasn't with them. He grabbed Ron's arm. Where's Hermione? Ron looked around. Frowned. She wasn't at the feast. I thought, she left after charms. She was upset. Harry remembered now, Hermione had overheard Ron saying something to Seamus about her being a nightmare, and she'd walked away with her chin up and her eyes bright, and she hadn't come to the feast. She's in the bathroom. The girls' bathroom on the first floor. So. The troll's in the dungeons. The troll is wherever Quirrell wanted it to be, and Quirrell is a liar, and Hermione is alone in a bathroom while a mountain troll is loose in the castle. Ron's face went through several expressions in rapid succession: confusion, comprehension, fear, and finally a grim determination that looked startlingly like the bravery his house was supposed to embody. Right, Ron said. Let's go. They broke from the group. Percy didn't notice, he was too busy counting heads and looking important, and they ducked down a side corridor and ran. Harry led, because he knew the castle better than anyone except possibly the Weasley twins, and they sprinted through empty corridors and down a flight of stairs and around a corner, and Harry smelled it before he saw it. A stench so powerful it was almost solid: old socks, unwashed drains, the concentrated essence of something that had never encountered hygiene and had no interest in starting. And then, turning the corner into the first-floor corridor, he saw it. The mountain troll was 12 feet tall and the color of wet granite. It had a head the size of a boulder, tiny eyes like raisins pressed into dough, short thick legs like tree stumps, and it was carrying a club that was itself the size of a tree. It was shuffling down the corridor with the aimless, destructive purpose of something too stupid to know where it was going but determined to wreck everything it encountered on the way there. It was heading for the girls' bathroom. Oh, Ron said faintly. That's big. Move. Harry was already running. The troll heard him, its tiny head swiveled with surprising speed, but Harry was faster, and he reached the bathroom door and threw it open, and Hermione was there, backed against the far wall, her face white and her wand clutched in both hands, and the sound she was making wasn't quite a scream, it was the high, thin, continuous sound of someone who had been scared beyond the capacity for proper screaming. Hermione, come on, the troll arrived. It came through the wall. Not the door, the wall. It swung its club with a lazy, devastating arc, and the stone blocks of the bathroom wall exploded inward like they were made of paper, and suddenly the corridor and the bathroom were one space, open and ruined, and the troll was standing in the rubble, swinging its club, and Hermione was screaming and Ron was shouting and Harry let go. Not all the way. Not completely. But the careful restraint he'd been maintaining since September 1st, the deliberate underperformance, the fumbled spells, the pretense of being just another first year, cracked, and through the crack poured everything he'd been holding back. He didn't reach for his wand. He didn't think about it. The wand was a focusing tool, and in this moment he didn't need focus, he needed force, and force was something he had in abundance. He threw up his hand and the troll's club stopped mid-swing. Just stopped. 12 feet in the air, at the apex of its arc, frozen in the grip of something the troll couldn't see and couldn't understand. The troll grunted, confused, outraged, the animal bewilderment of a creature whose body has stopped obeying it, and it pulled at the club, and the club didn't move, and Harry held it there with the same quiet, absolute will he'd used to hold the marble in the cupboard, the same will he'd used to stop Vernon's hand 6 inches from his face. But this was harder. The troll was strong, magically resistant, dense. The club must have weighed 300 pounds, and holding it required more power than Harry had ever used consciously. He could feel the effort in his bones, in his teeth, in the back of his skull, a pressure building toward a limit he hadn't known existed. Ron! Get Hermione out! Ron moved. He scrambled across the rubble, grabbed Hermione's arm, and hauled her toward the door. She went, stumbling, shaking, clutching Ron's sleeve, and they cleared the debris and made it to the corridor. The troll wrenched its club free. The effort of holding it had been too much. Harry's grip broke, and the club swung down, smashing into the floor where Hermione had been standing seconds before. Porcelain shattered. Water erupted from broken pipes. The troll roared, a sound that vibrated in Harry's chest like a drum, and swung again. Harry dove. The club passed over his head close enough to ruffle his hair and hit the wall behind him, and stones rained down and water sprayed everywhere, and the troll was pulling its club back for another swing, and Harry was on the floor in a puddle of water and broken porcelain, and he thought, with a clarity that was almost peaceful, I can stop this. I can stop it right now. But not quietly. Not invisibly. Not without everyone seeing. The troll swung. Harry stood up and caught the club. Not physically, his hands never touched it. But the magic that erupted from him was so dense, so visible, so undeniably there that everyone in the corridor saw it. A shockwave of golden light pulsed from Harry's outstretched hands and hit the troll's club, and the club shattered, not stopped, shattered, exploding into splinters that hung in the air like frozen rain. The troll stared at the stump of its club. Harry stared at the troll. Then he pushed. Not a physical push. A magical one. A wave of raw force that hit the troll in the center of its massive chest and lifted it off its feet, 12 feet of mountain troll, 1,000 pounds of granite skin stupidity, and flung it backward through the ruined wall into the corridor beyond, where it hit the opposite wall with a crash that shook the castle and slid to the floor and didn't move. The silence that followed was enormous. Harry stood in the wrecked bathroom, ankle-deep in water, surrounded by floating splinters of wood and settling dust, and his hands were shaking and his magic was shaking and the air around him was shimmering with heat haze distortion, and he became aware, slowly, of the fact that he was not alone. Ron and Hermione were in the corridor, staring. But they weren't the only ones. Professor McGonagall was there, her face white, her wand drawn, her mouth open. Snape was behind her, black robes soaked at the hem from the water, his expression unreadable. Quirrell was there too, when had he arrived, clutching his turban with both hands, his face a mask of calculated terror. And at the back of the group, standing very still, was Albus Dumbledore. "Explain," McGonagall said. Her voice was faint, which Harry had never heard from her. "Explain what just happened." Harry looked at the unconscious troll. He looked at the ruined wall. He looked at the wood splinters still hovering in the air, held by residual magic he hadn't thought to release. He let them go. They clattered to the wet floor. "There was a troll," he said. "Hermione was in the bathroom. We came to get her." "You came to, a mountain troll, Mr. Potter." "A mountain troll. First years are not equipped to, with respect, Professor, I didn't have time to find a teacher. The troll was about to kill my friend." McGonagall's mouth opened and closed. She looked at the troll, definitely unconscious, possibly concussed, lying in a heap of rubble like a very ugly, very large baby, and back at Harry, and her expression warred between professional outrage and something that looked uncomfortably like awe. "What you did, the magic you used," she stopped. Gathered herself. When she spoke again, her voice was steadier, but her eyes were sharp. "Mr. Potter, what you just did was not first-year magic. What you just did was not seventh-year magic. What you just did, Minerva." Dumbledore's voice. Quiet, calm, carrying the weight of authority that comes from being the most powerful person in any room you enter. He stepped forward, and the corridor seemed to rearrange itself around him, the rubble settling, the water stilling, the chaos subsiding into something that was, if not order, at least manageable. I think Mr. Potter and his friends should visit Madame Pomfrey. It's been a difficult evening. Albus, you can't possibly expect me to. I expect nothing, Minerva. I suggest that this conversation would benefit from a calmer setting and a later hour. His eyes found Harry, and Harry saw the calculation behind the twinkle, the rapid, ruthless assessment of a man processing new information and adjusting his plans accordingly. 5 points to Gryffindor. Each. For outstanding courage in the face of danger. Harry met his eyes and held them. The twinkle didn't waver. But behind it, in the deep blue, something shifted, the first crack in Dumbledore's certainty, the first sign that his calculations about Harry Potter might require revision. "Thank you, Headmaster," Harry said. The words were perfectly polite and perfectly empty. He walked past them, past McGonagall and Snape and Quirrell and Dumbledore, and found Ron and Hermione in the corridor, and the three of them walked back toward Gryffindor Tower without speaking, the only sounds their wet footsteps and the distant drip of burst pipes and, once, a small sob from Hermione that she cut off with a sharp breath and a lifted chin. They made it to the common room. It was empty, most students had gone to bed, the excitement of the troll having worn them out, and the three of them stood in front of the fire and looked at each other, and the silence was the kind that comes after an explosion, when the dust is settling and you're checking yourself for injuries and trying to determine if the world is still the shape you remember. "Harry," Hermione said. Her voice was very controlled. "Very careful. What you did back there. I know. That wasn't normal. That wasn't, you threw a mountain troll across a corridor. Without a wand. Without an incantation. You, the club, it exploded, I know. People saw. McGonagall saw. Snape saw. Dumbledore saw. I know." She stared at him. Her eyes were red-rimmed from crying, her hair was wild with dust, and her robes were soaked. She looked furious and terrified and grateful and confused, and behind all of it was the burning intelligence that would not rest until it had answers. "How long have you been able to do things like that?" Harry looked at the fire. It crackled and popped, and the warmth felt like a living thing. "Years," he said. "Since I was 7. Maybe earlier." Ron made a sound. A small, strangled sound, like someone trying to process information that didn't fit in the available space. "I've been hiding it," Harry continued. "Since I got to Hogwarts. Pretending to be normal. Fumbling spells on purpose. Holding back." He paused. "I couldn't hold back tonight. Not with the troll. Not with you in danger." "Why?" Ron said. "Why hide it?" "Because power draws attention. And attention, in my experience, is never safe." He looked at them, Ron, honest and loyal and so fundamentally decent that it almost hurt to look at him, Hermione, brilliant and brave and fierce and the best friend he'd never expected to have. "I've been lied to my whole life. By the Dursleys. By Dumbledore. By the Ministry. I don't know who I can trust. I don't know what anyone wants from me. The only advantage I have is that no one knows what I can do." "We know now," Hermione said quietly. "Yes. You do. And McGonagall. And Snape. And Dumbledore. Yes." The fire crackled. Somewhere in the castle, pipes were still dripping. "So what do we do?" Ron said. He said it without hesitation, "We, not you," as if the question of standing with Harry had been answered so long ago that asking it again would be redundant. Harry looked at his friends. His first friends. His only friends. The people who had followed him toward a troll because Hermione was in danger, who had stood in a wrecked bathroom and watched him do the impossible and hadn't run. "I need to tell you something," he said. "Both of you. Everything. The Dursleys, the Ministry, the cover-up, all of it. You deserve to know what you're getting into. We're already in it, Hermione said. She's right, Ron said. We were in it the second you sat down on that train. So talk. Harry talked. He told them everything. The cupboard. The magic. The years of teaching himself in the dark. The blue marble. The snake. The obliviation, the gap in his memory, the pig, the cover-up. Amelia Bones and her promise. Fudge and the classified file. Dumbledore and the blood wards. He told them about Snape's legitimacy and his own occlumency. He told them about Quirrell, the wrongness, the scar flares, the thing inside the turban. And he told them about the Philosopher's Stone. By the time he finished, the fire had burned low and the common room was dark and Ron's face was the color of old parchment and Hermione was gripping the arms of her chair so hard her knuckles were white. Bloody hell, Ron whispered. The Ministry covered up child abuse, Hermione said. Her voice was shaking, but not with fear, with fury, the precise, focused fury of someone who believed in rules and had just learned that the people who made them were the first to break them. They obliviated witnesses. They buried the file. They left you with those people for 3 more years. Yes. And Dumbledore knew, he knew. He argued that the blood wards were more important than my welfare. That's monstrous. It's calculated. He's not evil, Hermione. He's something more complicated than that. He believes he's right, and he's willing to sacrifice my happiness for what he sees as my safety, and he's never once considered that those two things might not be separable. Hermione looked at him with fierce, bright eyes, and Harry saw her organizing the information, categorizing it, building arguments, preparing positions. Her mind worked the way his did, systematically, relentlessly, but where his system was built on survival, hers was built on justice. Amelia Bones is building a case, she said. Not a question. She's been building it for 3 years. She'll need evidence. Documented evidence. The classified file, the monitoring data, testimony from the obliviated parties, she has most of it. There's a junior Auror, Tonks, who's been gathering the rest. Hermione nodded, once, sharply. What does she need from you? For now, nothing. She told me to be a student. To be 11. That ship rather sailed when you threw a troll across a corridor. Hermione's mouth twitched. But we can work with this. The troll incident gives Bones leverage. If the school isn't safe, if Dumbledore can't protect students from a mountain troll, that's grounds for an inquiry. Add the cover-up, the abuse, the classified file, she can force a Wisengamot hearing. Ron looked between them. I feel like I should be contributing something, but I'm mostly just sitting here thinking about the fact that my best mate can throw trolls and I can barely levitate a feather. Your feather levitation has improved enormously, Hermione said. Thanks. That's very comforting. I'll remember that the next time a troll shows up. Despite everything, despite the terror and the revelations and the crushing weight of institutional betrayal, Harry laughed. It burst out of him unexpectedly, and it was the real kind, the kind that comes from somewhere deep, and Ron started laughing too, and then Hermione, and the 3 of them sat in the dying firelight and laughed until they couldn't breathe, and it wasn't funny, none of it was funny, but laughter was the only response that fit. When they finally stopped, Hermione wiped her eyes and said, "We need a plan." "Several plans," Harry said. "We need to deal with Quirrell before he gets the stone. We need to support Bones's inquiry without exposing ourselves. And I need to figure out what's behind the obliviation in my head, not just what I did, but how, because if I can do full human transfiguration at 7, I need to understand what that means about my magic. And you need to not get expelled," Ron added. "After tonight, every teacher in the castle is going to be watching you. Especially Snape," Hermione said grimly. "He tried legitimacy on you before. After seeing what you did to that troll, he'll try again. Harder. Let him try." Harry's voice was quiet, but there was something in it, a steel, a certainty, that made both his friends go still. "I've been hiding for 10 years. I'm done hiding." The aftermath of the troll incident moved through Hogwarts like a shockwave. By breakfast the next morning, every student in the school knew what had happened. The details were garbled, the story grew in the telling, the way stories always do, acquiring embellishments and contradictions and dramatic flourishes. By lunch, Harry had single-handedly slain the troll with a sword conjured from thin air. By dinner, he had wrestled it into submission with his bare hands while reciting Shakespeare. The truth, that he had used wandless magic of such power that it had shattered a mountain troll's club and thrown the creature across a corridor, was, somehow, even more extraordinary than the rumors, and therefore less believed. But the teachers believed it. Harry could see it in their faces. Flitwick looked at him with the barely concealed excitement of a man who had discovered a new element. Sprout watched him with quiet, careful attention. McGonagall's mouth was a thin line of compressed concern every time he entered her classroom. And Snape. Snape watched him the way a hawk watches a mouse, except that Harry was fairly certain the mouse wasn't supposed to be capable of throwing hawks across corridors. In Potions on Monday, Snape's gaze never left him, and twice Harry felt the brush of legilimency against his shields, light, probing, testing, and twice he blocked it without effort, and twice Snape's expression tightened. After class, Snape said, "A word, Potter." The dungeon emptied. Ron gave Harry a look that said, "I'll be right outside," and Hermione gave him a look that said, "If he tries anything I will personally burn this dungeon to the ground," and they left, and Harry stood in front of Snape's desk and waited. Snape sat behind his desk and looked at Harry, and for a long time neither of them spoke. The silence was not uncomfortable, it was evaluating, the silence of two people taking each other's measure. "What you did to that troll," Snape said finally, "was not taught in any class at this school." "No, sir. It was not learned from any book in this library." "No, sir. And it was not, I think, the first time you've done something like it." Harry didn't answer. He held Snape's gaze and kept his shields up and waited. Snape leaned forward. "I taught your mother, Potter." The words came out stiff, reluctant, as if each one cost him something. She was the most talented witch of her year. Possibly of her generation. Her magical ability was extraordinary. Harry went very still. "Your father," Snape's lip curled, an old reflex, but it faded quickly. "Your father was also gifted, though it pains me to admit it. Arrogant, bullying, insufferable, but talented. Between the two of them, you were always going to be powerful. But what you did to that troll was not the product of inherited talent. Talent can be measured, predicted, categorized. What you did was," he stopped. His jaw worked. "I have seen the Dark Lord perform magic. I stood in his presence and watched him do things that defied every law I thought I understood. What you did to that troll reminded me of him." The words hung in the air like smoke. Harry felt their weight and understood their significance. This was not a casual comparison. This was Snape, a former Death Eater and current spy. Harry had figured this out in his third week at Hogwarts, through observation and deduction, telling him that his magic resembled Voldemort's. "I am not Voldemort," Harry said. "No. You are not. But you are something, Potter, and I don't know what, and that concerns me greatly." Snape paused. "There are people in this castle who wish you harm. There are people outside this castle who would use you as a weapon. And there is a man sitting in the headmaster's office who believes he can control you, because he has controlled everyone else and has never yet met a power he couldn't harness." Harry looked at Snape, really looked, past the hooked nose and the lank hair and the permanent sneer, into the eyes that were dark and sharp and carrying a weight of guilt and grief so heavy it was a wonder the man could stand upright. "You're warning me," Harry said. "Against Dumbledore." "I'm warning you against everyone. Including me." Snape's voice was very quiet. "You have your mother's eyes, Potter. And every time I look at them, I am reminded of every failure of my life. I cannot be objective about you. I will try, but I will fail, repeatedly, and you should know that. It was the most honest thing any adult had ever said to Harry. More honest than Hagrid's kindness, more honest than Dumbledore's manipulations, more honest even than Amelia Bones's promise. Snape was giving him the truth, unvarnished and ugly, and trusting him to handle it. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said. Snape nodded. "Get out of my classroom." Harry got. A week after the Troll, Amelia Bones sent a letter to Cornelius Fudge. It was delivered by interdepartmental memo, the purple airplane type, official and documented, and it landed on Fudge's desk at 9 a.m. on a Monday morning, which was a deliberate choice, because Amelia wanted Fudge to have the entire week to panic. The letter was 3 paragraphs long. The first paragraph described the Troll incident at Hogwarts in precise, clinical terms. The second paragraph noted that a first-year student had been forced to defend himself and his classmates using magic of extraordinary power, and that the school's security measures had failed comprehensively. The third paragraph requested a formal inquiry into the welfare of Harry James Potter, citing credible evidence of historical neglect by both his Muggle guardians and the relevant magical authorities. The letter did not mention the pig. It did not mention the classified file. It did not mention the obliviation or the cover-up or the fact that Amelia had a copy of Broderick Bode's assessment locked in her office. It didn't need to. The letter was a shot across the bow, a declaration of intent, a warning that the investigation was coming whether Fudge liked it or not, and Amelia had written it with the cold, surgical precision of a woman who had been planning this moment for 3.5 years. Fudge read it 3 times. By the third reading, his hands were shaking and his bowler hat had fallen off and the color had left his face so completely that he resembled a wax figure of himself. He summoned Lucius Malfoy. This was a mistake, one of many that Fudge would make in the coming weeks, each one compounding the last, each one driven by the same impulse that had driven the original cover-up, the desperate need to make the problem go away. Malfoy was a Board of Governors member, a significant political donor, and Fudge's most reliable advisor, which meant that Fudge trusted him completely and should have trusted him not at all. Malfoy arrived within the hour. He read Amelia's letter with the practiced ease of a man who consumed political documents the way normal people consumed breakfast, and when he finished, his expression was thoughtful. "An inquiry," he said. His voice was silk over steel. "Into the Potter boys' welfare." "She can't do this," Fudge said, mopping his forehead with a handkerchief. "The file is sealed. Alpha classification. She can't, she's not mentioning the file, Cornelius. She's using the Troll incident as a door. Once the inquiry is open, she can subpoena any relevant documentation, including classified files, if she can demonstrate relevance." Malfoy set down the letter. "Who else knows about the original incident?" "No one. Everyone was obliviated. Everyone except Bones herself. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore won't talk. He sanctioned the cover-up. He's as exposed as I am." Malfoy's lips curved. It wasn't a smile, it was the expression of a chess player who has just noticed a move his opponent missed. "Dumbledore is never as exposed as anyone else, Cornelius. He has a remarkable talent for emerging from catastrophes with his reputation intact while everyone around him burns." He paused. "What exactly did the Potter boy do?" "At the Troll incident?" Fudge told him. He told him about the wandless magic, the shattered club, the thrown troll. He told him because Malfoy asked and Fudge was incapable of denying Malfoy anything, and because the telling of it, the sharing of the burden, made him feel less alone. He didn't notice the way Malfoy's eyes changed as he listened. Didn't notice the hunger that crept into them, or the calculation, or the cold, precise reassessment of a man who had just learned that the most powerful magical child in a generation was 11 years old and largely uncontrolled. "I'll handle this, Cornelius," Malfoy said smoothly. "The inquiry, Bones, all of it. Leave it to me." Fudge sagged with relief. "Thank you, Lucius. I knew I could count on you." Always. Malfoy stood, straightened his robes, and left. In the corridor outside Fudge's office, he paused, and the mask of urbane civility slipped for just a moment, revealing something underneath that was cold and sharp and very, very interested. Harry Potter. Wandless magic. Power that shouldn't exist in a child. Lucius Malfoy had spent 10 years waiting for his master's return. 10 years of patience, of positioning, of maintaining his influence while lesser followers rotted in Azkaban or lost their nerve. He had always known the Dark Lord would return. The only question had been when, and in what form, and what tools would be available when he did. A tool had just presented itself. He walked to the atrium, opposite to Malfoy Manor, and went directly to his study, where he sat at his desk and began writing letters, to old allies, to old enemies, to the network of influence and obligation he'd maintained like a spider maintaining a web. The letters were careful, coded, and contained a single message wrapped in layers of plausible deniability: the Potter boy is more than we knew. Watch him. And be ready. In Hogwarts, Tonks was having a very bad week. She'd been assigned to the castle 2 days after the troll incident, officially as part of a security review requested by the Board of Governors, which meant Malfoy, which meant she was walking into a political minefield wearing clown shoes. She'd arrived in the guise of a ministry security consultant, mid-30s, forgettable face, brown hair, sensible robes, and spent her first day mapping the castle's defensive wards and her first night rifling through the administrative offices. What she found made her stomach drop. The troll hadn't entered the castle through any external breach. The wards were intact, every door, every window, every secret passage. The troll had been admitted. Someone inside the castle had opened a way for it, and the magical signature on the entry point was faint but detectable, and it matched the signature on Quirrell's office door. She reported this to Bones through a two-way mirror that Amelia had given her, speaking in hushed tones from a broom cupboard on the 4th floor. "Quirrell let the troll in," she said. "The signature's clear." He opened a passage from the outside, probably during the feast when everyone was distracted. Bones's face in the mirror was grim. "Can you tie him to anything else?" "The 3rd floor corridor." "Working on it. He's got some kind of ward on his office, nasty stuff, dark magic. I can't get through it without him knowing. And the turban, Director, there's something wrong with that turban. I got close enough to scan it during dinner, and my detection spells bounced off. Whatever's under there is shielded by magic I've never encountered. Don't engage him. Don't confront him. Watch and document." "Understood." Tonks paused. "Director, there's something else. I've seen the Potter boy. In the corridors, in the common room, I've been monitoring him as part of my cover. The troll incident isn't a one-off. He's... Director, the ambient magic around that kid is visible. I can see it with standard detection charms. It distorts the air. It affects the castle's wards. Flitwick told me, off the record, that the boy's magical signature is the strongest he's measured in a student since Dumbledore himself." Bones was quiet for a long time. "Keep watching. Both of them. And Tonks?" "Yeah. Be careful. If Quirrell is what I think he is, you're not dealing with a defense teacher. You're dealing with something much worse." Tonks ended the call, changed her appearance back to the forgettable consultant, and stepped out of the broom cupboard directly into the path of Fred and George Weasley, who looked at her with identical expressions of cheerful suspicion. "Hello," said Fred. "Or George." She could never tell. "You're not really a security consultant, are you?" said the other one. "I am absolutely a security consultant," Tonks said, with the conviction of a woman who had just been caught coming out of a broom cupboard holding a two-way mirror. The twins exchanged a look. "If you say so," they said, in unison, and walked away whistling. Tonks watched them go and thought, they're going to be a problem. November settled over Hogwarts like a cold, grey blanket. The days shortened, the lake froze at the edges, and the castle pulled its magic inward, the ancient stones hoarding warmth the way a dragon hoards gold. Harry spent his days in class and his evenings in the library and his nights practicing, occlumency, wandless magic, the deep intuitive transfiguration that came to him as naturally as breathing. He was being watched. He could feel it, multiple sets of eyes, multiple agendas, converging on him from different angles. Snape watched him in every class and every meal, dark eyes tracking his movements with the intensity of a man guarding against something he couldn't quite identify. Dumbledore watched him from the staff table, the twinkle in his eyes now carrying a speculative quality that Harry found far more unsettling than hostility. McGonagall watched him with compressed concern, as if he were a puzzle she was trying to solve without all the pieces. And Quirrell watched him. Not openly, the stuttering professor was too careful for that, but Harry could feel the attention, the cold focus behind the performance, the thing in the turban tracking him through the castle like a predator tracking prey. Harry watched them all back, and he waited, and the November days darkened toward December, and the machinery of Amelia Bones's inquiry ground slowly, steadily, inevitably forward. The hearing was set for January. Bones had maneuvered brilliantly, leveraging the troll incident, the security review, the growing public concern about Hogwarts safety, to secure a formal Wisengamot session on the welfare of Harry Potter. The scope was narrow, an examination of the boy's pre-Hogwarts care and the adequacy of the magical authorities' oversight. But narrow scopes had a way of widening, and Amelia had designed the hearing as a wedge, a thin edge that, once inserted, would crack the whole structure open. Fudge knew it was coming. Malfoy knew it was coming. Dumbledore, who had sources everywhere and understood political warfare better than anyone alive, certainly knew it was coming. The chess pieces were moving, the board was set, and Harry Potter sat in the center of it all, a boy of 11, reading in the library, practicing in his bed, building his shields and sharpening his mind and waiting for the moment when the truth would finally, after 10 years, break free. The moment came sooner than anyone expected. On the night of December 17th, Harry woke from a dream of green light and found his scar burning with a fire that had nothing to do with memory and everything to do with proximity. He threw off his covers, grabbed his wand, and went to the window of Gryffindor Tower. The castle was dark. The grounds were silver with frost. And on the third floor, visible through a window that Harry's eyes shouldn't have been able to reach but somehow could, a light was moving. A figure in a turban, walking quickly, heading for the forbidden corridor. Quirrell was making his move. Harry's blood went cold. Not with fear, with the crystalline clarity that came over him in moments of crisis, the hyper-focused awareness that stripped away everything unnecessary and left only the essential. Quirrell was going for the stone. Tonight. Now. He could wake Dumbledore. He could find a teacher. He could do the sensible thing, the safe thing, the thing an 11-year-old was supposed to do when an adult problem presented itself. Or he could go himself, because the adults in his life had been failing him since he was 1 year old, and he was done waiting for them to start getting it right. He pulled on his shoes. He grabbed his wand. And he went. Chapter 6, The Pig, the Stone, and the Reckoning. Harry didn't go alone. He made it as far as the common room before the portrait hole opened behind him and 2 pairs of footsteps followed him down the stairs. He didn't turn around. He didn't need to. "Don't bother trying to talk us out of it," Hermione said. "Wasn't going to," Harry said. "Good." Ron appeared at his left shoulder, still pulling on his shoes, his face pale but set. "Where are we going?" "Third floor." "Quirrell's making his move." "How do you know?" "I can feel it." "The scar." He pressed his fingers to his forehead, where the lightning bolt was pulsing with a steady, insistent rhythm, like a heartbeat that didn't belong to him. "He's already past the door." They moved through the sleeping castle, 3 11-year-olds in pajamas and hastily thrown-on robes, and the castle helped them. It always helped Harry, the staircases settling into the right positions before he reached them, the corridors straightening, the shadows deepening around them to hide their passage. But tonight it felt more deliberate, more urgent, as if the ancient stone itself was saying hurry, hurry, hurry. They reached the third-floor corridor. The door that was supposed to be locked, that Dumbledore had declared off-limits on pain of a very painful death, stood ajar. Beyond it, in the darkness, something was breathing, slow, heavy, rhythmic breathing that came from 3 separate sources. "What's in there?" Ron whispered. Harry pushed the door open. The room beyond was large, dim, and occupied by a dog. A very, very large dog. A dog with 3 heads, each the size of a dustbin, each currently resting on enormous paws, all 6 eyes closed. At its feet, a harp was playing itself, a shimmering, enchanted melody that kept the beast asleep. "That's a Cerberus," Hermione breathed. "Hagrid's, probably. He always wanted one." "Of course he did." Harry crossed the room quickly, quietly, keeping his steps light. The dog, Fluffy, Hagrid had once called it, in one of his less guarded moments, didn't stir. There was a trapdoor in the floor beneath its paws, already open, and Harry could feel the magic below it, layers of enchantment, one after another, like locks on a vault. "Quirrell's already gone through," he said. "The traps will be sprung. We follow him." "Down there?" Ron peered into the trapdoor. It was completely dark below. "We just jump. We jump." Harry jumped. The darkness swallowed him, and for 3 seconds he was falling, and then he landed on something that was soft and springy and immediately, enthusiastically alive. Thick tendrils wrapped around his ankles, his wrists, his chest, a plant, enormous and aggressive, pulling him down into its mass with the methodical efficiency of a boa constrictor. Devil's Snare. He recognized it from herbology. Professor Sprout had described it in their second week, and Neville had drawn it in his notes with a level of artistic detail that suggested genuine affection. It responded to calm. Harry remembered his own advice: if you're tense, they're tense, and went deliberately limp, and the tendrils loosened, confused by the lack of struggle, and he pressed his hand against the nearest vine and whispered, "Easy. Let go." The Devil's Snare released him. Not just loosened, released completely, the tendrils pulling back like shy fingers, the plant practically apologizing. Harry dropped through to the stone floor below and looked up as Ron and Hermione tumbled through the trapdoor and into the Devil's Snare's embrace. "Stop moving!" Hermione shouted at Ron, who was thrashing wildly. "It'll strangle you if you fight it, relax." "Relax? There's a plant trying to kill me and you want me to relax?" "Hermione, light," Harry said. "It hates light." Hermione pulled her wand and cast a bluebell flame, bright, hot, conjured from thin air with a skill that would have impressed most adult witches, and the Devil's Snare recoiled, releasing Ron, who fell through and landed on Harry. "Thanks," Ron wheezed, untangling himself. "Lovely plant. Very welcoming." They moved on. The next room held flying keys, hundreds of them, glittering and winged, swirling around a locked door. Broomsticks stood against the wall. Harry grabbed one, kicked off, and was airborne in an instant, and the moment he left the ground, something clicked into place inside him. He'd never flown before, never even seen a broomstick until Hogwarts, but the air was his in a way that the ground had never been. The broom responded to his thoughts, his intentions, his magic, and he cut through the swarm of keys with an instinct that went beyond skill into something more fundamental. He found the right key in 12 seconds. A large, silver one with a bent wing, struggling weakly. Quirrell had already caught it once and it was tired. Harry snatched it from the air, dove to the door, and unlocked it. "That was incredible," Ron said, staring. "You've never played Quidditch?" "Never." "You should. Seriously. You should." The next room was a chessboard. Enormous, life-sized, the pieces carved from black and white stone and standing taller than any of them. Ron took one look at it and his whole demeanor changed, the nervousness dropped away, replaced by a focused intensity that Harry had never seen from him before. "This is a chess game," Ron said. "A real one. We have to play our way across. You play chess." Hermione said. I play chess the way you read books. Get on the board. He directed them like a general. Hermione on the bishop's square, Harry as the remaining knight, Ron himself commanding from the queen's position. The game was brutal, the white pieces showed no mercy, smashing their opponents to rubble with stone fists and swords, but Ron played with a brilliance that was staggering, seeing 12 moves ahead, sacrificing pieces with cold precision, maneuvering them across the board with the strategic instinct of someone who had been born for exactly this. They were nearly across when Ron went still. He was looking at the board with an expression that Harry recognized, the expression of a person who has seen the only path forward and doesn't like where it leads. Ron. Hermione said. I have to sacrifice myself, Ron said. His voice was steady. The queen takes me, and Harry gets checkmate. No, it's the only move. There's no other way. Harry looked at the board. Saw what Ron saw. Ron was right, there was no other way. The White Queen was positioned to block Harry's path to the king, and the only way to draw her away was to put Ron in her path. Ron, don't. Ron's jaw was set, his eyes bright. He looked, in that moment, nothing like the insecure, overshadowed youngest son who worried about living up to his brothers. He looked like a Weasley. He looked like a Gryffindor. He looked like someone who had found, in the worst possible moment, the thing he was willing to die for. Just win. Yeah. He moved. The White Queen turned, raised her stone arm, and struck. Ron crumpled to the ground and didn't move. Ron! Hermione lunged toward him, and Harry grabbed her arm. He's alive. He's breathing. Hermione, look at me, he's alive, but we have to finish this. She looked at Ron's unconscious body. Looked at Harry. Looked at the board. Checkmate, she whispered. Harry stepped to the square Ron had opened. The White King threw down his crown. The path was clear. They ran through the next room, an already solved logic puzzle, the potion still arranged from Quirrell's passage, one bottle of the forward potion remaining, and Harry picked it up and looked at Hermione. There's only enough for one. I know. Go back. Get Ron. Find Dumbledore. Harry, Hermione, please. He held her gaze, and everything he couldn't say, you're my best friend, you're the smartest person I've ever met, if I don't come back I need you to be the one who carries this forward, passed between them in a look. She hugged him. Fiercely, tightly, with the desperate strength of a girl who understood that this might be the last time. Don't die, she said into his shoulder. I'll be very cross if you die. I won't die. Promise me. I promise. She let go. Her eyes were bright, but she didn't cry, she was Hermione Granger, and Hermione Granger did not cry when there was work to be done. She turned, picked up the bottle that would take her back through the purple flames, and walked through without looking back. Harry drank the forward potion. It was ice in his veins, cold spreading from his stomach outward, coating his insides with a chill that was not unpleasant, that felt like armor. He stepped through the black flames and into the final chamber. The room was circular, stone-walled, lit by torches that burned with an eerie blue-white light. In the center stood a mirror, tall, ornate, with a gold frame and an inscription across the top that Harry couldn't read from this distance. And in front of the mirror, his back to Harry, stood Professor Quirrell. Without his turban. Harry's scar exploded. Pain, white, blinding, total, lanced through his head like a hot wire driven from his forehead to the base of his skull. He staggered, grabbed the wall, and through the haze of agony he saw Quirrell turn, and what he saw on the back of Quirrell's head made the pain almost irrelevant. A face. Chalk-white, flat, serpentine, with red eyes that glowed like embers in the blue-white light. A face pressed into Quirrell's skull like a sculpture emerging from clay, alive and aware and looking at him with an expression of such concentrated malice that Harry felt it as a physical force, a pressure against his chest, a hand reaching into his ribs and squeezing. "Harry Potter," said the face. The voice was high, cold, thin as a blade. It came from Quirrell's mouth, but it wasn't Quirrell's voice. It was the voice from Harry's nightmares, the voice that lived behind the flash of green light, the voice of the man who had killed his parents. Voldemort, Harry said. The name came out steady. His hands were shaking and his scar was screaming and every instinct in his body was telling him to run, but his voice was steady, because he was Harry Potter and he had survived a cupboard and a troll and a decade of cruelty, and he would not give this thing the satisfaction of hearing him tremble. Quirrell turned fully, and the face on the back of his head was now facing Harry, and Quirrell's own face was visible, not stammering, not twitching, not nervous. Calm. Cold. The mask had fallen, and what was underneath was a man who had surrendered everything he was to the creature living in his skull. Such courage, Voldemort said. Your mother had it too, in the end. She stood exactly where you're standing, and she refused to move. I know what she did. Do you? Do you know what it cost her? Do you know what she could have been, if she'd simply stepped aside? The red eyes burned. She had power, your mother. Real power. Not your father's crude bravery, something finer. Something I recognized. I offered her a place. I offered her life. She chose death. She chose me. The words came out before Harry could think about them, but they were right, he knew they were right, felt them click into place like the last piece of a puzzle he'd been assembling since Hagrid told him the truth on a flying motorcycle. Voldemort's face twisted. Sentiment. The weakness of the light. Your mother died for sentiment, and her death accomplished nothing. I survived, I endured, and I will return. The only question is what form that return will take. The red eyes narrowed. Come here, boy. Look in the mirror. Harry didn't move. He looked at the mirror from across the room, the mirror of Erist, he realized, reading the inscription backward. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Dumbledore had hidden the stone inside a mirror that showed you what you wanted most, which meant the only person who could retrieve it was someone who wanted to find it but not use it. Clever. Dumbledore was always clever. It was his most dangerous quality. I said come here. Quirrell moved toward Harry, hand outstretched, and the moment his fingers touched Harry's arm, two things happened simultaneously. Quirrell screamed. A high, agonized shriek that had nothing theatrical about it, the sound of a man in genuine, extraordinary pain. His hand jerked back from Harry's skin, and where he had touched, the flesh was burning, blistering, blackening, smoking, as if Harry's skin were made of acid. And Harry's scar erupted with a blast of pain so intense that his vision went white and his knees buckled, and for one horrible, disorienting moment he was inside Voldemort's mind, or Voldemort was inside his, and he could feel the Dark Lord's shock, his fury, his fear, because the blood protection was doing what Dumbledore had always said it would do, destroying anything that bore Voldemort's touch. Seize him. Voldemort screamed. Use both hands. The stone, get the stone. Quirrell lunged. Both hands around Harry's throat, squeezing, and his face was a mask of agony, the skin of his palms was disintegrating, blistering, cracking open like dry earth, and still he squeezed, because the thing in his skull was screaming at him to hold on, and Quirrell had not had a will of his own for a very long time. Harry couldn't breathe. The hands on his throat were burning and crushing simultaneously, and the pain was everywhere, his scar and his throat and the place where Quirrell's dying skin met his own, and the darkness was closing in from the edges, and he thought, not like this. I didn't survive the cupboard and the troll and 10 years of hell to die like this. The magic inside him responded. Not the controlled, disciplined magic he'd been practicing for years. Not the careful, measured force he'd used on the troll. Something deeper. Something older. Something that lived in the place where the obliviation was, behind the grey wall in his mind, in the space where a 7-year-old boy had turned his cousin into a pig because a drawing of his mother had been torn to pieces. The wall cracked. And through the crack, like light through a broken dam, came the memory. Grass. Gravel. A park in July. Dudley's face, laughing. Torn paper, red crayon hair, a wobbly smile, stick arms, fluttering to the ground. The feeling, the enormous, devastating, incandescent feeling of having the only thing you love destroyed by someone who thinks your pain is funny. And then the power. Harry remembered. He remembered the tingling in his hands and the heat in his chest and the white-hot point of refusal, no more, no more, no more, and the way reality had bent around him like fabric warping around a flame, and the moment when Dudley stopped being a boy and became a pig, and the ease of it, the terrifying ease, as if the universe had been waiting for his permission to rearrange itself. He remembered Mafalda Hopkirk's gentle voice. He remembered the specialist team and the hour-long reversal. He remembered Amelia Bones kneeling in front of him, her monocle catching the light, her voice steady and kind, "I'm going to remember you. And I promise, that I am going to make things better for you." He remembered the obliviation. The wand rising. The grey blankness descending like a curtain. And the last thing he'd said before the memory was taken, "I don't want to forget you. You're the first grown-up who listened." The memory broke through the obliviation like a fist through glass, and with it came the power, all of it, everything he'd been since he was 7, everything the Ministry had tried to bury and Dumbledore had tried to contain and Fudge had tried to pretend didn't exist. It roared through him like a river breaking through a dam, and Harry Potter, 11 years old, with a dead man's hands around his throat and a Dark Lord screaming in his skull, opened his eyes and pushed. The push was not like the troll. The troll had been force, raw, kinetic, a shockwave of energy directed at a physical target. This was something else. This was the power that had turned a boy into a pig at age 7. This was transfiguration in its purest form, not the academic discipline taught by McGonagall, not the textbook techniques of changing one thing into another, but the fundamental, reality-altering conviction that the world was not fixed and could be remade by a will strong enough to insist. Harry didn't turn Quirrell into a pig. He did something more precise and more devastating. He looked at the hands around his throat and he rejected them. Not physically. Magically. At the molecular level, at the level where magic and matter intertwined, he told Quirrell's hands that they were not hands. He didn't specify what they should be instead, he simply denied what they were, and the magic, obedient to his will, complied. Quirrell's hands dissolved. Not burned, dissolved, disintegrating into fine grey ash that fell from Harry's throat like sand. Quirrell staggered backward, staring at the stumps of his wrists, and the scream that came out of him was not human, it was the sound of two voices screaming in unison, one in pain and one in fury, and then the dissolution was spreading, racing up Quirrell's arms like fire up a fuse, and the professor's body was coming apart at the seams. Potter. Voldemort's voice, from the face on the back of the crumbling skull, raw, ragged, stripped of all composure. "What are you?" Harry stood in the blue-white light of the chamber, his throat bruised, his scar blazing, his magic filling the room like a physical presence, and he looked at the face of the man who had killed his parents and said, "I'm the boy you couldn't kill." Quirrell collapsed. What was left of him hit the ground in a cascade of ash and robes and silence, and from the ruins of his body something rose, a dark, smoky shape, vaguely human, screaming with a rage that had no sound. Voldemort's spirit, torn free from its host, hung in the air for one terrible moment, the red eyes found Harry, fixed on him, burned into him with a hatred so pure it was almost beautiful, and then it fled. Through the wall, through the stone, through the earth itself, screaming silently into the night. Harry stood alone in the chamber. The mirror gleamed beside him. Quirrell's remains lay at his feet. The torches flickered, and the silence was absolute, and Harry's hands were shaking and his throat was burning and the obliviation was gone and the memory was back and he could see it all now, the whole picture, every piece, every lie, every choice made about his life by people who had never asked him what he wanted. He looked at the mirror. His reflection looked back, a small, thin boy in pajamas, with wild black hair and green eyes and a scar on his forehead and ash on his hands. But the mirror didn't show reflections. It showed your heart's desire. Harry looked at his heart's desire and saw himself. Just himself. Not the boy who lived, not the weapon, not the pawn, not the orphan in the cupboard or the prodigy in the castle. Just Harry. Standing on his own 2 feet, making his own choices, answerable to no one's plan but his own. And in the pocket of his reflection, visible as a slight bulge in the fabric, was the philosopher's stone. Harry reached into his real pocket. His fingers closed around something small, hard, and warm. He pulled out the stone. It was red, the color of blood, the color of his mother's hair, and it pulsed with a gentle warmth that felt like a heartbeat. He held it in his palm and looked at it, and he understood, with the clear, calm certainty that had always been his greatest strength, what he had to do. He put the stone back in his pocket. He turned away from the mirror. And he walked out of the chamber, through the flames, past the chessboard where the pieces were still scattered from Ron's game, past the room of keys, past the devil's snare that parted for him without being asked, and up through the trapdoor into the room where Fluffy was still sleeping and the harp was still playing. He crossed the room. Opened the door. Stepped into the 3rd-floor corridor. Dumbledore was waiting for him. The headmaster stood in the corridor, alone, still dressed in his midnight blue robes, his half-moon spectacles catching the torchlight. His expression was, Harry studied it with the same careful attention he gave everything, complex. Concern. Relief. And beneath both, inadequately hidden, calculation. Harry, Dumbledore said. Are you, Quirrell is dead. Voldemort was living in his head. He tried to steal the stone. Harry pulled the stone from his pocket and held it up. It glowed red in the dim corridor, warm and alive. He didn't get it. Dumbledore looked at the stone. Looked at Harry. His expression shifted, the calculation deepening, overlaid with something that might have been wonder and might have been fear. You retrieved it from the mirror. It appeared in my pocket. I wanted to find it but not use it, and the mirror gave it to me. That is, exactly as I designed it. A pause. Harry, I must ask, Quirrell, he's Ash. I destroyed him. Harry said it flatly, without drama, without the tremor that he could feel building in his chest but refused to let reach his voice. He put his hands around my throat and I destroyed him. The protection, my mother's blood, it burned him when he touched me. And then He stopped. How to explain what he'd done? The dissolution, the molecular unraveling, the same power that had turned Dudley into a pig directed not at transformation but at negation. I rejected him. Magically. His body couldn't hold together. Dumbledore was very still. The twinkle was gone from his eyes, completely gone, for the first time since Harry had known him, and what was left was something older and more serious. Harry, the magic you describe, I remember. 2 words. They fell into the corridor like stones into deep water, and Harry watched Dumbledore's face and saw the impact, saw the old man's composure fracture, saw the calculation stumble, saw, for one unguarded instant, genuine fear. I remember the park, Harry said. I remember Dudley. I remember turning him into a pig. I remember Amelia Bones, and the obliviation, and you arguing that I should stay with the Dursleys. His voice was steady. His hands were not. The obliviation broke. Down there, in the chamber, when Quirrell was strangling me. The wall cracked and everything came through. Harry, you knew. Not an accusation. A statement. Flat and certain and final. You knew what they were doing to me. You had a spy 2 streets away, watching. And you left me there because the blood wards mattered more than I did. The blood ward saved your life tonight, Dumbledore said quietly. Quirrell could not touch you because of your mother's protection, and that protection exists because I lived with Petunia. I know. I understand the logic. I've understood the logic since Bones explained it to me in October. Harry took a breath. But here's what I don't understand. You left me in a cupboard for 10 years. You let them starve me and hit me and tell me my parents were drunks who died in a car crash. You let the ministry obliviate me, a 7-year-old, because a cover-up was more convenient than a confrontation. And when I got here, you put a possessed teacher in my school, hid an artifact that a Dark Lord would kill for in a corridor full of children, and designed a series of protections that 3 first-years could get through in under an hour. He held up the stone. You wanted me to find this. You wanted me to face Voldemort. You set this up, all of it, as a test, or a lesson, or whatever you want to call it. You put me in danger on purpose, and you did it because you believe that my suffering serves some larger plan that only you can see. The corridor was very quiet. The torches flickered. Somewhere deep in the castle, a clock chimed midnight. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Looked at him for a long time, longer than was comfortable, longer than was polite, with the searching intensity of a man re-evaluating every assumption he'd ever made. You are correct, he said finally. On nearly every count. Harry hadn't expected that. He'd expected denial, deflection, the gentle, redirecting rhetoric that Dumbledore wielded like a scalpel. He hadn't expected honesty. I have made errors, Dumbledore continued. Grave errors, born of arrogance and fear and the persistent, damnable belief that I know best. He removed his spectacles and polished them on his robe, and without them his eyes looked old and tired and sad. I placed you with the Dursleys because the Blood Wards were the strongest protection I could provide. I sanctioned the cover-up because I feared what your enemies would do if they learned about your power. I brought the stone to Hogwarts because I believed it would draw Voldemort into the open, where I could deal with him. And me? Where did I fit in your plan? You were supposed to be safe. You were supposed to grow up loved, or at least cared for, and arrive at Hogwarts as a normal child with an extraordinary destiny. Instead, he put his spectacles back on. Instead, you grew up in a cupboard and taught yourself magic in the dark and arrived at my school already more powerful than most of my staff, and I realized, too late, that the child I'd planned for and the boy standing in front of me were 2 entirely different people. And you didn't adjust. No. I didn't adjust. Because adjusting would have meant admitting that my plan was wrong, and admitting that my plan was wrong would have meant confronting the fact that I had allowed a child to suffer for the sake of a strategy, and I was not. His voice broke. Just slightly, just for a moment, a crack in the ancient, carefully maintained facade. I was not ready to face that. Harry looked at Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in the world, the leader of the light, the architect of his suffering, and felt something unexpected. Not forgiveness. Forgiveness was for later, maybe, if it came at all. But understanding. He understood Dumbledore the way he understood the Dursleys, not with sympathy, not with approval, but with the cold clarity of someone who had spent a lifetime studying the mechanics of how people cause pain. Dumbledore believed he was right. He believed it the way Vernon believed that normality was the highest virtue and the way Fudge believed that problems went away if you ignored them hard enough, with a conviction so total that it had become its own reality, impervious to evidence, impervious to consequence, impervious to the suffering of a boy in a cupboard. The stone, Dumbledore said. May I? No. Harry closed his fingers around it. I'm giving it to Amelia Bones. Along with everything else, the memory, the chamber, Quirrell, the cover-up. She's been building a case for 3.5 years. This is the evidence she needs. Harry, the political implications, are your problem. Not mine. You made choices about my life without my consent. I'm making choices about my life now, and you don't get a vote. The words were hard. They were meant to be. And they landed, Harry could see, with the force he intended. Dumbledore's face aged 10 years in the space of a sentence, the lines deepening, the brightness dimming, the weight of a century of certainty finally meeting a force strong enough to challenge it. You're right, Dumbledore said. And then, so quietly Harry almost didn't hear, I'm sorry, Harry. I am profoundly, deeply sorry. Harry put the stone in his pocket. Being sorry is a start, he said. But it's not enough. It's never been enough. He walked past Dumbledore, down the corridor, and didn't look back. Ron was in the hospital wing with a concussion and a bruised ego. Hermione was sitting beside his bed, still in her pajamas, her face streaked with tears. She'd obviously been crying since she'd left Harry at the Flames. McGonagall was there too, tight-lipped and pale, and Madame Pomfrey was bustling between beds with the barely restrained fury of a healer who had opinions about children fighting trolls and dark lords and no one asking for them. Harry walked in and Hermione launched herself at him. The hug nearly knocked him off his feet. "You're alive," she said into his shoulder, her voice muffled and shaking. "You promised and you're alive." "I promised." "What happened?" "The Flames, I couldn't see. I got Ron and we came back through and McGonagall was there and she went down after you but you were already gone and, Quirrell's dead. Voldemort was possessing him. The stone is safe." He pulled back, held her at arm's length, looked at her face. "Are you alright? Am I alright? You just," she made a sound that was half laugh, half sob. "You're asking me if I'm alright. That's what friends do." She hugged him again. He let her. Ron opened his eyes. "Did we win?" "We won." "Brilliant." He closed his eyes again. "I'm going to sleep for a week." McGonagall stood at the foot of Ron's bed, watching Harry with an expression that contained multitudes, concern, admiration, fear, and a fierce, maternal protectiveness that she would have denied under Veritaserum. "Mr. Potter," she said. "The headmaster knows. I spoke to him." Harry met her eyes. "Professor, I need to send a letter. Tonight. To the Director of Magical Law Enforcement." McGonagall's eyebrows rose. She looked at Harry, small, battered, 11 years old, standing in a hospital wing at midnight with ash on his hands and a philosopher's stone in his pocket, and whatever she saw in his face, it was enough. "I'll have an owl brought to you," she said. Harry wrote the letter at Ron's bedside, using parchment and quill borrowed from Madame Pomfrey's desk. It was short. It was precise. It contained everything Amelia Bones needed and nothing she didn't. "Director Bones, the obliviation has broken. I remember everything, the park, the pig, the cover-up. I also have the Philosopher's Stone, which Voldemort attempted to steal through a possessed professor. The professor is dead. Voldemort's spirit has fled. I am prepared to testify. At the inquiry, at the Wisengamot, wherever you need me. The truth is ready to come out. I promised you once that I wouldn't forget you. I didn't. You kept your promise too." Harry Potter. He tied the letter to the owl's leg and watched it fly into the night, a dark shape against the stars, carrying the truth north to London where a woman with a monocle was waiting to receive it. The owl reached Amelia Bones at 3:47 in the morning. She was awake, she was always awake these days, running on black coffee and determination and the cold fury that had sustained her for 3.5 years. She read the letter once, twice, 3 times, and then she pressed it to her chest and closed her eyes and breathed. He remembered. The boy remembered. The obliviation was broken, the memory was back, and Harry Potter was ready to testify. She opened her journal, the same journal she'd been writing in since July 14, 1987, and wrote a single line, "It's time." Then she fled Tonks. Tonks arrived at the ministry at 4:15 a.m., tripping over the flue grate and nearly landing in the fireplace. Her hair was turquoise and her eyes were wild and she was wearing a weird sister's t-shirt over plaid pajama bottoms. "It's happening," she said. "The inquiry?" "Not the inquiry. A Wisengamot emergency session. Full chamber." Amelia was already writing, summons, motions, procedural orders, the legal machinery of accountability set in motion with the practiced efficiency of a woman who had been preparing these documents for years. "I'm filing charges. Not a welfare inquiry, criminal charges. Against Fudge, for obstruction of justice and abuse of classification authority. Against the ministry, for unlawful obliviation of a minor. And a formal complaint against Dumbledore, for negligence in his capacity as magical guardian. Charges. You're actually filing charges. I've been waiting for this since a 7-year-old asked me not to make him forget me. Amelia's voice was steady, but her hands were not, and Tonks saw the tremor and understood what it meant, not weakness, but the release of tension held so long it had become structural. The session is set for January 15th. 2 weeks. I need you to prepare the evidence package, everything we have. The original incident report, the monitoring data, Bode's assessment, the classified file, the timeline of the cover-up, and Harry's testimony. Harry's testimony? He's 11. He's 11 and he just killed a man who was possessed by Voldemort. I think the Wisengamot can handle an 11-year-old witness. Tonks looked at her boss, this rigid, principled, unbreakable woman who had carried a promise for 3.5 years like a stone in her chest, and felt something surge inside her that was bigger than admiration. It was the feeling you get when you realize that the fight you've been preparing for is finally, actually, here. I'll get it done, Tonks said. I know you will. The 2 weeks between Christmas and the Wisengamot session were the longest of Harry's life. He spent them at Hogwarts. Dumbledore had offered to let him stay for the holidays. Most students went home, but Harry had no home to go to, and the Dursleys were the last people on Earth he wanted to see. Ron stayed too, out of solidarity, and Hermione went home but wrote daily letters so long they required 2 owls each. The castle was quiet with most students gone. Harry wandered its corridors and climbed its towers and sat by the frozen lake and thought about everything that had happened and everything that was coming. The stone was locked in Amelia Bones's office. He'd sent it with Tonks during her last visit, and the Wisengamot session was approaching like a train, and Harry was going to stand in front of the most powerful governing body in magical Britain and tell them the truth. He practiced what he was going to say. Not the words, he didn't want a script, didn't want to sound rehearsed. He practiced the feeling. The steadiness. The calm, clear-eyed composure that would let him stand in front of those people and say this is what was done to me without breaking. On Christmas morning, he woke to find presents at the foot of his bed. The first real presents he'd ever received. A hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, maroon with a gold H. A box of chocolate frogs from Ron. A book, Advanced Defensive Theory, from Hermione, with a note that said for next time. There had better not be a next time. And one last package, wrapped in plain brown paper, with no card. He opened it. Inside was a shimmering, fluid piece of fabric that seemed to be made of captured moonlight. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. No signature. But Harry didn't need one. He knew who had sent it, and he understood what it meant, a peace offering, an apology, a gesture from a man who didn't know how to say sorry in words but could say it in actions. He held the invisibility cloak in his hands and felt the magic in it, old, deep, powerful, different from any magic he'd encountered, and he thought about his father, who had worn this cloak and walked these corridors and lived a life that had been cut short by the same monster Harry had faced in the mirror chamber. He put the cloak away. He ate Christmas lunch in the Great Hall with Ron and Hagrid and a handful of other students, and he pulled a cracker and wore a ridiculous hat and laughed at jokes that weren't funny and pretended, for one day, to be an 11-year-old boy with no greater worry than whether there would be seconds of pudding. There were seconds. He had thirds. On January 15th, at 10 a.m., the Wisengamot convened in full session for the first time in 3 years. The chamber was underground, deep beneath the ministry, a vast circular room with rows of stone benches rising in tiers around a central floor. The benches were filled, every seat occupied, every member present, the combined weight of magical Britain's legislative and judicial authority concentrated in a single room. The air hummed with tension and ambient magic and the rustle of 200 plum-colored robes. Cornelius Fudge sat in the minister's box, his bowler hat clutched in his lap like a life-preserver. His face was the color of curdled milk. Beside him, Lucius Malfoy sat with the composed elegance of a man who had weathered worse storms, but Harry, watching from the witness area, could see the tightness around his eyes, the way his fingers drummed silently against his cane. Dumbledore sat in the Chief Warlock's chair, presiding. His face was grave. He had not tried to stop this, had not, to Harry's knowledge, made any move to derail the inquiry since their conversation in the corridor. Whether this was conscience or calculation, Harry couldn't tell. Probably both. With Dumbledore, it was always both. Amelia Bones rose. She stood in the center of the chamber, her monocle catching the light, her voice carrying to every corner with the effortless authority of a woman who had been preparing for this moment for 3.5 years. Members of the Wizengamot, I bring before you today a matter of extraordinary gravity. It concerns the welfare of a child known to every witch and wizard in Britain. It concerns actions taken by this ministry to conceal that child's abuse. And it concerns decisions made at the highest levels of magical government to prioritize political convenience over the safety of a boy who was placed, by our own authority, in the care of people who harmed him. The chamber was silent. Absolutely, completely silent. 200 people holding their breath. On July 14, 1987, the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad responded to an incident at a public park in Little Whinging, Surrey. A 7-year-old wizard had performed a full human-to-animal transfiguration on his Muggle cousin. The wizard was Harry James Potter. The boy who lived. The silence fractured. A murmur ran through the chamber, shock, disbelief, the sound of 200 people trying to process something that didn't fit their understanding of the world. I was the responding senior official. I arrived on scene within minutes and found Mr. Potter in a state of severe distress. He was malnourished, bruised, and dressed in clothing several sizes too large. He informed me that he slept in a cupboard under the stairs, that he was regularly denied food, and that his uncle had inflicted physical violence upon him. The murmur grew. Bones let it build, let it reach its peak, and then cut through it with her next sentence. I attempted to remove Mr. Potter from his guardian's care. I was overruled, by the Chief Warlock, who argued that blood ward protections required the boy's continued placement, and by the Minister, who argued that the incident must be classified and concealed. Every eye in the chamber turned to Fudge. The Minister shrank visibly, his bowler hat now clutched so tightly it was deforming. The incident was classified Alpha. All witnesses were obliviated, including the 7-year-old boy himself. The file was sealed and hidden, and for the next 3.5 years, Harry Potter continued to live in conditions that constituted criminal neglect and physical abuse, while the Ministry of Magic pretended it had never happened. Bones paused. She looked around the chamber, at the faces, the shock, the growing anger, and she said, "I call Harry James Potter to testify." Harry stood up. The walk from the witness area to the center of the chamber was 30 feet, but it felt like 30 miles. Every eye was on him. Every breath was held. He was 11 years old, small for his age, wearing Hogwarts robes that were slightly too big, and he walked through the silence with the quiet, steady stride of someone who had been walking toward this moment his entire life. He sat in the witness chair. The Wizengamot looked down at him from their tiered benches, 200 faces, and Harry looked back at them and felt the magic inside him settle, calm, ready, present. "Mr. Potter," Bones said. "Would you please tell the Wizengamot about your childhood?" Harry told them. He told them about the cupboard. The chores. The hunger. The hand-me-down clothes and the taped-together glasses and the meals he cooked and wasn't allowed to eat. He told them about Vernon's fists and Petunia's silence and Dudley's cruelty. He told them about the drawing, the crayon woman with the red hair and the wobbly smile, and the day in the park when Dudley tore it up and Harry's magic, pushed beyond every limit a child should have to endure, broke free and turned his cousin into a pig. He told them about the obliviation. The grey blankness. The years of knowing something was missing and not knowing what. He told them about teaching himself magic in the dark, the locks, the lights, the levitation, the blue marble he transfigured from green at 3 a.m. in a cupboard under the stairs. He told them about Hogwarts. About hiding his abilities. About the troll, and Quirrell, and the Philosopher's Stone, and the night in the mirror chamber when Voldemort's host tried to strangle him and the obliviation broke and 3.5 years of buried truth came flooding back. When he finished, the chamber was so quiet he could hear the torches burning. Amelia Bones said, "I would also like to present physical evidence." She presented it. Bode's assessment, authenticated by 3 independent magical experts. The monitoring charm data, showing Harry's living conditions over 3.5 years. The classified file, recovered from the archives by Tonks. The timeline of the cover-up, documented in Amelia's own journal with dates and names and the precision of a woman who had always known this day would come. She presented it all, and the Wizengamot listened, and by the time she was finished, Cornelius Fudge was the color of old snow and Lucius Malfoy had stopped drumming his fingers and Dumbledore was sitting very, very still. "I move for a formal censure of Minister Cornelius Fudge," Bones said, "for unlawful classification of a child welfare case, obstruction of justice, and abuse of ministerial authority." "I second the motion," said a witch in the third row, Augusta Longbottom, Neville's grandmother, her voice cracking like a whip. "I further move for a formal inquiry into the actions of Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore in his capacity as de facto magical guardian of Harry Potter, specifically his decision to place and maintain the child in an abusive home against the recommendations of the Director of Magical Law Enforcement." The chamber erupted. Shouts, protests, counterarguments, Fudge's allies scrambling to defend him, Dumbledore's allies scrambling to defend him, and in the middle of it all, the vast, uncertain majority trying to figure out which way the wind was blowing. Dumbledore raised his hand. The chamber went quiet. Not because of a compulsion, because of who he was. When Albus Dumbledore raised his hand, people listened. "I will not contest the inquiry," he said. His voice was clear and carried to every corner. "Director Bones's account is accurate. I made the decision to leave Harry with his relatives, and I made the decision to support the classification of the 1987 incident. I did so believing I was protecting the child. I was wrong." The silence that followed was the loudest sound Harry had ever heard. "I was wrong," Dumbledore repeated, "and the cost of my error was borne entirely by a child who had no voice in the decision and no recourse against its consequences. I offer no defense, because there is none to offer. I ask only that the Wizengamot's judgment be directed at those responsible, myself and the minister, and not at the child, who has conducted himself throughout this ordeal with a courage and grace that shames every adult who failed him." He looked at Harry. Across the chamber, over the heads of 200 witches and wizards, Albus Dumbledore looked at Harry Potter, and his eyes were bright with tears he would not shed, and the weight of a century of certainty sat on his shoulders like a mountain. "I am sorry, Harry," he said. "Not as a headmaster. Not as a chief warlock. As a man who should have done better and didn't." Harry held his gaze. He didn't nod. He didn't smile. But he didn't look away either, and in the space between them, the space where trust had been broken and might, someday, be rebuilt, something shifted. Not forgiveness. Not yet. But the possibility of it, small and distant, like a light under a door. The vote was swift. Fudge was censured, overwhelmingly, devastatingly, the kind of political destruction that ends careers and enters history books. He resigned the same afternoon, stumbling out of the chamber with his bowler hat crushed and his face the color of ash. Dumbledore accepted a formal reprimand and voluntarily stepped down as chief warlock, retaining only his position as headmaster, a decision that the Wizengamot accepted with the unspoken understanding that watching over Harry Potter was the best penance anyone could devise. The classified file was unsealed and entered into public record. The obliviation of a minor was formally condemned. New protocols were established for the handling of child welfare cases involving magical children placed with Muggle guardians. Amelia Bones was appointed interim minister for magic pending emergency elections, on the grounds that the woman who had spent 3.5 years fighting for a child's welfare was probably the best person to run a government that had spent 3.5 years ignoring it. And Harry Potter walked out of the Wisengamot chamber into a corridor full of reporters and flashbulbs and shouted questions, and he didn't answer any of them. He walked through the crowd and out the door and into the atrium, and he stopped beside the fountain of magical brethren and stood there, in the quiet after the storm, and felt the weight of everything that had happened settling into his bones. Harry. He turned. Amelia Bones stood behind him, her monocle slightly askew, her composure slightly cracked, and she looked at him with the same expression she'd worn in a park 3.5 years ago, steady, kind, fierce. "You did it," he said. "We did it." She paused. "How do you feel?" He thought about it. How did he feel? The cupboard was behind him. The lies were behind him. The cover-up was blown open and the truth was out, and the people who had let him suffer were facing consequences, and the world, both worlds, Muggle and magical, knew his name and his story and the shape of what had been done to him. He felt lighter. Not happy. Happiness was a bigger, more complicated thing that would take time and safety and the slow accumulation of good days to build. But lighter. As if a weight he'd been carrying so long he'd forgotten it was there had finally been set down. "I feel like I'm starting," he said. Like everything up to now was just getting ready. And now the actual thing, the real life, the one that's mine, is starting. Amelia looked at him. This boy. This impossible, extraordinary, heartbreaking boy who had taught himself magic in the dark and survived everything the world had thrown at him and stood in front of the Wisengamot and told the truth with a steadiness that had put adults to shame. "Then let's make sure it's a good one," she said. Harry nodded. He reached into his pocket, not for the stone, which was in Amelia's office, but for something older, smaller, more personal. The blue marble. He held it up to the atrium light and watched it glow, sapphire and bright, the first thing he'd ever made, the first proof that he was more than what the cupboard had told him he was. He put it back in his pocket. He straightened his robes. He looked at the fountain, where a witch and wizard and goblin and elf and centaur stood together in bronze, water cascading around their feet, and he thought about the world he was entering, the real one, the complicated one, the one where power and politics and prejudice and love all tangled together in ways that no amount of magic could simplify. He was 11 years old. He had a wand made of holly and phoenix feather. He had friends who had followed him toward a troll and a dark lord without hesitation. He had an ally in the ministry who had kept a promise for 3.5 years. He had a scar on his forehead that connected him to the most dangerous wizard in the world, and a power inside him that no one, not Dumbledore, not Voldemort, not the ministry, fully understood. And he had a choice. For the first time in his life, he had a real, genuine, unconstrained choice about what to do next. He chose to go back to school. Not because anyone told him to. Not because it was safe, or strategic, or part of someone else's plan. Because he was a student, and he had friends waiting for him, and there were things he wanted to learn, and he was 11, and he had never had the chance to be 11 before, and he was damn well going to take it. He walked to the flue, threw in a handful of powder, and said, clearly, Hogwarts. The green flames carried him home. In Gryffindor Tower, Ron was playing chess against himself and losing. Hermione was reading 3 books simultaneously, which was a talent Harry suspected she'd been born with. Neville was tending a small plant on the windowsill that had been drooping all week and was now, for reasons Neville couldn't explain but Harry could, standing straight and tall and reaching toward the light. Harry climbed through the portrait hole, and 3 heads turned, and 3 faces broke into 3 very different smiles that all meant the same thing. "How'd it go?" Ron asked. Harry sat down in his usual chair by the fire, pulled the blue marble from his pocket, and set it on the arm of the chair where it caught the firelight and glowed. "Fudge is gone," he said. Dumbledore stepped down as Chief Warlock. Bones is interim minister. The file is public. The truth is out. Hermione closed all 3 books. Everything. The pig, the obliviation, everything. Everything. Ron whistled low. "And you? Are you all right?" Harry looked at his friends. At the fire. At the common room that had become, in 4 short months, more of a home than Privet Drive had ever been. At the marble on the arm of the chair, blue and bright, a small defiant star that he'd made in the dark. "Yeah," he said. "I'm all right." And for the first time in his life, it wasn't a lie. Outside the window, snow was falling over Hogwarts. The castle caught it and held it, the way it caught and held everything, magic and memory and the endless, complicated stories of the children who passed through its halls. The towers gleamed white against the dark sky, and the lake was silver, and the forbidden forest was a dark line against the snow, and somewhere in the castle, a boy who had once lived in a cupboard was sitting with his friends by a fire, and he was warm, and he was known, and the truth was out, and the future was his. Not Dumbledore's. Not Voldemort's. Not the Ministry's. His. The snow kept falling, and the castle kept standing, and in the warm red-gold light of Gryffindor Tower, Harry Potter picked up his marble and held it to the firelight and smiled, and the magic inside him, vast and deep and finally free, hummed like a song without words. A song that was only beginning.